Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the PCC Fall Series here. My name is TJ DJ. I'm going to be joined by Falcon and Tang and a motley crew of casters and talent to bring you all the action here from the EU leg of this series. And man, it feels so good to be back. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. How are we feeling, everyone?
The summer event was already hype. I think this fall we are going to have some more awesome games to watch and definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while. I've been sad in the drought of things, but now that we are back, it is going to be such a good scene to see the competitive side of Predecessor again.
Absolutely. I mean, we did have the Gazoo LAN in August, but, you know, that was a little bit of a stopgap in between the summer series and the fall series. And this is day one. We've got an entire schedule out. It's EU today. We're going to be watching a bit of North America coming up. Creator Cup, then we got the finals weekend after weekend. So much to look forward to. But, as I said, we are here in EU to start things off. Day one here. Format for today, just a little bit of housekeeping. Thank you all for joining us today. This is a double elimination bracket that we will be running. And if you want to have a look at the bracket as it goes on, it is live updated. Type !! bracket in the Twitch chat, and you can catch up on all the action to see where we are at. Before we go into the teams, gentlemen, I want to maybe talk about where we are at the moment. We've got a new patch 1.8, and it's going to be the first competitive action that we see on this monumental patch for Predecessor.
Oh man, so many changes coming in with 1.8. Obviously, the big one is, of course, the world shift, right? The seedling spawning, the shaper spawning, and then the entire map transforming. And for everybody that has been paying attention, played ranked, played casual, or even watched scrims, a lot of players are streaming them themselves on Twitch, then you've seen that a lot of things have changed in the gameplay as well. Earlier groupings, the level 4 minute is already very important. We see the seedlings being contested, and all in all, just very action-packed, and I'm expecting to see that today as well.
Yeah, even in EU, where it's predominantly a bit more relaxed, a bit more laid back in terms of the tempo, it is going to be ramped all the way up in these series. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the teams react to the changes, how they deal with these tempo changes. And another thing I think we should note is, of course, Acheron was released in the 1.8, bringing the Cataclysm with him, but he's not going to be seeing any play this weekend or next weekend. So until he gets that balance changes, he is going to be perma-banned.
For sure. I mean, we are going to be seeing the effect of Acheron on the map, but Acheron himself will not be gracing us with his presence here just yet. There's no, you know, we're able to get all the way out. So I just said, bang. A lot of things have changed. Talking about dynamics, talking about tempo. Let's talk about teams, shall we? 19 teams signed up for EU. We've got some of the big heavy hitters joining. We've got a few roster shuffles here and there, and a lot of players that are wanting to leave their mark here in the 2025 Fall Series.
I think roster shuffle is already a very good point looking at our first game today as well, right? Nightshade versus Kappo and friends. I don't think like the names necessarily mean anything unless you know the players behind it, right? Like a lot of names that you would recognize if you've ever watched either EU or even NA, right? If we think about players like Import, players like Neff that have been making their name in the scene. But as you said, right, it's not only returning players, but we also have a lot of new fresh blood coming into the scene, trying to leave their mark, as you said, into sort of like the competitive history of Predecessor. And I think that is just awesome to see.
Yeah, plenty of teams that we haven't actually seen before, and a lot of teams that are new, as Tang has said, but the players are returning. Kappo and friends is one of those. I think every single one of them did play in the previous PCC, so you will see names that you recognize: Puzzle Panda, Garrulus, Dark Dodo, just to name a few of them on that team. But in terms of the coordination and in terms of the cohesiveness of the teams, that's going to be a big question mark. And even for Nightshade EU, which if you don't know the names, it was previously Sin majority, and then you have Immune's dual lane being added into that. It's a big change. It's going to be interesting to see if they can deal with maybe bigger egos, thinking of how good those players are, and see if they can work together.
Of course, I mean, there's lots to look forward to here. I mean, just before, like, we talk about that, let's mention, you know, about some of the other teams as well. I mean, just looking down the list here that I've got. So returning teams, we have got the likes of Ronin are back. Veny Vens and the many men's are here as well. Indecisive making their return to EU Predecessor. Team Immune, our reigning PCC champions as a team, are not participating here. So their plays have been split across the other members. We are going to be seeing them, of course, as Rocco mentioned, on Nightshade EU, on Indecisive. Man, the storyline's going to be incredible.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's also a few other teams to watch out for. I think, as you mentioned, right, Team Immune sort of splits up. 2 of them are in Nightshade. We also have 2 of them in Indecisive. And then also, like, there's a few up-and-coming teams. Like, I would like to think, like, a team like Team X as well, or like Ronin, or like Washed Up. Like, teams like these can really break into the top 4, and that's what we're playing for this weekend in EU, right? But yeah, back to the point that Falcon also made, like, with all of those roster shufflings happening, there's always like the question, how will this new team fit, right? Because obviously you can't have 5 superstars in every team, because at some point somebody has to give for somebody else to take. And I think that's a lot of the problem sort of cropping up when sort of like 2 big of, let's call them ego players, right? But like people that need high resources in order to make it happen, if they don't manage to gel together quite well. I don't think Nightshade is going to have that problem, but we're going to have to wait and see. First tournament, as we said, so it's going to be everything up for this tournament to decide it.
There's going to be a lot of firsts in this tournament, just excluding the entire patch of 1.8, just seeing how the teams react. And I mean, I think a good way of putting it is, in a lot of other games, it's always been classed as the super team, having those 5-star players come together. And if people who have watched a lot of esports in the past, have watched other games in the past, normally they don't actually go that well. There's something going on in the background. They kind of implode sometimes. Again, I believe with Tank here, I don't think this is going to happen, but it's some good drama, and that's always what we want in a tournament.
I mean, we always love a bit of drama. We do love a little bit of tea as well. And you can tell by the accent, personally do enjoy that last part as well. Right, gentlemen, we gotta have a draft below us. Let's get day 1 began. Nightshade EU versus Kappo and friends. I mean, we spoke a lot about Nightshade EU as the draft is going to take place below us, but maybe knows about Kappo and friends as well as, say, returning members from talk about the community tournaments. So it sounds like the Fang booth, like the Fang draft here. Guileless, Puzzled Panda, Ginzen, Kappo, the Goat. May I just add, and Dark Dodo as well.
Yeah, and don't forget the Nations League as well, okay? Like Dark Dodo and Kappo,
Nations League.
Both of them known as the Slayers of the US, because they have managed to knock out the American super team back in the days, like, what was it, like a year ago. So they're going to have to prove themselves again. We're going to see the first few bans coming in. I think everything is pretty standard. Of course, it's the first game. A Renner ban, a Wukong ban. We would also expect a Kwang ban, for example, to come in. Grux being banned away. Not as sort of normal, maybe a bit of a dig towards Guileless, but suddenly everything still up in this draft. But this last ban, I would really expect this to be a Kwang.
Kwang has just been an absolute monster, even before 1.8, just completely runs over the jungle, has so much CC and pick potential, and it's just so good in team fights as well, just having the mobility, that knock up, the extra shield, even the true damage if he wants it. So it's just a character that teams don't want to deal with, and realistically, it is going to be the ban, as Tang has said, but we'll have to wait for it. There it is. So these are going to be, outside of the Grux, probably your main bans you see in this tournament. But in terms of the first pick, this is going to be something you see a lot of.
Oh man, I mean, the Rampage pick had a bit of a peak in the trough before. It really rose to prominence right at the start compared to Predecessor. Kind of fell off a little bit, but now, ever since 1.6, 1.7, the Rampage is back with those augments. Definitely causing a bit of a rumble. Zarus also going to be the lock-in for Kappo and friends. I was going to wonder, gentlemen, before we saw those first 2 picks, still, what are we expecting to see in terms of priority, especially with the 1.8 patch?
I think it's really hard on the side of Nightshade to really know, because we know Import really loves his tank carries, but he can also play those assassins. We've seen him pull out the Kalari a lot of times back in previous PCCs. So it's always like, I feel like Nightshade EU, like one of the things they have going for them is that with sort of the deep champion pool that every single player of them has, they can almost go every way. I think for Kappa and friends, I think it might just be towards like their main sort of picks instead. We know Ginzen loves his gadget. It is going to be picked together with the Zarus that's going to provide the lockdown for this big microwave.
Yeah, I think Kappo and Friends, they just need to focus on their own picks, need to focus on their own strat. There's no chance really you're going to ever outban, outpick Nightshade. Because even if we look at the last week of scrims they have had, I think nearly every single one of them outside of Net, which, I mean, the ADC pool is not that big anyway, has played 4-5 characters in the scrim. So if something's banned, if something's picked away, they can easily pivot away. So I do like Kappo and Friends focus on what they want. Already have that strong mid, probably jungle synergy, having that level 6, which is going to be really important in these games in 1.8 because of just how much action is going to be around that mid lane with the seedlings, with the Sapers. So they're setting themselves up really well. But with Nightshade, I don't know really where they're going to go from here. There's a lot of options they can go for. They can secure a ADC, they can secure a UA, which is very interesting because they already have a Rampage.
You already have the Rampage. I mean, I'm expecting this to possibly be the Ore into the offlane. I know Bondrude has been absolutely spamming that pick in scrims. And he's also looked pretty damn good as well. Neft getting himself the Grim.exe pick, a bit of a staple of himself as well. That Deflector shield would become pretty useful as the rest of this draft is going to go out. But I do want to touch the Zarus pick, the Gadget. There's already comfort here.
Yeah. One more thing I want to notice, the Uri pick actually makes the Grux ban actually really valuable because behind the scenes, obviously we know Bond loves the Uri in offlane, but we've also seen him perform into a Grux, and I think he got solo kill like 3 times in a row. So that might be sort of like enabling this Uri pick a bit better. Especially playing against somebody that is as good as Guileless is in this offlane. We see the Crunch being picked. That sort of shows us that the Saris and the Crunch can both go in either lane. I don't think it's a really clear cut yet. It might still depend on the rest of the roster that Nightshade is gonna pick for themselves. The Mural gonna be banned away. That is a good sort of takeaway if you want to control the side lane, if you don't want to have the Mural split push, if you don't want to have the threat of a 2 versus 1 happening while you're not there. Nightshade EU, what are they gonna ban next?
I don't really know, but I want to put a world into 2 of your heads. Because I know this has been a played thing. Nightshade just saw that Kappo and Friends have banned Muriel to support. What if they put the Rampage then in support, let Import pick another character, something like a Kalari? Then that means that ban is completely irrelevant and they can go forward. And banning the Decker, that puts my mind even more on this. I believe that this is going to be a Rampage Grim lane. Yuri is going to be probably still in the solo, and then they still have to pick the jungler.
I mean, that's a forward exercise. That's a scary forward exercise as well. We know Import has got that in his locker. You see the Rampage on an Import team. It's like, well, that's just going over to Import, of course. But then he has also got the likes of that Kalari in his back pocket as well. Bans, of course, Decker and Muriel taken off. Twin Blast taken up by Kappo and Friends. The phase will be coming into Falcon. Unfortunately, I think the site heard around the world there. Definitely what it wanted, but the phase, of course, is going to give that give up the ghost. Yeah, so most likely Import's still going to be playing that Rampage in the jungle.
I like the idea though out of Falcon because if the TB wasn't picked up by Kappo and instead it was like a support that is not as good into the Rampage, then like you would hope, right? Then you can always still go for that and then maybe pick up the Richter in the jungle, and then you have the long range lockdown that you want together with sort of the front line as well on that Rampage. But draft shakes out differently. One thing that Nightshade always loves though is hard CC, and we see it here as well, right? The root of phase together with the Argus ball that is going to be able to lock somebody down for so long that the Euro can jump on top of them. Draft is being rounded out by Steel on the other side.
Steel is a weird one. I don't know if that's going to be that useful in the dual lane. I think Grim Phase is going to kind of run that over. You have got that shield to block the Phase Lance, but that's going to be on such a longer cooldown compared to Penguin's CC. So they are definitely going to struggle in that dual lane. TB, of course, probably needs 1 or 2 items before he can start really doing damage as well. So if I was Nightshade right now, I'd be looking at this draft saying, okay, so the solo lane, Bondrude needs to scale up. Mid lane is going to be just a cakewalk with Sin. Let's focus on this dual lane. Let's get him then into the mid lane area to deal with these seedlings, deal with the Sapers, and that's how the game plan is going to work. But Kappo and Friends, you still have that microwave, you still have that plenty of damage, so I don't think they're that worried.
I really get a sense though with Kappo and Friends because, as I say, with Nightshade EU, some very strong individual picks. I'm thinking of skirmishes, I'm thinking of rotations, the long range lockdown. I mean, Dreadnova, the energy beam from phase, the boulder toss coming in, all those that you've got to deal with as well. And just going to be a lot of onus on this Steel to provide those walls in that mid game. Kappo and Friends, though, I really get a sense that if they do just survive, if they weather that storm, and when it goes into the 5 versus 5, if they, if they're able to get even, maybe push a little bit ahead, this is still a very scary team fighting composition 20 plus minutes in.
It definitely is, but the point is a team fighting comp, because what we have on Nightshade EU, like, they don't really love to team fight, but they love to just get picks left, right, and center, right? So it's about not getting picked off one by one. Instead, you want to control the pits, you want to control the vision, and then you just want to play on your own terms. I think that's what the Gadget and the Saris do so well together as well. So I think for Kappo and friends, I think they're happy with the draft, honestly. A lot of comforts coming out. I know that Kappo loves his TB. I know that Dark Dodo is relatively fresh in the support role, but definitely can play the steal. Saw him in scrims a few times as well. And then whoever picks the Crunch or the Saras, I think that can still be swapped around. I don't quite know what they would prefer into the Euro. I would expect potentially even the Crunch, but honestly, that is still up in the air and depends on how confident they feel in the hero themselves.
Yeah, I feel like Crunch is probably going to be in that solo side, and just to allow yourself to have that Gadget Saras combination in the mid means it's going to be a lot easier than having your solo lane rotate over. But again, they need to survive, and I don't think that is going to happen in terms of just these team fights. You can't team fight if you're 10k behind at 20 minutes. That's just not going to happen. And in a world where you're playing against Nightshade EU, arguably the best team in all of Predecessor right now, that's going to be a big task.
It's a big task, and I'm looking forward to finding this one out. Just before we throw to our casters, Tang, one sentence. Who are you favoring here? Who's got a better draft?
Better draft, Nightshade. CC wins.
There we go, Falcon.
Border Tusk, Dreadnova, you're not going to survive that.
All right, there we go. It's a pretty clear-cut verdict from our desk. Thank you, Tang. Thank you, Falcon, for that one. But of course, these games are not decided in the draft. It's what happens on the Sanctuary map. And for that, we got Eat Squared on the other side. Take it away, boys.
Gamers, welcome in and welcome back. PCC Fall Series. You already heard the boys. We got a little bit of revision, though. We like to call ourselves E2A now, E squared abroad, as we're doing a little bit of casting for the EU scene, man, F6. How you feeling about this first matchup?
I'm feeling good, man. I anytime PCC comes around, I'm just excited, man. I mean, this is just home to me, being here to be able to cast. But obviously, we're not quite at home. We're over across the pond, like you said, over here in Europe. And I mean, there's been a lot of spicy things going around throughout the entirety of all these teams. And on this one, I'm definitely excited to see if Nightshade can definitely be that team that everybody's talking about.
Oh, I do have to agree with you, man. We're not quite at home, but we're at home with some of these players, especially on the Nightshade side. Some notorious players, Hall of Famers, yes, I dare say, as far as the Predecessor scene does go. You got Import, you got Neft, you got possibly, if not the best, one of the best supports in all of Predecessor, Penguin. This feels like the mom stars of EU competitive.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of did a LeBron, back when he went to Miami. It was like, we're just going to pick up everybody that we want to win a championship, and they're going to try and go out and do that. So we definitely got to see how that happens, but we're getting ready to drop down into the Sanctuary here, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the scenic view provided by Omega Studios here, adding the beach, so it's time to kind of hang out. We're getting a little bit drafts on into here. It looks already like we're already down. We're getting some trades going off inside this dual lane.
I feel like I have to be on the wrong comp scene, man. I'm seeing some health bars not at full whirly. I've been at 40 seconds in. Looks like EU's getting a little bit active. We can see coming out of the mid lane, it's going to be Shin, one of the most prolific and diabolic early game kills. Let me get my sentence out. Bondrude. Nightshade strikes first.
Let me go ahead and stand up straight here. Looks like Bond is looking to bring the bang over inside this solo lane, taking down the Guileless there with the first blood, and especially on an assassin character like that in the offlane. That Ure is already off to a great start.
Man, like this scene is my sleep paralysis demon, if I'm going to be honest with you. Solid trade, though, coming out early. Dreadnova going to be able to help stifle some of the aggression that we're going to be seeing out of Linzen here. Taking a look, man, and taking a step back more so of this composition, we saw the desk was pretty unanimous in some of their thoughts. Do you defer, or are you kind of falling in alignment with them?
I'm more of a, you got to prove yourself to me before I'm really committed towards you. Like we talked about, like Nightshade EU. Let's not, for you, like you said, these guys are Hall of Famers inside the Pred competitive scene, and no doubt about that. These guys are top-notch players. But one of the big things is, yes, you have all the players in the right positions that you'd want, but how long do they get along together, right? How do they play together inside these tough moments? And that's what's not been proven yet. And that's why I'm so excited to kind of see them in the first matchup here, to kind of get ourselves kind of a little bit more familiar with this Nightshade EU's game.
And it looks like Import's going to be getting a little bit familiar with enemy side jungler Pandas. Going to spot him out. Import going to take that as an opportunity to reset, especially with that red side coming up sooner rather than later. But take a look less at the players, a little bit more at the compositions. I do find myself in alignment with Tang to a high degree here. I really, really do like these kind of small skirmishy pick compositions where you can just stack the CC, especially when you have the follow-up of someone like Bondrewd, who's looking for yet another solo bolo separate. Gonna cut him down.
Oh man, I mean, that's when we talk about the team comp, right? When you're looking into a Crunch, you're like, yeah, Crunch has a lot of mobility, but you know somebody who has more mobility than pretty much everybody in the game this year, with that dash reset. I mean, she's literally the Black Panther of Predecessor when you talk about it. This character is just so mobile, so agile, and everything in her kit speaks, we want to fight a one-on-one, and I'm going to take the fight to you, make you look left, right, up, and down, and at the end of the day, you're going to see that gray screen, and twice now, we have already seen that, and there's going to need to be some focus sent over to that off lane, because with a 2-0 Ure, that is not what you want for the Kappo and his friends.
And this is something that, you know, it's maybe a little bit smaller. These seedlings are going to start falling down, but I want to talk about not just the seedling going down, but how immediate it was, right? Getting that prio over into the solo lane, having a little bit of vision mid under control. It immediately Import is hopping on this seedling, going to get himself a little bit of that gold and try to extend the lead so he can get a little bit active sooner here. Pandas going to do the same thing. So it's a little bit of a one-for-one trade here on these minor objectives. But about 5 minutes in, I don't think anyone can really disagree, man. It's been dominance out of the solo lane on this Yuri pick.
And it's something, it's like, now I don't have to worry about that lane, right? When you consider onto that rampage, right? I mean, Import doesn't really have to go over there. He could keep his attention on this left side of the map, help out the dual lane and contest for this Fangtooth here, getting ready to come up. And like you talked about the seedlings, we saw that they're traded 1-for-1 there, so they're able to kind of even it out on both playing fields. But if that went a little bit more sideways, if they're also able to get prio inside the left lane and mid lane, they might have been able to hit level 6 on the jungler there for Import to really get themselves a lead and to not to be able to be contested on that first Fangtooth. I mean, with this 1.8 update here, Ego, it's just so fast, right? Because at 3 minutes, you have the river bus spawning. At 4 minutes, here comes a seedling, and at 5, you already know the big primary Fangtooth is up and at them. So there's a lot of momentum that you can thrive from that 3-minute mark, that you can push yourself to get just such a great early game start. But a good thing, it's in the off lane that Nightshade EU has this advantage, and not over there inside the dual lane.
We may have spoken a little bit too soon. We could see this fight turn. Penguin, though, going to be forced to expend the blink all but basically death. The only question is who is going to be the one to pick it up. Teleporters aren't going to be up, so they're going to be able to create a little bit of space before they hand the kill over to Pandas. An easy pickup into a gold here. And now this could lead to a play for the Fang. We're going to see, though. Nightshade going to be migrating left, maybe looking at answer. Shen is going to be level 6, Obliterator. Going to be up, but the damage, it's just not going to be enough at this point in the game. So they're going to reset, step back, and maybe just look for a pick here.
And they're going to try and look for something, but I know what they're looking for, and this might be possibly Pandas here in the Saurus. He's just going to get obliterated and a rock to the face. He gets his 2 camps stolen. Yes, they kill the phase, but at what cost? And look at that double minion wave inside the left lane. They have complete prio on that left-hand side of the map. Jungle down. This should be the first Fangtooth of the game going towards Nightshade EU.
Oh, yeah, that's your hunt, man. You are now going to be able to contest this in any form or way. You're just now making a rotation back, lane getting pushed into. You don't want to lose any more plates. You don't want to lose any more prio. So you're going to have to lose this Fangtooth. Things on the map just kind of going Nightshade EU's way in every way, right? They've got the kill lead. They've been able to seize that objective lead. And when they've lost something, they've done what the best teams do, right? And that's get something back.
You always got to get your get back, right? I mean, I just like the play, right, Ego? It's we're going to lose this phase, but what can we get out of it? And it was just like kind of just a musical kind of going on there. Like, you know what, we kind of hit a bad note there, but let's make sure I make the rest of this masterpiece go in class there. You see Rampage Import go straight towards that 2 camp. He knows he can't affect the fight over there inside the dual lane, and he waits for Shin to come rotate and make a play with him. Shin rotates towards that red side, catches out the Zarus, forces out the blink. He knows he has obliterate, and once you're slowed down like that with that obliterate, I mean, all you have to do is just line up that rock, the boulder hits, and that is what Tang was talking about. CC wins games. It's not that Kappo and the friends don't have that CC, but when you look at Nightshade EU, this team just has a very easy setup. If you hit one, you're able to hit multiple, and on the other end, you kind of just force relying on that steal to really be that big impact.
Yeah, man, you know, skirmishing is infinitely easier than team fighting, right? Because you can't make someone team fight you, right? You can find a one-off, you can find a 2, and kind of, you know, throw a couple abilities out, get a little bit of a trade, stack that CC as now Import. He's looking to stack his advantage. Engage, though, coming out of the steal. Going to be some solid CC onto the back end into a Coliseum. Easy export, though, as now Bondrewd is going to find himself into the fight. Big Soulstorm is going to be able to drag on to Tesla. Don't down, but follow it into the grave. It's going to be Bondrewd, and we're seeing Kappo have a little bit of life as they're playing for Prime.
I mean, they're playing for Prime, but Panda is low, and the big thing about that is there's been a lot of resources already spent. They can't really commit towards this mini Prime, and they have to keep themselves worried. Yes, they get the kill, but and like I said, once again, at what cost? As we see Import landing another boulder there, and they have to back here, and they just give up the mini or Prime there, even just as one kill.
Man, that's just kind of backbreaking if you're a fan of Kappo here, right? Nightshade Import gonna make his rotation back and essentially just big body the enemy team out of the pit. We're gonna see a split engage though onto the right. It's gonna be a lot of prio put on Guileless on this crunch. He's basically taken out of the fight as Penguin and Neff are just free casting onto the back line. He's found an engage. It's gonna be a lot of damage, but the question is it going to be enough? No, at least not immediately. Reinsert of Bondrewd. It's gonna be a solid amount of damage off the back of the Severance.
They have no
gonna get a disengage. 2-1, no blinks. This fight still rolling. Let's slow it down a little bit. Dark Dew, he finds it engage onto the top of Bondrewd. Is going to be able to find their damage on that backline solid route, but even more solid damage as Bondrewd starts to get bursted down. Now we're going to take it down to Prom, a little bit of a homecoming, if you will. Let's play this dance into the pit. Where's the cover? No, where's Nightshade out of this?
They're out, and I respect it. You saw that they wanted to capitalize on a lot there, but you just see the resources that they had on that mana bar. They know they have no blanks, right? Because we pointed that out. They used all of it right before that mini Prime fight, and no mana, right? It's like, oh man, I really know we can win this fight, but we just don't have the mana to be able to spend the resources there. They're able to capitalize on some kills there, but the big thing is, I just like the way they pushed out Kappo and friends after that fight. They baited them out to that spawn. Yes, they picked up Bondrewd, but the mini Prime goes to the way of Nightshade EU. That's their second objective of the game, and they still were able to capitalize on some kills. A little bit of a non-clean fight on both sides, but still were able to get it done.
Oh man, that was not clean at all, but both of the teams, as you said, looking to get something done, and you just can't give up. And more than actually what Nightshade got, I do like seeing Kappo kind of having that resilience, right? Fighting back. Guileless did fall a little bit early here, but they continue to look for the traders. Now, it's going to be some CC stacking coming out. Soulstorm, it's actually going to bring them in close. Severance gets the reset, and Bondrewd gets the kill. You just can't pitch this character, F6.
It's not even about catching the mechanics on Bondrewd here. He's looking like he doesn't even need to think about it. He is low HP, and he is just calm, cool, and collective. Is like, I got this rotation about to set me up for the nastiest solo bolo you've ever seen. He cleans up that kill, and he gets it. He's able to push out and get that T1 tower. Absolute phenomenal gameplay from Bod coming out of that solo lane right now.
He is having a little bit of a Yuri showing. That said, wards down. There's going to be Kappo showing on the map. Import has Behemoth up. CC going to get mitigated, though, coming out due to the shield wall. This fight, once again, going to be a little bit split. We have it engage onto the backside, but there's no damage to follow up. Ventilate now coming out as Coliseum follows suit. Tesla Dome melts through multiple HP bars as Guileless is going to be able to pick up in SNF. He falls. Is the same going to be said for Shin here? We do see Import coming off the right side. That's going to be CC. That's going to be Tank. That's going to be some solid damage, as it's going to be an ulti that comes down, but Import sends that boy 6 feet deep. Dark Dew is going to fall, and it looks like Nightshade has eyes for the Fang.
He just pushed a little bit too far there. Yes, it's just like the same fight on the mini prime. They capitalized on a kill, but they try to extend just a little bit too much there. They used a lot of resources, but with the health regen and with the heals coming out of this phase right now, they're just able to sustain themselves through those fights. One of the big things that Nightshade is doing right now is they're just comfortable in how they're positioning themselves. Even if they lose one member, they know they can win a fight still. They're just like, hey, we need to kite back here, draw them in a little bit closer, get them in a tight quarter, or force them to blink out. And if they have no blink, you're dead to rights, just as you saw there. You either had to blink out of that engagement or just get ran down. And Kailes is going to have the GTFO knock him down one more time. And I feel like this crunch is just not in this game anymore, and it's going to take him a while to get back in. And Nightshade EU just needs to keep capitalizing on this, and they're just going to be able to win this game out. They're taking the right fights onto the opposite side of the maps. Bondred rotates, being able to steal farm, and I mean, they're just playing an exquisite, fundamental, just MOBA presence.
I want to like enhance, right? Link into people that real E-squared experience as. Actually, we're gonna have to eat our words here temporarily. The only thing that needs to be explained is the schedule for the funeral pandas. Brother's looking a little bit like an endangered species. Import has taken over this jungle with the help of his solo laner, and now they're gonna do something that fundamentally is doubly as good as getting gold. He's gonna take it out of the pocket of the enemy side jungler. With this, we're gonna be able to see pressure applied right side jungle. Bondrewd has a fight here he could take. Level's going to be 2 separate. We're just playing around. Sephron's going to be not quite reset yet. As now Bond just walks him down, brother. Let him run from you. Bondrewd with the double.
My God, this guy's an absolute animal, showing the presence on why he is the #1 offlaner in this game, and there is no competition. You're seeing him styling, being able to pick up the TB, resets out of that tower, takes the fight to the crunch at half health, and he just knows he could win. He is just absolutely cooking this entirety of anybody that shows up onto that side of the map.
And you could see kind of that analysis paralysis right on him. He like was like, oh, okay, they're on that side. I need to walk back in the tower. Up, they're on my tower edge. Okay, maybe I reposition into jungle, see if I can get a little up. The Severance reset again. I'm basically just dead at this juncture. The entire time he was looking for a way out, but we're just seeing Bond, like you said, stalking him for the kill. He's all but basically out of this game. I'm not expecting or hoping to see him in any of these team fights coming up, but with these large objectives on the horizon, about 5 minutes out for that big prime. Right now, we got the big shaper, though. I think they do have to just give it up.
I mean, something about the shaper is it's one of those objectives where you have to take it at the right time, right? I mean, you want to be able to set yourselves up. I mean, like you said, Nightshade right now kind of take whatever they want, so they can kind of look at this, but at the same time they also need to kind of prio this mini prime. You're gonna get a lot more use out of that mini prime, especially on top of Bondrewd there. He's able to start to push, and then with that pressure they can now go towards that shaper, more of that secondary big engagement. But look at Glenn, I mean, they're just running at these guys and there's nothing that they can do about it.
You know, there's always something you can do. Pray. Coliseum comes down, however, brother has to leave his own house. Import looking to export that man back to base with the help of the Cyanic Obliterator. We're going to see that man get eviscerated, erased. And it's not even really requiring an E-squared casting. This is going to be a gentle, calm walk to the mini prime, as we're going to see Nightshade just build and build and build on their advantage.
I just love that engagement there. Like I was saying, they know they have these objectives up, but the enemy team has to get vision on there, right? If you look at the wards, there's not a lot of vision on the side of Kappo and friends, so they needed to kind of poke out, seeing if they're doing the objective. And as soon as one of them just looks just a little bit around that corner, here comes that CC, here comes that hard engage, and you talk about mobility, and they're able to land on it. But let's take a pause here. As we can see the screen turning red, the map is getting ready to shift, the world is expanding, and the apocalypse is coming on down. I mean, just look at this. This is just absolutely beautiful. Hopefully nobody gets hit by one of these meteors, because I know they do kill you if you're low enough. But just a great addition here coming into 1.8. And the biggest thing I like about getting the shaper is the seedlings that get onto the map, right? all three of these lanes get a seedling and they are able to help push these out. These seedlings have a lot of HP. They have some AoE to help with clearing the waves, and they allow for you to set up a push without even having an inhibitor down with those siege minions. And for Nightshade right now, this gives them a lot of room. Somebody has to answer those waves with those seedlings, and somebody has to poke their way out. And Nightshade definitely are going to capitalize on it.
I'm going to be honest. We're going to have Kappo have to leave their own jungle right now. Pandas, knowing he has to step back. Same with Glyn's in here, playing on the mid. Bondrude uses the Ventilate, but to no real avail. FaZe is going to be able to heal this right up. And as you said, kind of compounding, building off of what you said about the Shaper, we've said time and time again in this casting booth, that Primordial Blaze, that thing can help you win fights. The Orb Prime can help you win over these towers. That Shaper, my opinion, come up with this on the dot, helps you win the pressure to take either one, right? Those seedlings giving you the power to push out. Now, being coupled up with that bonus 8% to your armor, to your power, has put Nightshade beyond the driver's seat for this game one.
I mean, you look at everything, right? You kind of like to break down the games here. As we take a little pause, as we do see it is another engagement happening. Should be safe on the steal. A big tanky character has a lot of ways to get out of dodge, but who does is going to be Kappo, as he just gets rocked. GTFO and Shen knocking him on down, and there goes another member. But let's bring it back to what we were talking about, right? Let's look at this game and how Nightshade is able to get here. You talk about the early Bonju just wins off lane, right? And once you don't have a lane to worry about, as a jungler, as import, his life just gets substantially easier. He only has to worry about one half of the map. And then from that point on, they capitalized on that other half. They got the kills they needed. They kept the pressure up. They had a lot of rotations, a lot of deep invades onto that red side. Did not allow Panda to really get the farm that he needed. Did not allow for that dual lane and that steal to do what they want. And they capitalized on every single mistake that this Kappo and friends were making throughout the entire game, which led them to just having just a substantial compound lead.
That was amazing. The breakdown, truly superb. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm
Thanks,
keep
man.
it about 100 pennies. I was bamboozled by the fact that Bondru just did about a third of a man's HP in his tower without taking a singular shot off of air maneuvering like Top Gun and Maverick in order to just get a reset off the Severance. It's kind of diabolical work. Still, don't do it. He's 6 levels up on you. Bondru, 6-2. Neft, 4-2. It feels like Kappo is in such an incredibly tough position that, as you said, all these things that led up to this moment has put their future in a pretty dark place. Engage going to be coming out onto net, but the CC is just there waiting. GTFO is going to be proxied up, but the Coliseum does come down. The change of dynamic fleet comes out. Shin, though, is going to be able to lock down the first kill. Steal off the back end is going to be looking for some type of CC, but the damage isn't there. Tesla Dome. Not going to be enough. Shin, double kill. It's in walk down. It's slow, it's meticulous, it's violent. The way Nightshade is treating the opposition here. And now they're just walking down this T2. They're going to walk down this inhib. And without a miracle, they're going to be able to take this core.
I mean, there's really not much stopping them. I mean, 15 seconds until you even get a steal. But the real criminality that went down there is he used every single ultimate, every single ability for Neft, and he still just escapes, and you have nothing left, and you turn around, and this is what you get from just overcommitting to a fight ego.
Yeah, it feels like an overcommit from a viewer spectate, but at that point, they, as we said, they were praying for a miracle. They were very much so hoping that they could get a pick, maybe collect one of these bounties, try to level out the economy to some degree. But the lead was just too great at that point of the game. That being said, GG Nightshade taking that one in a very dominant fashion. Kappo, thanks for coming out, but it's going to be a loss to start their day.
I mean, it's just a tough one too, man. I mean, I feel like there was kind of just like a Hail Mary type of play. It's like, we're just going to send it. We don't really have too much faith into this one. I feel like they kind of just gave up there at the end. Because like I was saying, I mean, you saw their crunch forwarding by himself, knowing there's a lot of CC on this team. He eats a rock. He's able to just get shredded on down. They stack the Coliseum. Here comes that blink. And then here comes a shield slam. And you just get pulled away by the FaZe. And they just used everything, just not being able to capitalize on that kill, not respecting how much of a lead that Nightshade had there. And Nightshade just capitalized on the huge mistake that they made once again, beating themselves into just winning back around one.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what comes next. F6. Before that, though, we're going to be sending it to the amazing people on the desk. TJ Tank Falcon, take it away.
Ego and F6 there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome back to the host desk here for the post-game breakdown of that game. Nightshade EU 21-minute victory over Kappo and friends, and they made that one look pretty easy. I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat my words there. That was domination coming from them. Tang, Falcon, what are your thoughts, guys?
Honestly, I thought Kappo and friends, they could have had a chance. I don't think they had a chance after those first 2 solo carries on that off lane, right? Like, I think for Kappo and friends to win, they need the game to go perfectly, but like this game was just a train wreck from minute 1.
Yeah, before the game started, we were talking about the duo lane, we were talking about import, we were talking about the CC. We weren't expecting UA to pop off until later on, so as soon as that solo kill came through, just having that level 2 advantage, that was like the last kind of thread that Nightshade needed, and from there, well, you guys watched the game, you saw just the same as us, and you saw that domination.
I mean, we did have a pretty funny moment, I think, backstage when we were watching this one, when we got into the game and we were like, how on earth are Bondred and Guileless already below half HP? Like, we've only just started, honestly. I think we didn't quite see exactly how it was started. Like, Bondred got the level 2 and, well, immediately got the first blood after that, though. Gentlemen, I really get the sense, though, that for a lot of these team fights, they were split into 2 phases. It was before Bondred arrived, and then what was left after Bondred arrived.
I think that's a good point, but then also in the early game, I think we also had some team fights where Kappo and friends actually came out ahead even with Bondred coming in. They also collected some shutdowns like that. There was still a chance there, but I think it's like playing from behind against a team like Nightshade. That's not a position you want to be in. And then, yeah, I mean, Bond just didn't stop, right? Like I think he fell once there in one of these team fights, and then he's like, okay, I'm just gonna keep splitting, and who is gonna stop me? Kappo walks there, Kappo foils, Guileless tries to hold him in that lane, he foils as well, and yeah, I mean, it's just a nightmare at that point. If nobody can contest the Ure, then the game already looks pretty over in my eyes.
Yeah, and even just, let's just put Bonju to one side because we can talk about him for a long time in this game. The rest of the team just played clean. They didn't have any sort of issues. Neft, I mean, again, the game wasn't about him, but he probably did nearly as much damage as Bondred in those team fights, just shooting from a long range with the Hyperflux on the face as well. And at no point in the game, I don't think any of us believed that there was a chance for a comeback. It was just too clean, too systematically destructive from the side of Nightshade. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, that's kind of what I expected to happen.
I mean, certainly on paper, I mean, we had this discussion about, is this, we know it's a super team, we have the players, and hey, they put on a good show. But of course, there's still a lot of this tournament to go on. Remember, this is a double elimination bracket, my friends. So Kappo and friends are still in this tournament. They've just dropped down to the lower brackets, and they will still play with their tournament life on the line. Nightshade EU are going to advance into the next round. Still, it was a fantastic game to watch there for everyone else, and we're going to throw it to a quick break. But when we come back, going to be a new rotation of the casters. We have got the winners bracket round 3 coming up soon. Best of 1 is over, now moving into best of 3s. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm F6, and you already know eScore. We just saw us in the casting booth, but we still got Falcon on the desk with us here today. DJ, and Tank had to take a little bit of a break just to get already cleaned up because, you know, these guys are going to be back here pretty soon. But we just watched and just outstanding game by Nightshade EU versus Kappo and Friends. And just to do a little bit of recap on the game, Falcon, how excited were you to see Nightshade EU being able to present themselves finally for the first time?
It was very exciting. I mean, when I first saw the announcement, like, oh my god, this team is going to be either a train wreck or absolute monster. And I'm more glad it is a monster because why don't you love just competitive esports? But I mean, it's going to be probably a better siren tomorrow when they are playing against higher ranked teams compared to Kappo and Friends, which is going to be very exciting. Don't miss that tomorrow. But until then, I think we got another set going on, haven't we?
Yes, we do. And we got washed up here coming in versus Team Ronin. This is winner bracket round 3 here. This one's gonna be a little bit different, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a best of 3. Ego, this Ronin versus washed up team. I know we're coming across the pond here, but just tell me a little bit more about what you've seen throughout some of the scrims, kind of just doing that homework in the background.
I've had the pleasure of getting to watch both these teams a fair amount, and my eyes are going to be on 2 players in particular. It's going to be a combination of Flame as well as Sparrow only, right? Both of these guys can very much so be momentum pace setters, if you will. It can allow their teams get off to fast starts, and at 1.8 where things are moving very quickly, I think that's an extremely valuable asset for either one of these teams, and whichever one of these players execute better, I'm looking to them to maybe try to take over this first game.
I mean,
it's going to be, apologies, it's going to be very interesting, but the problem is with that is Sparrow only is a very good player, but he's playing against Remy, which in the last PCC was part of Ronin, and before the 1.8 reset, he was the #1 ranked player for at least 2-3 weeks, so he is an absolute monster in ADC as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how that dual lane goes together.
I mean, you guys are 100% correct here, but I know we want to get into this game, right? I mean, we could talk about these players, these teams, all we want, but it really comes down on when these P's and B's are being picked up. We've seen a lot of picks and bans go throughout. Are we still going to be expecting the same thing here throughout this entire scene? Here you go.
I think I am for the most part, right? We're going to more than likely see Wukong go. I wouldn't be the most surprised to see Grux get flicked out, but I'm also possibly anticipating a couple respect bans to maybe Remy's pool, as you said, Falcon, an excellent player, top of the ranked boards. We know that if he gets a comfortable pick, he can take over a game.
I mean, we've already seen that the Richter has been banned, the Krang has been banned. Krang is probably just going to be banned every single game. That's going to be no surprise there. What is interesting though is the Morgus. Just looking at Ronin's ban from the last couple of games they've played, they haven't banned Morgus once, so this is probably a respect ban against Rust Up. I believe that Richter has already played Morgus once in this tournament, so just don't want to deal with it. Just a character that it's also seen more of a noob stomper in a lot of times, but in the hands of someone who knows how to play this character, can be very slippery, can do a lot of damage in these team fights, and with that ultimate, it's just so good at securing kills.
I mean, we know Richter, kind of just that big body, always just kind of one of those characters that provides a lot. You guys pointed out the Grux, Kwang just being exceptionally great. I know you're a Morgus connoisseur here, Ego. I mean, you can talk to me a little bit about that one, because that was a little bit surprising to me.
I very much so do like the Morgus. I mean, we've seen very limited showings of the character back during the Gazoo LAN. I think it was Shin who piloted him, also a very notorious EU mid laner, to show that this character very much so is capable of helping burst down a team. And as you said, Falcon, that ulti is vicious. You know, 100% hit rate in most circumstances, unless you're able to pop an epoch. But onto the other side, we're seeing Prio and other very high quality mages and engagers. Rena, Boris, Falcon, those are going to be the first 2 pickups for Washed Up.
Yeah, we can't really say where the Ren is going right now. Support when it has been on the rise since the augment change, having that mortal coil be a 20% larger, or even just getting the augment, which gives you extra gold on those pickups, gives you quite a valuable asset in terms of those team fights. But Boris is going to be something that we probably see a lot of. Very good clear, very fast clear, and that means that you can get to those seedlings faster, you can get to those real buffs faster, get those rotations faster. So talk about how fast this draft is going through a blitz of a place. Already 3 picks from both teams been picked up. Wukong going until the 3rd pick for Ronin.
I mean, this is blazing fast, but it's okay. We have a lot of time to be able to break all of this down for you guys there at home. I mean, we talk about the Rampage there. To me, that already speaks a comfort pick towards Flame. We've seen him pilot this Rampage, very comfortable towards it. How we kind of known to be that kind of counter towards Rena. Kind of want to see how that one plays out, but we know Rena eventually just scales and gets to that point where she's just absolutely a menace. But the Wukong finally being able to be picked up, and it's actually 3rd, is kind of really crazy to point out there. But somebody that we know who's a damage dealer is that Revenant coming in for 3rd on the opposite side. There you go.
We've seen Revenant in the competitive scene overall just completely take over when he's able to develop a lead, the little bit of movement speed, the massive damage he has on that 4th shot. Kind of forces you to play a more respectful place out because built into the fundamentals of his kit is a game-changing kind of pace. That being said, Wukong being locked in, still going to be picked up here from Washed Up. I actually really like this pickup, right? Something to be able to lock someone down. You got Boris for the reposition and Rena to just burn them if your Revenant isn't on the front end of this fight.
It's a lot of very flexible picks from Washed Up right now, and I just want to clarify one thing. Welcome to EU. There is a player called Flamepoken on Ronin. Flamepoken just plays Wukong. That's what he loves playing. He's completely obsessed with the character. I think he's got a 78% win rate in Paragon on this character. So Chits is going to be running that Rampage into support. It's going to be that Wukong in the jungle. And then with the final round of picks, that's going to be a Feng Mao in the offlane for Juroldi. Twin Blast being picked up for Remy. With the Wraith Band away, I think this is going to be his 3rd pick. He normally likes playing that Revenant that way, so this is kind of going lower down on his hero pool. Still very comfortable on this pick. Going to have no issues whatsoever. But my question is, this last pick will determine where all of these characters in Washed Up are going. Still could be offlane, Renner could be support, so we'll have to see what their last pick.
Definitely got to see what that last bit to really compound everything together. I'm seeing a lot of difficulty to be able to kind of play on both of these teams, right? I mean, you have a lot of diversion. I mean, the Feng Mao is kind of one of those characters as well that if you just kind of keep this thing off to the side, not being able to stack his passive up, you might be okay. But as soon as he gets onto the board, it's really a lot of things to worry about. But at the same time, I do see a lot of flexibility on the side of Team Ronin, which I really do like. Here comes the crunch once again for Washed Up. It seems a little bit familiar with that steal and crunch. Looks like they kind of want to take their bang for the buck there.
Oh man, on the side of Ronin, I'm expecting to see a lot of Skysplit, a lot of Noxia. There is so much beef on the side of this Washed Up composition. Onto the other side of Ronin, though, kind of getting a little bit of a back and forth. I don't mind it as much when you have that mobility and that kind of burst damage potential that comes with the Feng Mao, right? They're going to be wanting to try and play safe around this Revenant, make sure he's able to free cast a very powerful spell. It's called Bullet onto the opposition. However, there's some solid enough dive and overhead damage in the Howitzer that's going to actually be coming out of Ronin here.
Yeah, both of these compositions are about these skirmishes, these dives. Not really going to probably be seeing that much pure 5v5 teamfight wombo combo sort of thing. You have got the Steel Sealed Bass or Steel Slam, which is probably going to be your main thing. But I think this is going to go down to really the early game. Whoever can come out of that early game, come out to that about 10-minute mark, 12-minute mark ahead, should have enough of a comfortable lead to secure the victory. I mean, there is chances of comebacks, definitely for sure, especially like the likes of Feng Mao. If he gets those resets in a team fight, the Crunch can just go ahead. Boris has infinite healing if he so wants. So there's possibilities, but it's going to be down, like I said, just in this early game. If this Boris gets ahead, if this Wukong gets ahead, then it's just going to run across the map.
Yeah, I'm going to think it's going to go down to if Rena hits a Mez, I feel like that is what Washed Up is kind of waiting on. If that Mez hits one or two people, I feel like they can capitalize on that. And like you said, the opposite side is Feng Mao can get those resets. If Feng Mao can get his stacks on early, I mean, there's just so much they can do. Both these teams have some late game, some early game as well. A lot to kind of break down there. I mean, is there any last words here that you guys have for these team comps? I mean, what do you think are the prio heroes that you think are going to be the real big game changers for both of these comps?
I most certainly are going to have my eyes on this Fang Mao. We've seen this character be extremely potent within the competitive sphere. And then on to the other side, I'm actually going to divert away from some of the DPS. I'm going to show a little bit of that support love. I'm going to be looking at Steel. I want to see some big setup ults. I want to see some timely peel for the Revenant. You have to play Protect the President around this guy once he hits that 20-minute mark and gets those items online. So those are going to be the two characters, the two players as well, that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
I'm going to be looking at someone completely different. I know you guys are in NA, so you haven't experienced this in the past, but Monkey is scary. Monkey will terrify you. Monkey will kill you multiple times. So I'm always going to be looking at Flame if he's playing this character. On the other side, Sparrow only on a snowball hero like Revenant. If he gets those 1 kill, 2 kills in the laning phase, gets those extra bounties and get that gold lead, then there isn't anyone on Ronin who's going to be tanky enough to survive that 4th shot from the Revenant, and he will just 1v9 the game.
He will indeed. Monkey wins games. There's going to be big steel shield slams. There's going to be a lot of action going on. And with that, you heard it from the desk. But we got 2 casters waiting to get ready into this best of 3 first game. HD Philly B and Spooky Mars. Take this one away.
That's right, everybody. Welcome to the game. So glad to be here, Philly. We heard it from the desk. Monkey wins games. The question is, can Ronin win games as well? Obviously, they already won 1 to get here. But man, I'm looking at these drafts, and there's a lot of explosive potential from both sides. Philly, this is going to be exciting.
Oh, absolutely. I love the squad from Ronin, but it's a very mid-game centric. That's their timing. That's where they want to explode. That's when Fang Mao can come online. The Monkey can come online. They can really do their damage. They're running this sort of pick composition. If you look at their ultimates, they're very single target, like the Make It Rain, etc. So it's very difficult for them to then take some of those pit fights in earnest. So they're going to want to find a pick across the map and then roll that into an objective. And that's exactly how EU teams like to play. They're more focused on these macro rotations. There'll be tiny movements to push teams to one side. And then when somebody's caught out a little bit in mispositioning, they'll strike. And so a pick composition really works well in that EU sense. On the other side, though, with Washed Up, they scale heavily into this game. I mean, the Revenant and the Rena, if this goes late game, it's disgusting with what those 2 characters can do. I love this team fight potential from the side of Washed Up, so they are probably going to be looking to press the issue a little bit more on these objective fights, maybe go for an early Fangtooth, especially that's what Boris wants to do. That's why characters or players or teams have picked this Boris, because he can go for these objectives early. And with so many more neutrals now on the board, you want to claim them early and often. I'm kind of expecting like a 3-2 into 3-2, yeah, like this, right? Where the Rena and the Revenant are here and the big beefy boys are up here, kind of causing a distraction, like, oh, I'm being punched, oh, I'm being slashed, right? And then in the back line, you're taking a bullet to the chest and you're dead. So that is kind of how I'm expecting them to engage in some of these fights. So a lot to look forward to in this one. It's a best of 3, it's also spooky, so super excited.
So let's talk a little bit about that early game, right?
Yeah.
Because I look at Washed Up, and the early game follow-up doesn't feel like it's going to be super impactful, right? You've got the Revenant who takes a little bit of time to scale up. You've got the Rena who really wants to get those soul coins online, or the Essence is what it's actually called. And I look over at Ronin. You've got the Howie can pump missiles down range pretty frequently. Those hurt pretty early on. Twin Blast should have a lot of pressure in that lane as well. Much better wave clear, has some very good range. I'm just wondering, will this Boris have the backup he needs to go for those early objectives? Because it feels like Ronin should control a little bit more of that through these lanes.
Yeah, you make a good point, because the way that Boris approaches is very linear, easy to read, right? If you get sniffed out, I walk at you and you're just like, I guess I should back up now, and then you do. So yeah, very will be difficult for him, but these are professional players, right? They know how to set. They're not just picking this character like, well, do your best, right? No, they have the reasons to get it done. Yeah, no, exactly. So the timings are going to have to be crucial. And here's the thing: in that duo lane, just as you mentioned, Remy on that Twin Blast, one of his favorite characters, he's going to be pushing that lane in pretty heavy with the grenades, right? You might go that augment to get that triple, just boom, boom, boom. which means that they're pushed in, which means they're vulnerable for a gank. And that's where Boris wants to be able to do. Come from that, not the middle fog wall, but the back fog wall. So that way, even if you know you're sniffed out, you turn around and boom, bear in the face. So I think if then he can Ursa impact you right back to the rest of the squad, and then you can kind of find that elimination from there. So yeah, I think there's potential there. In the mid lane, though, we talked about it in the green room. Going on the howitzer, he's got the mind to boop you back, the slow grenades to slow you up, and the make it rain to fly away. So mid lane might not be his focus, but the mid lane is where the tempo is set here in 1.8. But if you can get priority in that mid lane, it opens up seedlings, opens up shapers, opens up river bugs, opens up pathways to the bigger neutral objectives. So that mid lane is so important. Ganking that is going to be difficult. If they can find the howitzer on the low ground in the river, could be good.
So my mind now goes towards this off lane, because it really feels like a wild card of a lane. Feng Mao and Crunch. Both of these characters can go absolutely crazy if they get a lead. The question is, which one of them is going to be able to do it? Do you put jungle presence over there to try to get someone snowballing? Because they can both run wild, but is it the best usage of your time? The mini prime there, maybe, but what are you thinking, Philly?
I love Feng Mao. Feng Mao's one of my favorite characters. When I first started playing this game, I know. And from a competitive sense, everybody hates him. But when I first started playing the game, I was like, you know what, Feng Mao, this is the guy I want to learn. I still suck, but such a great character. In the off lane, not my favorite. I think he's a better jungler because he can facilitate his passive a lot quicker. And that's what you want to do. You want to snowball him and scale him throughout the game. He's received a lot of nerfs over this this most recent patch, but still pretty strong because he's a high skill character. You have to be able to pilot him effectively. In the off lane, pretty tough. Against this Crunch matchup, I like Crunch a little bit more, especially because Crunch has been buffed. He got an extra boon to his physical power to start, which then helps him. I know augmentation has been changed because it scales off of base physical power, but now that Crunch has better base physical power, you could go that item, but you might see Mutilator. Sorry, Swiggy, you know you always get me on these tangents, lad. You know I can always go for it. You always have those good questions. But yeah, it's. I think the Rock'em Sock'em robot is going to have more of an advantage in that lane. The setup is there. If you get a good Falcon punch, right? Boom, pop them up, and then the Boris can come in. That timing is going to have to be perfect, though. So I don't know if Boris will play that side as much, but we'll see.
Yeah, see, I just like listening to Philly talk. So anything I can do to get you talking for like 10 minutes at a time, I'm pretty happy. That said, we are going to take it to a quick short break here as we wait for our last players to load on in. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you didn't miss us too much, because we are back and ready for some action. Philly, seems we had to sub a player out, or I believe it was washed up there. B9 gonna be slotted out. Llama coming right on in. So, new player. Does that change things?
I think so. The subs don't always get reps. Usually it's just like somebody's buddy, and you're just like, can you be our sub just in case? And they're like, sure. So we'll see if they're game ready. I mean, Bot Llama is on the roster, right? It's not just some rando, right? This is an official tournament. You have to be on the roster in order to play. But it's about those reps is what I'm talking about. Because in this 1.8, it's all about communication. With more neutral objectives, that flow chart that we always talk about, Spooky, it's a little bit more intense. You have to be able to communicate effectively and decisively if you're going to go for an objective, because those timers, they're slim now. If you're saying we're making the call to go Shaper, you better everybody 5 do it, or you'll get caught out. You'll get a full wipe, and then they can take more objectives off the board from you. So
he's a tanky boy.
Very true. So Bot Llama is keyed into those communications, will flow nicely into the team. I think they'll be fine, but they have to be a good listener. So we'll see. And they are, I believe, playing on the support role. So, okay. Supports, they're good. I'm a support. You're good. Usually a good listener, right? You're like, all right, Carrie tells me go over here. You go over here. You go follow the jungle over there. So we'll see. Sometimes the support is the shot caller, though. So I don't know. I think the shot caller here, though, is probably Flame. One of the most prolific players on this squad, was a captain for Fang Draft, right? Like everybody in EU and in NA knows this guy. So he's the shot caller for sure. As long as the team can listen to him and they coordinate effectively, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm the support, I'm not asking anybody any questions. Like, we're fighting here and you're going to back me up, or we are going to lose the game and I'm going to blame you for it. Usually not their fault, but that's bronze lobbies for you. So,
yeah, right.
You talked about the flow chart of the game, and things have changed up quite a lot here, right? As you mentioned, the World Shaper, big objective, also takes a while to bring down. So, looking at these drafts, how equipped do you feel they are, not just for those fights around like the Fangtooth, the Orb Primes, but around those Shapers as well? Because the fights around those aren't those enclosed circular spaces. It's normally in the river there, in that whole line. So it's a little bit more open. You got those walls that people can come over. What do those look like for these teams?
Yeah, very curious question. And like we alluded to right before that break, it's the Boris. The Boris is very good at taking those objectives quickly. The Wukong needs at least an item. Usually, before it was the augmentation, now it might be Mind Razor, right? They're mutilate or something like that. So he needs at least one item to help his clear a little bit more. So in the beginning, it's going to be a smidge slow. So we'll see. And slow by a couple of seconds, right? But that is massive in this game. So I think the Boris has a smidge of an advantage in that early game in the river. But what we talk about with the monkey all the time is he's catch me if you can. So he might feign to go for the seedling. Everyone's like, we jump, we're going down, we go low ground river. And then everyone's like, okay, pop, pop, pop. And they shoot him from above as he's running away. So we'll see how that cat and mouse game plays, my friend.
We will have to wait and see. Man, my eyes got to be on this Wukong, especially because Falcon was talking a lot about this Wukong being a pretty big threat. So we'll see how it goes here. Let's get into the game, find out for ourselves what these teams have to offer. Philly, where are we expecting things to really start the ball, right? Because both these teams kind of want to wait past this early game. With the Boris, it really feels like you want to set the pace.
Absolutely. And Falcon alluded to this well on the desk in terms of getting this Revenant off to a good start, getting some early kills for him. So if I'm this Steel, I'm saying, do you want me to play aggressive? Do you want me to play up and bull rushing in immediately? And if that's the case, then maybe they can find that elimination early. But Jax on this rampage, one boulder to the face will stop you in your tracks.
Yeah.
So, have to be careful about how you engage, but they're getting pressure early on here, friend.
Yeah, this is not the look I was expecting on this duo lane. I was expecting Ronin to have a little bit more pressure than this. Maybe doing the wave clear, the poking themselves, but that's just not going to be the case. And on the other side, Rickster takes a little bit more damage than Raleigh early on. That lead to a reaping dash, pushing Rickster back. enough to find a kill, but certainly enough to find some pressure. However, with these updated back timers and how long it takes to get back to lane, this really isn't the advantage it once was.
Yeah, it's been reduced by 2 seconds, and I think that's to help facilitate teams to get back to these neutral objectives quicker, just because there's so many more that if you do fall behind, then it just feels bad. Yeah. So if you can back more quickly, then you can get back to the objective and fight more, because that's what we want. We want to see the action on the map here. Now, this mid lane is going to have some poke here from Kimbo. He's going to be looking to put those R2000 rockets in, but the one downside of Howitzer in terms of his mid lane prowess is he's not the best wave clearer. He needs at least that combustion online to even think about flashing a wave, but he's not as good as, let's say a Gideon or even this Rena here that he's facing up against. So I would imagine the priority is going to go to Zen early on, but when push comes to shove in terms of the fight, I'm liking Kimbo.
There is the added fact that if Zane wants to get that soul essence, he has to walk up into those minion waves. And sure, if yours is pushing, you've got a little bit of safety there, because Kimbo has to decide, do I want to poke you? Do I want to hit the wave? But 9 times out of 10, it's an easy call to say, hey, you're trying to scale, take some damage for it. So it makes it a little bit more dangerous to play that game. You're really kind of looking for those opportunities to rotate out, look for those river bugs, make sure you're getting that guaranteed soul essence. Try to get online as quick as possible, as safely as possible.
For sure. And like we talked about in that pregame, this mid lane is pivotal in terms of facilitating the rest of your team. Once again, G-Rolly over here, the hamstring, just cutting this robot down to size. This is what you want to play. And if you do play Feng Mao in the offlane, it's got to be aggressive. You have to be the first one to strike. And if you played him before he had his update, I think in 1.4 with the change to his passive, it was this passive where you wanted to get that first strike to get the true damage. So if you're an old head like G-Rolly is, that's the play style Feng Mao really wants to do, and he's getting it done there in the offlane.
Yeah, even with the passive change, he still is more than happy the first one active. Now, let's take a look over this map as a whole, right? We've seen a lot of activity on the right side, a little bit on this duo side, but slowed down a little bit. Flame will be the first one on this seedling. Got to secure that without any contention. Does set him up for potential game. Eyes here. Ragnarok also on the seedling. Could have a collision course. Flame's not going to be able to steal anything away, but he is going to aggress right onto Zane. Push him back into the river. Link up with Ragnarok, but that's not going to stop the aggression coming through. And Kimbo with the R2000. First blood is secured for Ronin. Ragnarok has to watch him walk away.
And that is a picture-perfect example of what we were talking about, right? Boris, he's going to look to go for those objectives early, and the monkey is going to just play na-na-na-na-boo-boo, right? And so that made Zane say, like, banana, yeah, that's right. And it made Zane step up. For just a second, he was out of position for a moment. Boom, Cycle Breaker hits, R2000 rocket on top, crushed into the dirt. First blood goes the way of the monkey. Perfection there from Ronin.
We saw a big rotation come out from duo lane as well. Got there late, wasn't able to do anything. Ragnarok, undeterred, says, all right, you want to get the first blood? That's fine. I'm going to look for a first blood of my own on this Fangtooth. Jax will spot him out, but take a look at the position on this map. There's no way for Flame to get over here in time. This is just going to go the way of washed up for pretty much free.
Yeah, and I think that's a good disciplined play. You spot it out, but don't bring your resources over there. Get something else on the map. Get that extra wave. Maybe find gold buff. Get a river bug secured, whatever it is. And that's that EU style, right? Where you're just playing these little macro rotations to pull and push and pull people out of position. But this is what the Boris wants to do. Start these objectives early when you least expect it, and then you don't have the numbers over there because maybe you went somewhere else. But I like what Flame is doing here, recognizing that Boris is on the other side of the map. I'm going for an invade. He nabs the red.
And just look at the aggressive play from Ronin as a whole here, right? Flame says, you know what? I'm going to go for some invades. Duo lane says, hey, we've cleared our wave. Let's just see if we can do anything over in this mid lane. Unfortunately for them, they do get warded out there. But just the willingness to take those steps out and try to utilize the time that you've gotten is massive. Big shield slam comes in. Flame, there's some danger, but Kimbo's going to take right up to the skies and drop the damage down onto Rickster. Now trying to find a way back out of this one. Health is low. Garali says, no, sir. I'm the executioner, and you're on the chopping block, buddy.
Oh, and it's a double for the lad. Love to see it. And Giroli was looking for that elimination all game long. How much pressure he had put onto Richter in that offlane. It was only a matter of time before he got his just desserts, and that's a big double. That's 2 bounties, 2 extra stacks in that passive for the Fang Mao. My goodness.
That's a nice look for Giroli. You've been trying to get the ball rolling. Now you finally got it started. First one big, the second one not as much, but gets you closer to that 3rd stack. Yep. Now look at that right side. Mini Prime going to be started up right away. Giroli now has a lead, and Flame Poke is going to play through that as much as possible. Hopefully get this Fang Mao unlocked by taking down that first tower and really unleash the carnage.
And I love this Berserker's act from the side of Flamboykin. Really going to use the Void Walk, right, where he just zooms past you, slows you up, and with that dash, he gets the extra ability damage, and then boom, he'll just kind of burst you. They're putting the purple buff onto Giroli because they know he has the advantage. He's like, what, 2 levels up here on Richter right now? I mean, he is going to be able to press this advantage and unlock himself. This is what I was looking for the side of Ronin. Can this Fang Mao be unlocked so he can rotate around the map more? So yeah, a great choice there from the side of Ronin to give it over to the Fang Mao.
There's something so funny and petty about the one smackback Giroli gives Richter as he steps out of the tower. Doesn't do nearly as much damage as he took, but it's just to show, hey, you don't get to do that stuff for free. Careful though, Ragnarok in the area will look for this gank. Giroli spell shields out the engage from Richter, but here it comes. Fear's gonna come down. The blink forces some space from Giroli. That's gonna keep him alive and keep the Mini Prime active.
Whew, yeah, that's a Reaping Dash Blink combination if you've ever seen it. And that's another highlight that we talked about in the pregame, buddy. Knowing that this is how the Boris is going to work. Knowing your lanes are pushed in, that is when he wants to strike. They almost got it done there. It was like 1 or 2 abilities. If you feel like Richter was not as behind, they would have gotten that elimination. The CC chain was perfect. But that just shows how far Richter has fallen there. He needs that first item online, just hasn't had it yet. A good gank attempt, just doesn't come up with the goods that time.
And in the meantime, Flame says, you know what? If Ragnarok's going to be on that side, let's go ahead and take this seedling, get ourselves a little bit further ahead. And Zane takes a boulder to the face. You can try to blink, my friend, but there's nowhere to go. Zane will be down for the count. 0-4, Ronin leads. That's straight over to the Fangtooth.
Oh, my word. I mean, Falcon said it on the desk. This Flame Monkey is just like, he's Super Saiyan 5 out there. He's just going crazy on these kids. I think next time in the draft, instead of the Morgish, you're going to ban the Monkey instead. I mean, that's what happens, right? You go for a little bit of an off-meta ban in terms of the Morgish, and then you get burned for it. Right now, it looks like Llama, he might be turned into some sheepskin.
Llama gonna go ahead and jump up. Actually, llamas and sheep are different animals.
They're 2 different things.
Just in case you didn't know, llamas spit a little bit more.
True, that's fair.
Another gank here. Ragnarok really wants to focus on Giroli.
There it is.
He doesn't have a blink out of this one this time. And if Richter can get the kill, that's massive. Great knock-up. And just like that, Richter puts Washed Up on the board, gets himself a big comeback kill.
Yeah, that's massive. And Giroli, you've got to recognize that. You know that they have your timer, that the blink has been expended. But because of that, they know that the Boris is on the other side of the map. This Fang is going to be open. Flame is here to secure it with the hunt. Easy Fang here for the side of round.
They also know that Fang Mao is on the other side of the map, technically. So you're not
true.
wrong.
Well, he
there.
was.
Like the face showing up from the duo lane, but recognize there's really not a lot they can do against all of that. Take their steps back, just recognize the Fangtooth has gone down. See what else we can do. Mini Prime still about halfway before it comes up here. The question is, what steps do Washed Up take? We've seen a lot of attention paid towards this right side, but it's come at some costs here, Philly. Seedlings have been taken. Fangtooth has been taken. Your tier 1 in mid has just gone down. They've given up a lot for 1 bounty.
Yeah, their game script is kind of getting away from them, so to speak. I mean, they need to facilitate this Revenant. Hasn't gotten a kill yet. Maybe has some farm, but Flame, he's looking to put a stop to that.
Yeah, Flame just completely blocks the entire obliterate. However, Sparrow only does get under that tower with Llama there. Not a lot more they can do. Richter, though, finds a solo kill on the right side. Finally able to turn things around, and the health bar, he didn't do too bad.
Yeah, and I think this is where the Crunch is now able to clap back. He's got an item online. He scales more heavy in terms of that bruiser, but we're bruising here in the duo again.
Bruising for a cruising. A Remy goes right into the grave. Flame comes back around, says, all right, you want to keep playing. I don't know about this one. Doesn't have the damage. Llama, a little too tanky, and Ragnarok, not the guy you want to fight against. Zane just going to stop it back, buy some time. There's no objectives up on this left side, so I'm not sure what Washed Up is wanting to play for here.
It's just to give the Revenant some space so he can farm effectively, right? So I like it. And we were just highlighting how they hadn't made any rotation over there, so it was about time they do so. And I'm glad that they did. Get this Revenant a little bit, some more farm, secure that gold buff easy, maybe get your back in real quick, get that next tier 2 that you can, and then go from there. Once again, these two are fighting in the duo. Great mind, and it's Kimbo who secures it.
Kimbo's going to pick that one up, but Jirali is more than happy to have the help here. Put Rickster back in his place. Ragnarok also kind of being chased around a little bit here, not allowed into the lane to defend. Jax keeps his eyes right on him. No real fight to have, but look at the timing on this, Philly. Mini Prime. And coming right back up. This is a beautiful moment for Ronin to go for another objective. They've been very good about securing almost every objective on the map so far. We've seen one Seedling, one Fangtooth go to Washed Up. Everything else has been Flame on these timers.
For sure. And this is that little push and pull, those little micro movements to give you space on the map. They saw that Zane rotated to the dual lane, so Kim was like, well, I'm going to the other side of the map. They find a kill, and then there was a wall of gold there from the Dusk side, just blocking any entrance to that river. Flame then held the mid lane, so Zane had to stay there to counter the wave. That created more space to then go for this mini prime. They secure it easy once again. I believe this goes on to G Rolly once more. They're really putting emphasis on this off lane.
I see no problem with that, honestly. If you want to really get this offlane moving, this is a great place to be. And frankly, with that tier 1 down, hold that thought. Kimbo in a terrible spot. He's going to just drop. Rickster says, all right, bet. You want to gank me? I'll come gank you right back. Should unlock a little bit more of this crunch. Both offlaners now unlock.
Shoo-wee, he was just shoved into a locker there. 4-man rotation to the mid laner. Poor guy.
We hate Howie.
Yeah, my goodness, Bangle Mac will have something to say about that for sure. Does have the Combustion and the Tainted Scepter online. 4K gold difference, so not insurmountable by any means, but that is from those objective takes that Ronin has been getting time and time again. We talked about how they want to go for this pick composition, and they're finding those picks here, Spooky. They're getting one person off the board and rotating that into an objective where Washed Up hasn't had that full 5-person team fight yet to then, roll that into what they want to do. So once again, they're scaling, and they have the Boris here for the early game to help them with some of those objectives. But now Fang, he's the big one. He's up next.
Jax misses the boulder. Like you said, Washed Up hasn't had that full 5-on-5 just yet, but they've been doing a pretty good job of looking for those picks themselves as well here. Been trying to jockey for some position, some space, advantage around this Fangtooth. And now that neither team has found a pick here, this may be our first 5-on-5. You can see all bodies moving out of their lanes, trying to look towards this objective. Paper here. It looks like we're going to go into the mid lane. Not sure how much opportunity there is here. But Washed Up is certainly looking for it.
Spooky, the ultimates weren't online. Shield Slam just got up, and they don't have Abyssal Rift. That's their main wombo combo, right? Engage with the Shield Slam, then Abyssal Rift on top, and everybody's, scatter to the winds. Now Abyssal Rift is up. Now they feel comfortable going for the Fang. It's Ragnarok. He starts it, but Rickster goes down first.
Big pick, no 5-on-5 here, and immediately Flame just takes out the opposition. 2 quick picks for Ronin, and Zane just has to sit in stasis. Nothing to do. Jirali spaces everything out. And somehow the fight's still going. Llama goes down as well. Ragnarok trying to answer back, but doesn't have anything for Jirali. Instead, second Fangtooth goes the way of Ronin. And that is all she wrote for that fight. 3-0, Philly.
And they expend the Abyssal Rift and the Shield Slam in that as well. And Jax, he has got to go for that 2 camp. No. He's got to go for the 2 camp because he needs that experience. But not necessarily an interesting build, but it's a very squishy build from him. Going Sky Splitter into Ashbringer. you're very vulnerable here. What he's at, 1,700 health. That's not a lot. You can be bursted easily, especially with the likes of a Fang Mao and a Howitzer on the other side. So Ragnarok has to play very carefully in a lot of these engagements. We talked about the communication factor there, Spooky, as we see the sky turn burgundy, right? The best color in the game, in the world, as the Shaper was taken. Now the meteors will rain from the skies. But in that previous engagement, they were split. I'm going for the Fang. Well, I'm going to try to backline this guy. Well, then, okay, now the Revenant was by himself. He's the primary target. They know that. They immediately take him down, and then they just find the stragglers after that. So great target prioritization here from Ronin in that fight.
Targets taken down, and meteors come crashing down. Ronin certainly in control of the momentum of this game. Things were getting closer. Washed Up was able to put a few kills on the board. Ronin has now separated things, and I have to wonder if that's maybe a little bit due to the squishier builds coming out from Washed Up as well. This Howie, Kimbo's piling, loves to just sit back, but Remy takes the teleporter, goes all the way. Oh my goodness, no, he gets pulled back down. Oh, that's tragic for the Twin Blast. Now, he's gonna journey over to the right side. Means Jirali might have some company here. They're only trying to find a way out of this one. Goes into the Nether Realm, but it's not going to be enough to save your life. The Earth Shaker shakes him to the soul. Flame looking for a way out. He's a slippery little monkey, but there's 3 people here. Here comes Jax the Boulder, trying to help out his jungler. Pulls 2 away. It's enough to slow down the aggression onto Flame.
I feel they have to get out of this. They're behind. They've lost 2 people already. Don't lose anything more. Great peel there from Kimbo. Jack, just leave, buddy. Just leave. The BB boys, they're on you. Get out of there. They're trying to turn it. Flame. Yeah, he's even back too. Do they turn this? There's no freaking way.
Oh my God, they just turn it around. Rickster gets dropped, and just like that, Ronin reminds you who's in control. Flame with the double kill. This is some real monkey business.
Oh my word, the peel from Kimbo. Anytime they were advancing on Jax or Flame, he just popped around the corner, shot. And they were like, ouch, that kind of hurt a little bit. and then a great void walk there, slice through a couple, then gets the proc on the Berserker's axe, and pow, takes down 2. The monkey just doing work out here. My goodness. Now the mini prime is up. They have 30 seconds or so to take it. They'll be able to burn this guy quick.
Oh yeah, this guy goes down in the blink of an eye. Look at all the damage they have here.
Oh my.
Flames just say, yeah, get it, Jirali, get it, Jirali. I don't think he's in. Okay, maybe he comes in. Does he take it?
All right.
Yeah,
no. I think he does.
Jirali's gonna end up with that one again. 3rd time he's gotten this mini prime. Seedlings are in complete control of Ronin. This game feels like it's starting to slip further away from Washed Up. And we talked about it on the draft, right? Washed Up wants to play for the late game. They're looking for those team fights. This becomes harder the more you fall behind, and there becomes a point where your 5-on-5 on paper is good, but in the game doesn't have the items online, the gold resources to really bring the win.
Yeah, I mean, you can say everything about how the abilities stack up, but they get augmented by your level, by your items. And so if you're behind, then they're gonna tickle, right? They're not gonna do what they need to do. And you're right, they are behind now. Especially, we didn't even highlight, they did take that Shaper, which adds that global experience and gold for your entire team. So that's another boon to the lead that they already have. And now Flame Boykin has the Infernum online. He is going to be clearing these camps even quicker than he was before. So his invades are going to be insane should he go for him, which will then accelerate their lead. Get those golden flowers with 60 extra, smeckles in your pocket. So well done for there. A Citadel, an interesting choice here for Rickster. That shows me he really wants to get into the thick of things, be in that front line like we talked about, that 3-2 composition. They're posturing now for the Fang. They got to burn it quick because it's the Primal boy.
This is the Primal, but keep your eyes on the map too. Ronin, very slow to rotate over to this one. Seems they finally recognized it, but look how fast this is dropping. Kimbo gonna show up.
Shield.
They're not gonna be here in time. Washed Up secures. Flame Boykin drops on in. Look for a way right back out. Kimbo takes up to the skies and makes it rain, but he's in a bad spot. An Earthside drop brings them back down to earth. Rickster, though, is the first one to fall in this fight as Ronin look for the flank, and they find the flank. And all of a sudden, your health bars are beginning to get real low there, buddy. Washed Up might be getting washed out of this fight. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 as Ronin reminds ya we're still in this game. Nothing's free.
Whoo-wee, and it's still going now.
Oh, a triple
kill. You'll love to see it. Flame Boykin going Super Saiyan 7 now. This monkey is crazy down. This is wild from this guy. No can defend, my friend. Like, he's all over the place. They can't lock him down here. All they have is the what was it, Stupor, maybe the shield slam, but that's got to be used elsewhere in the fight. He has free reign here, it seems. We're rolling this one in the big prime.
Yeah, you take 4 quick kills, wipe the primal off of almost everybody on Washed Up. Now you take yourselves an Ore Prime. Sure, you gave up the second Fangtooth stack over to them, didn't get your third, but clearly they don't need the third stack to win these fights. Now with the Ore Prime, they're in a good position to keep on sieging. There's a lot of towers still on this map. Shaper is going to enhance this push even more. Philly, this is looking dire for Washed Up.
Yeah, very fortunate that the Shaper spawned on this side of the map, that they could easily roll that into the 2 objectives, bing, bang, boom, right? And now that the extra push from the seedlings, they get buffed up in purple as well, so they're going to be putting the hurt on. Now it's about how you defend this, because, my friend, look at all the towers. The tier 1s are still all up here for the side of Ronin, and now they have to push deeper into the other side and put these tier 2s down. So it's going to be these 1-on-1 engagements, hopefully, or they got to bring numbers. Gee, Roly, though, he's taking the 1v1.
He's looking for the 1v1, but I don't know if he's going to win that 1v1. Rickster pops him up and says, hey, buddy, you need to slow your roll down. It was a close fight. That's Citadel. Gives him some extra procs, gives him an extra durability, and it's enough to keep him around. I was actually wondering if that would impact his ability to take those fights. And the answer is yes, but in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good pickup for him, and so it helps him in those 1v1s as well as in those team fight engagements. But you saw there, folks, how tough it is to take that seedling down. It took Crunch's full kit just to eliminate him. So they have to be tactful about when they make these rotations, how they're using their resources. Now we have 4 members in the mid lane. This T2, not long for the world.
Ragnarok currently split pushing, trying to take down that tier 1 right now, which means Ronin has a lot of space to play for an inhibitor here. Have to be careful though. With Feng Mao gone, it is still a 4-on-4. Ronin recognized maybe not the best choice to try to push our luck here. Let's reel it back in, take our steps back, be happy with what we got. 2 tier 2s off the board, and now Ragnarok being chased around the board. We'll see if Jirali is able to pick that kill up or not, but I don't think Ragnarok has a way out looking at the collapse coming in.
Yeah, he has his blink, so if he feels like he wants to use it, I wouldn't, because then you're just wasting it. And there they go, the full-on collapse there. I don't believe the Fangtooth is up. No, it's not. It's still a little bit of time, so it's okay that the jungler's down for 50 seconds, but that might mean that Washed Up is going to be late to that fight. It's about now, Spooky, what do they do to get back into this? They've bent, they haven't broken, but now they're losing their time wasters. Those T2s we talk about all the time, just the game's punching bag, right? Just the time wasters here. We can see now it's a 13k disparity, make it 14k now between the squads.
That is a tough deficit to fight into. 4,000, all right, not the best look, but you can play into that. You add another 10,000 on top, that's a lot of items that can come through. A lot of things you don't have. Now, Fangtooth going to be started up here by Ronin. Still a few seconds left on Ragnarok's death timer as well. Actually, Flame's just going to take the hop over while he waits for the respawn timer. Thought maybe they were just going to posture, but instead we're still looking to get some pressure out.
I mean, look how far ahead Flame is. He has 5 items online. The guy Reeves and the Salvation now been picked up, so he's just feeling so durable. Now the Abyssal Rift.
There was a rift, and it seems that Zane fell into it. Just immediately popped out of the sky. That's going to open up this Fangtooth. Ronin in control. Jax. So much space creation here.
And an easy take. I mean, you get the mid laner down with their ultimate to boot, and then you're rolling right into the primal. It's just now about how does Ronin close this one out. It's really difficult for Washed Up here. I don't want to say they're out of it, right? Because you're never out of it. You just have to win one fight. But when every member on the opposite team has one more item than you do can be difficult. So they have to mount this defense, but against that primal flame that really does the damage, it's gonna be tough. They're diving in.
Jax with a massive folder. Make It Rain doesn't secure the kill, but the primal blaze does. Kimbo gets credited, and now Ronin are gonna walk on forward. The tides have come in, and you, my friends, are washed out. Double kill for the mid laner as Llama drops. Now Ronin just look to surge forward to this core. You've got some inhibitors left. A triple kill as Kimbo is just eviscerating everyone. Hey Zane, are you back from the grave? Maybe you'd like to go back to it. Jax wants to push forward. He's gonna lock you down, and Flame's gonna finish the job. The core is exposed and everybody falls. Ronin take game number 1.
Oh, it's a party in the Dawn side, and every Dusk member's invited. Oh, clean here from Ronin. They played their game to perfection. They did not allow Washed Up to scale into this game by any stretch of the imagination, and they were able to win that one fairly convincingly. For me, my friend, it's this Wukong. I mean, Flame is the MVP. He's the team captain. He's the shot caller. I think if you're Washed Up, that's got to be ban number 1 going into next game.
I'll remind everyone, this is a best of 3, unlike our first round. So, Washed Up, not completely out of the game just yet. They've got some time to come back. But man, Wukong was disgusting, Philly. I am never wanting to see Wukong ever again in my life, because if they do anything even remotely similar to that, like I might just quit out of the game.
Yeah, it's very difficult to lock that shifty character down. I mean, you have the steal, you have the stupor, but the stupor's kind of hard to hit on the monkey. He can jump, he can deflect it, whatever. The steal, you have to get up close and personal, and he could just jump away from you. So they didn't really have an answer for him to bring him back down to earth. So, yeah, really tough there for Washed Up. A great squad, nonetheless. They just didn't get to play the game they drafted for. So I think, in between these games, they will be reconsidering how they want to play, what timings do they want to hit, and then draft accordingly for that, knowing that Ronin is playing this all-out samurai-style composition. They're just going to go swinging each and every game. So how do you counter that with the hero pool that you have, the teammates that you have going into game number 2?
Very tough look, because really, Ronin drafted to control a lot of that map, right? Raleigh was doing fantastic on the right side. Kimbo absolutely fragging towards the end, and Jax just created so much space. You've put a lot of questions down, Philly. We won't get the answers until the next game, but before we can get to the next game, we got to go to a break.
It's not going to be a break just quite yet, Spooky, but we're definitely going to be talking a little bit about this Ronin versus Washed Up. I feel like Ronin just kind of took Washed Up to the laundromat there. What an excellent game by Team Ronin. There's just so much to break down. I know we're talking about in the background there. Ego, just talk me a little bit through about what are the biggest pain points for you for Team Washed Up going into that.
Oh man, the biggest moments in history normally have a name, so I'm going to give this one Bloodbath Under a Burgundy Sky, ladies and gentlemen, because Wukong just turned it up a notch the later the game got. It was not just him, keep in mind, but as the team captain, as the leader, he really helped set the pace to be able to push them to a win when there was some significant pushback from Washed Up. So overall, a great game, and I find that he was the focal point of it.
Monkey do monkey things as we thought in the desk at the start. Just Flame just doing what we honestly expect him to have done, but everyone on the side of Ronin actually played really well. Giraldi in that Feng Mao did die to Rixter one or twice in the solo kills, and Rixter doing really well, especially against the Orb primed version of that Feng Mao, but still was able to get those resets, able to do his job to kill Sparrow only in those team fights as an assassin should. Kimbo probably going under the radar, but having, I think it was like 7-1-14 or something like that. It was a scoreline, doing such a good job on the howitzer. The duo lane was a bit more invisible in that game. It wasn't really about the duo side of the map, but again, Ronin played really well as a queen, and they rallied behind Flame, and that's really where they got that victory from.
Yeah, I felt like on the side of Team Washed Up, like the dual lane and the mid lane didn't have a presence at all to really kind of impact anything else. And like you were saying, a pretty big impact coming there from Flame on that Wukong. But hey, we do have a second game you're heading into it. What kind of advice would you be giving to Washed Up here going into game number 2 to kind of get themselves up a little bit more of an advantage to kind of go against this top tier Team Ronin?
I'm a man of few words, so I'll only give him two. Ban the Wukong. We talked about the comfortability that Flame has on the character. Force him to, get a little bit deeper in the bag. I would also maybe supplement trying to take away that Fang, depending on the, pick ban order coming into that game too. But you need to change up that composition coming in, and you need to do something to make Ronin a little bit more uncomfortable.
Man, I'm bad at maths because that was a lot more than two from what I could work out there. But yeah, in agreement there. I would like Ragnarok to be a bit more active on the map. I think he did a good job with the boss in the early game, got that early Fang Tooth and Ronin unaware, but just didn't really go for the gank attempts, didn't really try and get any of his lanes ahead. It felt like outside of trying to just stop Giroldi's split push and get the advantage on there. I would like them to focus on Sparrow only. He is that star player that we have discussed. He didn't really get into the game at all on that Revenant and wasn't able to collect those bounties in the early game either. So the boss is fine, but just be a bit more active on the map in those terms of those ganks.
Get rid of the Wukong, get a little bit more active, get your ADC into the game. But there's a lot to be said. We'll see if they're able to take the advice going into game number 2. We're going to be taking a short break. We'll come back. We're going to have that ready just for you guys here in a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again. I'm F6, joined here with Ego and Falcon. And I know we want to get straight into the game, so we got the draft ready to go. Ego, will they listen to you and get the Wukong out of here?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm not the one quite playing for the money, and I am a Wukong enjoyer, so I would love to see it again. But for their betterment, I do have to advise them once again. I'll keep it short for Falcon. Ban the Wukong.
Wukong banned. There we go. All done. That is part one of Vostok's return. They have dealt with the main issue from the last game that is no longer going to be on the board now, or probably ever, for Ronin. However, we have plenty of more bans to come through. Richter being taken away. I'd imagine most of the other bans are going to be similar. We're probably going to see maybe the Grux, probably the Krang, but there might be some spice. We'll see what happens.
Definitely going to be able to see what happens there, but good job there, Washed Up, being able to get rid of that big pain point for you guys in game number one. Richter, we know the big displacement tool of that Rip Blast. You don't want to see it. And we know he has a lot into his kit as well. I mean, you have the skewer, the silence coming in from the shock therapy, and the movement speed that he gets from that electrocute is one of those demon things that he just gets to press E and run you straight down through that map.
And then to follow up that Richter ban and all the utility that comes with them, there's going to be a familiar ban and another familiar ban, right? The Kwong and the Morgesh are going to get knocked out. A little bit of a respect ban there, trying to keep that out of the hands of Washed Up. But with this first pick, we're going to see them prio a little bit of CC, a little bit of beef with the Rampage.
And it could be support, could be jungle. We're not too sure yet. What we do know is that this means Ronin actually has to pick another support. They've only played the Rampage support so far in this tournament, 2 times on Chips, 1 time on Jax. So it could be a swapper. I don't know exactly what sort of hero pools they have available to themselves, but there is plenty to pick from. Steel is still available, Morn is still available if they want to go those tunky front lines. If there's plenty of more supportive backline characters as well to be chosen. But it seems they're taking a little bit of time to choose what they want. And obviously there's no monkey on the board. They have got the Fengmao available to them. They got the Howitzer as well. So there is plenty of picks from the last game. But they're going to choose none of those.
They're not indeed. They're going to be choosing the Spaceman Gideon with all of that mobility. Also with the Grux coming in here. And we all know Grux likes to do. He likes to sit there and just hit you with his clubs. I mean, one of the most kind of just been in here for the entirety of Pred Comp. It's just been here is that Grux. So you put him inside the off lane. He's fighting whoever he needs to. But something we like to see picked up here is they see the Revenant back on the side of Washed Up. Something I see that Washed Up is trying to do is they're taking away picks, not in the bans, but also in what they pick up. They took away the Rampage, they took away the Howitzer, and they're kind of just taken away from the pool of Team Ronin.
Oh, 100%. And it's twofold, right? We talked about a little bit in the last game with the jungle invade. Being able to get gold is great. Being able to take gold while getting it is even better. And they're doing that same thing here in P's and B's. I liked the Gideon pick, but I like the follow-up pick coming out of Wash Up even more with this Howitzer. That vertical plane elevating and getting even higher. It kind of forces Gideon out to make him a little bit uncomfortable. To try to deal with that, though, it's going to be the giant hitbox of Howie needing to deal with this Wraith damage.
And that is going to be Remy's signature pick as well. He loves playing this Wraith. He has been, I mean, this is what he took to rank 1. So What's Up are going to have to deal with this at some point in time. Sparrow only, of course. Should be able to deal with it in the lane, but coming at those team fights, they're going to have some sort of dive potential to make sure the Wraith can't just snipe from a million miles back. They have, Ronin's already has taken away one of the targets that could have been used, which is the Boris. I think it looks like they believe that this is going to be a Rampage support. And more, one of the characters that I did suggest earlier, Steel, is still available for Ronin if they want to go that route. But they are definitely losing picks that are viable for the support role.
Yeah, it looks like they might possibly have to just choose that backline. I mean, somebody that is going to be the Decker. I kind of feel like she provides that CC that those frontliners kind of want to give you, but at the same time being able to keep that range still helps with the double range inside that lane. It's also going to help Wraith with his clear inside there to help make sure they don't get pushed in too much, especially when you think about how aggressive that dual lane can be. But the Kalari pickup is really something that's spicing this up.
Man, I'm in such a difficult spot because I've liked a lot of these initial picks coming out of Ronin, but I've really liked some of the counter picks, right? Kalari seems to be in a very comfortable space. She's performing well within the scrims that we've all been able to watch. On top of that, the damage follow-up that's going to be able to come out of like that Revenant ulti or this Howitzer can help finish off some of the kills otherwise she might not be able to. So I'm still on the edge with these teams, but I really do like this Kallari pick.
I've got to remember, well, this is Ragnarok on Washed Up, one of the bigger carry junglers that we see in the EU scene. So he loves playing the Kallari, he loves playing the Seraph, and has been successful on it in the past. So this is not a pick that they decided to throw out to deal with the Wraith. They know how to play around it, they know how to use it to be effective. And Shinbi, something we haven't seen so far this tournament, but it was only really a matter of time. Shinbi has been very effective in these games, was effective in the LAN as well that we saw previously. Just a very strong mid-game champion. So it's going to be something that gives a threat for the solo side of the map for Washed Up, gives a threat for the split push, and Ronin's going to, I mean, it's into a Grux probably, but they could swap it out, have that Grux in the jungle and then Zarus in the off lane.
A lot of things that can be said, a lot of things that can be put apart, but I do know what Washed Up is doing. I mean, the Shinbi being picked up here, I feel like she's definitely a threat towards any team. I mean, she gets to a point in the game where she's able to run down that back line. If you're looking over onto the side of Team Ronin, that Wraith is just not safe. You have you just have a Shinbi running at you, then you have the Kallari, and then here comes a Rampage just in case with a rock from downtown. I mean, it's going to be a rough time for you if you're able to get picked apart. There's a good thing Team Ronin has a lot of zoning with the cages, the Coliseum, the Decker containment fence, and hopefully they're able to utilize that torn space as well to create a little bit of a commotion verticality instead of on the horizontal plane.
I think you hit the nail right on the head, man. They have a lot of zoning potential here. They have some decent poke with this Wraith, right? They have some range CC coming out of the Decker. But when they want to all-in engage, I mean, the Coliseum, it's a place where one is known to rumble. That being said, I really do like this Washed Up composition and some of their all-in damage they can get off of just a little bit of CC or bad positioning coming out of Ronin. So a little bit of a mix-up, and it kind of determines, or my apologies, depends on which one of these teams kind of gets the picks they're looking for.
My concern for the side of Washed Up is just the lack of CC. Yes, you have the Rampage, but that's kind of it. The Boulder Toss is really the only hard CC that you have that is going to be pretty easy to land. You got to rely on stuff like the Landmine, Revenant, Scar to get that route. So getting that engage is going to be very difficult for them. And in terms of disengage, they don't really have that much at all. You have to make it rain to get away. You have the Rampage jump, but as you get dove on by the likes of dove on a Rev, dove on a Kallari, they're just going to pop and explode. So Washed Up, they have the tools to deal with Ronin, don't say anything against that, but they need to make sure that they choose the right time, the right place, otherwise they are going to be in a world of pain.
World of pain indeed, but I think we've said enough about these P's and B's. I mean, we're going to start to drop down to the Sanctuary to see what both of these teams got in store for us, but it's going to be HD Philly B and Spooky Mars taking game number 2 away. Guys, let us have it.
That's right, everybody. We're back for game number 2, and we could not be more excited. Washed Up, down 1 game, but up 1 player. B9 has returned to help out and make sure this team is right back where they started. Philly, Ronin in a good spot here, coming off of game 1. Can they keep that momentum up?
I'm loving this Wraith pick. We've been seeing a lot of players, both in NA and EU, go back to this, Deadpool-esque kind of assassin, right? This whimsical fourth wall breaker. He just does so much damage. So it makes sense to me why Washed Up had their ending of the draft with the Kallari and the Shinbi. Two characters really adept at getting into the backline. But what Falcon mentioned is that setup. They really just have the rock. If they can't lock somebody down, how are they going to burst them down? So there's going to be a lot on the substitute who, took a break for game 1. Are they going to be, fired up and ready here for game number 2? And they're going to have to be as we look, going into the later stages of the game. Very interesting in terms of how these teams scales. I mean, Wraith versus the Revenant both scale very heavily, so those kind of equal out, but then it's okay. The mid laners, are they the next up? I think I like Howitzer over the Gideon as they scale more, but then Zarus versus Kallari, I like Zarus scaling a lot better. So there's a lot of different things here. I do want to highlight the offlane a little bit. Shinbi is been a counter pick to the Grux, because you can poke him with the with the wolf right there, and then if he does gauge, you do the circle rhythm, you get your shield, you kind of block that double pain, and then you can kind of just keep poking him out. So I like this ability here. It's just about where's the setup coming from if they do try to gank this Grux. That's the problem.
It's really like they were listening to you and just felt like putting on the demonstration of your talking points as we hit it. Very nice from this off lane. And frankly, I think it's going to be very important to kind of keep Jirali a little bit more locked in to this lane. Because frankly, he kind of got out of control last game. Yes, there were times where Richter was able to take those fights, find those solo kills. But Jirali was really a big menace throughout the game. And in a game where he had so many menaces, that really became a problem. I kind of want to highlight, though, this Kallari, because it's not one that we see very often here, Philly. Kallari has been one of those characters where she's not tanky, all she does is kill people, and hasn't really been favored in a lot of metas. But in a team like this, where so many targets on Ronin are squishy, it feels like she can truly thrive here.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but then it's about what's your clear looking like? Are you able to help your team secure these objectives like the Shaper and things like that? Kallari's not really known to start objectives, sort of like the Boris or the Chimera, etc. You really need to get those picks and then roll into the objectives. If they're not getting picks, the objectives aren't just going to fall for them. They have to, and then the first pick there, that's going to do it.
Arrow only on the board, and there's something he struggled to do last game. We didn't see a lot coming out from this dual lane, so getting active early against the squishier team, very, very good look. I want to look at the other jungler as well here, though. Flame, and the one that just went down, Jax on this Decker. The double cages have long time been a very powerful tool, right? Separates fights very effectively, has very good gank potential here. We've also got the Black Hole that you can combo with this. There feels like a ton of objective fight potential from Ronin.
Oh yeah, circles on circles, baby. The Venn diagram gonna be crossing up, washed up. So
Venn diagram is a circle.
It is a circle within the circle. It's like Inception out here. Yeah, these two, I like the way that they do that. And the Grux is going to be integral in terms of their initiation, right? If they can get a good smash and grab, pull one or two members in, then cage them off, then that's where the burst potential comes through, right? The knock can slice through them, maybe drop a rock on them, maybe just get one or two members out, and then, try to pick off the rest of the members from there. So I really like their team fight engagement. Once again, washed up, not necessarily their team fight ultimates. They're very singular, right? The make it rain, the pulling into the nether realm, the guillotine can slice through people, whatever. All kill is a single target, but yeah, it's going to be tough, but once again, washed up, looking for those picks. They really want to find those guerrilla warfare skirmishes in the jungle. That's the one thing Kallari can really be effective at. Because there are all these neutral objectives, the jungler's going to try to go for them. Okay, maybe they might be a little bit low after fighting a seedling. That's when you strike, you get the advantage there, and then you find the objective on your own. So look for that Kallari to maybe take some of those engagements once they get about an item or so online. I'm looking at the Zarus. He has to get level 6 before he gets active, so you can see him just power farming in the jungle as fast as possible.
Personally, I thought Kallari was a robot, not a gorilla, but I don't know that much about the character. I want to go back to this right side, because you mentioned Jirali being a big part of the initiation. My question is, how often can Jirali be in those team fights, right? Because this Shinbi, if left alone, can just split push down a lane and say, ha, you've got nothing. Washed Up can take that first Fang Tooth, much like game number 1. I wonder if Jirali's going to be able to make a lot of rotations. We do see Flame Poikin on this right side.
Yeah, and a marvelous point there, Spooky, and that's what Shinbi is there to do, just to keep you locked in, keep you in that offlane, or you will get backdoored. So yeah, Jirali's going to find it very difficult to leave this lane, and that's going to be a problem for him. So it's going to be kind of 4v4s for a while there. I do like that little rotation to the Fangtooth, knowing that Flame was on the other side of the map, trying to power farm to level 6. Not going to be on his red side because he already cleared that. Okay, the Fang is open. Let's make a quick rotation there, try to burst it quickly, and take it down. So Kallari not known for those early clears, but the team helping her out there to secure the early objectives.
I really like what Wash Up is doing, right? Get yourself first blood, get yourself a first objective, play on that strong side. I'd really like to see some more rotations come through to this duo lane, and just try to push this a little bit further ahead. You're already doing well over here. Try to keep that up. At the same time, though, you don't want to give up too much on the other side, right? Mini primes are a big deal. We saw what Girali can do with them if he's allowed to get every single one. As we say that, Rock misses, Containment Fence comes up, and Ragnarok says, fine, I'll jump on in. You have to jump out. No kills come through, but I like the pressure.
And I love the Kalari pick. Ego alluded to it on the desk about these counter picks coming through, and knowing that the Decker was selected, the Kalari, a natural choice. Get the double jump out of there, the cage, right? It's not a true CC. It's just kind of the zoning tool. Yeah, exactly. So you just jump right over it, slice right in, use the shadow dive, etc., and then you're still, doing what you need to do in terms of the damage numbers. Could be an engage here. Now they're just shuffling them out right now. Flame Boykin, he's going for the mini prime, the team there to help him out.
Love this. Got to get something on the board here. You gave it the Fang Tooth, no problem. You tried to find that red invade, and someone shows up, you're not going to get that. Look over on the other side. It's going to be Flame who gets that mini prime, so not going to Girali's hands there. And I have to wonder if maybe that's because of this Shinbi, right? You mentioned how effectively she plays into this Grux. If you're worried about him not being able to make the full use of this mini prime, fine, slap it on someone else. Bring it around to different lanes and see if you can get some momentum going that way. Because right now, Ronin really hasn't found a lot to do on this map.
Yeah, and this is EU style, right, folks? This is how do we find our micro advantages? We're taking little tiny steps to build our economical prowess and beat you in one fight, one engagement, roll into a big objective, roll into the end of the game. So it doesn't surprise me here that they're being a little bit patient, especially off the back of this Zars. You had to wait for him to get to level 6. Now he's like, well, if there's space on the map, I'm going to take it, but here it is. He wants to find this engagement. He's clad in purple. He's looking to fight.
Kimbo's here to back him up as well. There's the dash, and Coliseum comes down, but Ragnarok is not able to survive. The Spear of Nier pins him to the ground, and that's the grave marker.
Oh, well done from Flame. The spear, so true. But on the opposite side of the map, the Decker goes down again, folks. That is why we've seen a resurge or a mainstay in terms of the tank supports.
Yeah.
It's been the Rampage, it's been the Rick, it's been the Steel, it's been the Morn, right? The beefy lads, because they can stay in lane. They don't get poked out so heavily. This 4th round shot, Hellfire Blast from the Revenant, can chunk through a Decker. And so, unfortunately, 2 kills there for the support. That's why we've seen the fall off of those enchanters, unfortunately, even though Decker, one of my favorite characters in the game, unfortunately, has taken the brunt of the damage in this one.
Yeah, I'm fine with less Deckers running around in the wild, personally. Hate that character, but you raise a very good point. I was actually a little bit concerned when I saw that Decker come through in the draft, and when it was immediately answered by the Kalari. It just feels like this Decker is not going to have a lot of room to play this game. Already you got to dodge boulders and Hellfire shots on this left side. Ragnarok looking for another engagement. Remy going to be okay for right now. Containment Fence is still doing some good work, creating a lot of space. That's about the only thing that Ronin have going on for them in his left side.
Yeah, the Ronin's positioning in these fights is going to be what I call 2-1-2. So it's going to be the Wraith and the Decker in the back line, Gideon in the middle, and then the Zars and the Grux are going to be in the front. And so the Decker is going to have a lot to battle against, as the Shinbi and the Kalari are going to run after you, because they're kind of running, it's like a 3-1, 3-2, right? So the Howitzer and the Revenant in the back line, the other 3 are just going to be diving in, jumping on you. So a Decker against those 3, I mean, you have 3 CC's abilities. If you use 1 on each, that's not enough to get anything done, really. But the Fang Tooth, this is where it's at.
Finally, someone finds a way into the pit. Girali simply sneaks in and puts Ragnarok out of the fight. Now look for a little bit more. Flame Boykin secures the Fang Tooth, and the Ronin run rampant, find themselves 3 kills, and just like that, take control of the scoreboard.
I love it, and that's this rotation from Girali. He's able to rotate out of this lane, finally unlocking himself, and that's what you want to do, folks. When second Fang comes around, you got to leave the off lane, and you have to help your team secure that one. But that's the downside of the Kalari. They're like, okay, maybe we can start it, but you're so squishy. The primary target is the jungler when you are in those Fang pits. So they're looking for him immediately. They found him out because Girali had a great smash and grab, right? The initiation tool we alluded to. They burst him down, easily roll that into their first Fang. Well done from the Ronin squad. They're looking to take some plates off of that.
That was such good distraction from the rest of the team, too. You saw them all posturing around those stairs saying, hey, look at us. Use your abilities. Keep us out. Okay, go, Charlie. Go. And he just runs completely free in, takes him out, and leaves him to a nice plate here. Now, Rickster does push Girali away, but You're not getting a whole lot here. Can you answer back with the plates? Maybe. You probably can push up a little bit, but so fast to come back to these lanes, you're not finding a whole lot there. I really want to see maybe a little bit more from Ragnarok, just focusing on pushing these lanes ahead before going for those objectives. I know that's not the typical EU style. I have to wonder if maybe this is the right pick for that EU style, right? Because you have success on your Revenant right now. Leverage that, utilize it, push it further, get this guy ahead, and he will just obliterate targets.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but there's a lot of lane pressure here that Decker clears waves. That's what she does with that the Photon Disruptor, right? So Flame, he's diving in once again, Spooky.
Drops the Colosseum, and immediately Revs wants to take a trip back out. Now the attention turned towards Knight as Ragnarok comes on through to help out. Elfar's getting low, but Kimbo has arrived as well. Knight gets rooted down, has to blink out. That's going to be enough to give him some space to survive.
Oh, okay. Oh, man, that was silly. I love it. Okay, so D-Dog is our observer here for this one. So D-Dog, we thank you as always for observing. As your favorite character, the Shinbei, just got eliminated there. A good rock, though, from downtown. We'll keep playing Boykin pinned for an elimination. So trades going across the map after that skirmish. But do I even have time to talk about these augments? I don't even know. The towers are going, the kills are going, Girali's about to be going. Holy moly, the heat's turning up here in this one, Spooky.
Girali's trying to run, but Ragnarok is trying to cut him off. Finds a blink. Is there going to be enough space, though? Yes, there is, which means we can now talk. Never mind, Remy gets killed by Sparrow only. I'm going to ignore it. Let's talk about augments.
Yeah, I think now we have the time as the things are going to settle. People are going to go back for their buys, etc. We're talking about augments. I'm looking down here in terms of the Dusk side. Some very interesting augments here. The Infinity Impact. So that's basically, okay, you have infinite range on your meteor. It's like, okay, is that the most impactful one? Probably not. Maybe the other two are better. And then Flame, going for the one that augments his dash. So he gets the resets and the cooldowns and whatnot. So, yeah, very interesting for him. He's kind of wanted to be shifty through those fights. I would have preferred him to do the scaling one because he needs to be able to keep up with the Shinbi in some of these engagements further on. We're seeing another fight here over the Mini Prime.
As a black hole opens up and Zane goes down. Nothing to do about that one. Now looking for Rixer. Can they find themselves another kill? Doesn't look like they have the lockdown for it, but Jax goes on forward. A blink for blink for a blink. Flame Poison comes through and simply removes Rixer's health from the game. Colosseum drops, but there's no one left in it. Turn around and there's a Ragnarok somehow in the back. Blink, you missed it because he's already dead.
Wow, a perfectly timed rewind from Remy. That's a tongue twister, folks. Brings the guillotine back, the escape tool expended, and then they're just like, you're dead, brother. And he goes down. Oh man, what a chase down from the side of Ronin. And look here, G-Rolly. He's like, all right, maybe I'll split push a little bit. No, Fishman first.
Yeah, I don't think Knight wants that whole fight.
Yeah, no.
Girali says, you know what, there might be some backup there. I don't really want to deal with Knight and Zane. Well, let's walk away. Are you ready for my hot take, Philly?
Yeah.
I really like Infinity Impact.
Okay.
Especially with the composition that Ronin have right now. The poke that it brings, I think, is absolutely fantastic. Between Wraith and this Gideon, there's so much damage coming from places you can't get to. It's Fangtooth. It's been nice and easy. Washed Up might not have an answer for it.
Now the Fangtooth getting burned pretty quickly. We're going to be looking for the junglers who will secure it. It will be the Dust side. They start it and they finish it, Spooky.
Girali wants to finish this fight as well, but Flame Poison might be the first one. Finish the health bar. Oh no, the flow state comes through. He evades out of dodge. A double kill for Remy, but drops down. Flame no longer in this fight. Man, that's a 3-for-1 and a Fangtooth to Ronin.
Oh, and this is why the Wraith is so good. Just, if he's uncontested, it's just free firing in the backline, and he can do the damage with only a few items online, where Rev has to have a few more than him to really put the hurting on. You see the Mind Razor and the Infernum there, so the penetration and the clear just in spades for this guy, Remy, doing the work in that one. Whew.
Doing fantastic work throughout the fights, and frankly, that was kind of a scuffed Fangtooth there, right?
Yeah.
Junglers weren't entirely on top of it. Girali ends up being the one to secure the Fangtooth for his team there, luckily. Flame Poison does come in, and a little bit too low health bar to stick around for the rest of the fight. So now, 2-1, Ronin leads 6 kills. right now it's feeling very good for them. I wonder what Washed Up is going to do next here, right? They have still a good chance of coming back into this, bringing this game back under control. Mini primes can be looked at. Towers can be looked at. All the tier 1s are pretty much down. I believe there's still one on Ronin's side in the mid lane. That's just standing gold that Washed Up can try to take, get themselves back up.
For sure. And I think that's... I'm alluding back to your take on the augment for the Gideon here. And this is a tale as old as time with the Howitzer versus the Gideon. Who wins that? Sometimes it's the Gideon, sometimes it's the Howitzer. People have different takes. There's probably Reddit threads out the wazoo on this. But I think with that Infinity Impact, it helps Gideon stay safer in the lane and try to poke out that Howitzer here. Now they're making the push for this mid tower. They take down Kimbo easy.
Can't stay safe in that one, but the Coliseum gonna be dropped with a containment fence on top. Means there's nowhere to go, but it's Jax who takes a stumble on that. Knight jumps on out, but Remy's already brought the pain. Looking for a little bit more. Knight trying to stay on top of him, forces the blink out. Everybody has to disengage from this one. You've dropped the jungler. Now Jirali is in a terrible spot, and he's going to pay for it with his life. 4 down. Remy, the only one left alive, and he's just popping shot after shot. I don't know if you want to stay here, though, my friend. The tower is not long for this world. It might be long enough to keep Remy alive. He's still looking for some shots, but Knight's right on top of him. Goes into the stealth, finds himself a jump, and he's somehow still alive.
Oh my gosh, and he almost got Zane on the other side of that. If he hit one more knock, oh my gosh. G-Rolly, yes, he was in a deep position there, but he has to do it to distract from this Wraith. This Wraith cannot be got upon, otherwise all their damage is basically off the board. So yes, G-Rolly will expend his life every day of the week to make sure those knock-knocks connect. They end up losing the tower, but a great group up there from Washed Up to unlock more of the map for themselves. It'll be easier for them to rotate to these neutral objectives when they come online in just a few minutes.
This is what we were just talking about, Philly. Yes, Washed Up has been down, but sometimes it's just one big fight that brings you right back into the swing of things. Feels like they're on even footing now after that one. A beautiful engagement all around. Question is, what do they do with what they got out of it, right? Fangtooth gonna be coming up. Mini Prime gonna be coming up as well. We're actually getting very close to where we're not gonna have a Mini Prime anymore in Jirali. Rickster smash and grab, gonna pull him back in, and that is all she wrote. Flame Poikin gives him a little jab just to finish the job.
Ooh, and it's a stack there for the Capitano, which we appreciate. If they can get another kill off of this, they can roll that into the Shaper. A nice rock there from Knight.
That's gonna slow down. Smash and grab holds Knight out of the aggression zone and into the danger zone instead. That's gonna force Knight to disengage. Boulders keep on coming through, and Ragnarok, he likes what he sees. There's some low health bars, and one of them is on his own team. Just like that, Sparrow only is taken out, eviscerated. Looking for a little bit more. Ragnarok on the retreat. Remy, Kimbo, both hunting. Stay Spam not going to connect, and that means Ragnarok has the space to get out. Good boulder. Slow down that aggression.
Yeah, good retreat there from the side of Wash, but poor positioning there from Sparrow. You're a Revenant, brother. You got no escapability, no tools to save yourself. You gotta play safely behind your beefy boys, and there it is, an easy take for the Shaper, and they'll probably roll that into a Prime once those meteors come out and the seedlings start running through. But man, what a fight, and it's all on that smash and grab, folks. This is why the Grux is banned time and time again. That engage tool from range is just so, it's like a Riplash from a Richter. It just is so detrimental to your positioning there. With that, knowing that they know the backs are coming through, Wash, they're going for an aggressive play here. They're trying to take the Fang in the midst of the Cataclysm.
That's right, we're seeing the ground shake and the skies fall, and it might be more than the skies falling. Rickster is gonna not be in a great spot there. Coliseum does the work. Now all of Ronin want to move forward. You want this primal, you're gonna have to fight for it, but it's gonna be a bloodbath as Ragnarok trades out the jungler. Make sure you're not in this fight for long. Zane gets removed as well. Remy just has so much space. Looking at Sparrow now as well. Can't be stayed in front of this one. Jirali over the wall, and that's going to be a death sentence. Sparrow only nowhere to go. The Primal still burning down health bars. Remy wants some more. The Primal goes down. It's all in Ronin. A full ace.
Oh man, looking like the Power Rangers out here, these guys. Like, what a fight for them, but it's all on the back of Remy.
Full health.
They're not getting to him. They're not getting to him, my friend. The Shimby was focusing on the Fangtooth. That's not your job right now. Focus but maybe just get the roar out and then zoom out there, use the Russian beat and get on top of Remy. Make him expend a cooldown, make him miss a knock so that resets. They're not diving and prioritizing the right characters in these fights. I didn't even get to see what the Decker was doing, but I'm sure she was doing some work in that one. Oh man, yeah, it's Ronin all in this one.
Yeah, you know who else didn't get to see what the Decker was doing? Washed Up. They were dying instead. I like the idea from Washed Up, right? You saw them take the Shaper. You know they have to reset after that. Say, all right, we have a small window. Let's try to rush this primal objective down and get ourselves an advantage for the next fight. Unfortunately for them, Primal is also fairly tanky. It takes a little bit to go down, and Ronin just came back way too fast for them to finish it. Took too much damage, and I mean, we saw the rest of the story there.
And I think that's unfortunately because Ragnarok is on the Kalari. If you were on a Boris or Chimera or something like that, I would feel a little bit more comfortable. You know I'm risking first, Spookies. I would probably make that play, but I would feel a little bit more comfortable. And it's just this Kalari just doesn't have that same kind of clear potential or damage potential on that Fangtooth that some of those other characters do. Okay, nice little.
Oh my goodness.
I think they expended everything on that one to get out there and still takes a shot for it. There's siege in the base. That mid inhib went down, friend. The seedlings, that is the power of them. This Ragnarok guy, he is under duress.
He's finally back out into the safety of his own fountain. But my God, every jump you have in your kit, use your dash to get out, and you still lose, I would say, what, 85% of your health bar? Still just running away? Remy is just popping off so many shots. He has so much damage behind each and every one. And it's tough, right? Because you can't just say, okay, we'll stand back and avoid them. He outranges you.
He sure does. And there's other threats on the board. This Grux is level 16, folks, the highest on the battlefield. He cannot be left alone. When a Grux is ahead, he's one of the most powerful characters in the game. So, okay, if you're trying to get to Remy, well, Grux is just going to go bop, 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 smack you with his clubs and kill you. So what threat is the top level red alert right now? And it's everybody here for Ronin as they're sieging the core.
Dane wants to bring some damage down from the skies. Doesn't find a whole lot there. They have to focus on clearing these minions out because Ronin are going forward. The Coliseum opens up, and now we're just looking at the core. But there's no minions left. But that might not be a problem if they can take down enough members of Washed Out. Instead, Ronin loses 2, and now they're on the back foot. Washed Up looking to make a resurgence here and move forward. Remy, half health, has taken some pain. He's got room to get back out of dodge. Knight looking for more. If he can just find a boulder here. No. Decides to call it off because the minions are still coming in.
Yeah, you can hear the alarms blaring, folks. They have to clear these waves, and you can see the left and right. They're still marching forward. These creeps want to win just as much as the players do. So, fortunately, and a good discipline there from Knight, because Decker was still alive, right? Probably still had their abilities available, stasis spawn, containment fence. If he does go too far deep, maybe you get caught out, then you're another player down. Take what you can get. Your base has been ransacked, basically. Your core's at half health. Reset here. This is where Spooky gets real tough. Some players or some teams will be like, we're going to do our last stand, go out at guns a-blazing over a final Fang. If we win the Fang, we can then maybe win the game, or Prime, or whatever the neutral objective is. Some teams will be like, we'll fight at the core when we know we have some base defense, but there's some risk to that because the other team can just focus core and not you and win. So I would imagine if push comes to shove, Wash, they're going to ride out and meet them like the Lord of the Rings in one of these pits.
Yeah, there's just not enough wave clear in Washed Up's side in their draft to feel comfortable looking for a base defense here. It has to be around these pits. It has to be a team fight. And it has to be finding Remy in that fight if they want to have any chance of success. Because right now, Ronin, they don't even have to rush this objective. They can play this one super slow and just wait for someone to have to reset to defend the base and then start to force something instead. Looks for the smash and grab, and it's going to be Flame Poikin looking, trying to find a target. Ragnarok comes down, and it's Kimbo who just opens the black hole, says, bet you want to fight here? I don't think you do. Sparrow only no longer in this one, and that's the pick that Ronin need. Move on forward, looking at the base.
Ow.
Oh.
Sorry, Spooky. I mean, that rock, that's the nail in the coffin here, friend. Ronin, they're storming the base now.
There's Storm and Zane still alive, but no, I take it back. He is not. He gets taken out. And this Flame Poikin who marches on forward. The minions are already here. And Ronin take game number 2 and the set in 2.
My goodness gracious. Ah, man, they went for the Shaper, which is even more of a nail in the coffin. Knowing that you have that advantage with no inhibs to protect you, those ceilings, that's too much damage. So we talked about it. They had to ride out and meet him. Sparrow, the positioning wasn't there again. If you're playing Revenant, we talked about it. They have to play the 3-2, right? You have to be in that back 2. If you're up here with the 3, you're going to be prioed immediately. So Sparrow, unfortunately, caught out there in that final engagement. That's the bulk of the damage. Gone. And then they just rolled them after that. I loved the game theory from the side of Washed Up. The game script just got away from them. And this guerrilla warfare, this pick, this damage from Remy just really put the hurting on. And Ronin, they take it pretty convincingly in 2 here. They're looking very strong.
And frankly, that last fight did not get helped by the fact that as Sparrow was caught, Ragnarok was trying to engage straight into a Coliseum black hole, and just watched their health bar get wiped off the board. Congratulations to Ronin for moving forward. Tough fight for Washed Up. They had some very good spots there, but unfortunately were not able to pull that one out. That does it for us on that cast. One more time, let's send it back to the desk to break it down.
Man, what an absolute show there coming out of Team Ronin. They were able to come out of that best of 3, 2-0. Ego, what did you see, man?
Rim on the, I think I have figured out the tech to dealing with Ronin. You ban any character whose name begins with the W. That Wraith performance was absolutely menacing, man. He was able to make so many of these squishier characters like that Kalari, like Revenant, Sparrow only, trying at some points to position away from it, but just couldn't. He made a lot of the team obsolete, to say at the very least. Amazing performance out of Rim there.
We call them signature picks for a reason. I mean, Wukong game 1, Wraith game 2, showing why those characters are often banned against them, even in just ranked play. As soon as they appear online, they don't want to play against you. We're going to ban the Wraith, we're going to ban the Wukong. That translates into the comp scene. Though saying that, Washed Up in the early game, they played how they needed to play. They played around Sparrow only. They got those bounties. They shut down Remy in the early game. It just didn't translate.
Didn't translate at all as they're able to take that down 2-0. I felt like there was more presence throughout the mid and into the duo lane. But all in all, I felt like Team Ronin just had a better play for what they wanted to do, and they executed very well. You see many a times they're just like, hey, we want to go in here. We got the black hole. We're going to stun them down. And they kind of just deleted Revenant out of the map. And they kind of knew who they need to take out of the fight for them to be able to win those engagements. And I'm pretty much sure 9 times out of 10, they were able to execute that.
Oh, yeah. 9.8 times out of 10. Because, you know, I hate to say it, Washed Up at some points made it a little bit easier on them with maybe some overly zealous plays in that Fang Pit. For example, we saw, as you know, Spooky Energy brought up, it was a tactical deploy of just damage immediately upon it getting to about 50% on the HP, able to just take it away and then continue to build and compound on that lead. It was the perfect game for them almost, right? They got almost everything they wanted, Falcon.
Yeah, and I think one thing to mention as well, about the 6 to 8 minute mark was the amount of action Ronin took to shut down Ragnarok in the jungle. They got the early Fang Tooth, but Flame immediately went to counter jungle. They took the mini farm, and then they made sure that Ragnarok couldn't farm at all. And then once the Kalari was behind, it wasn't a threat to Remy. It wasn't going to be that assassin that we saw Girardi was like in game 1, where he's just taken out the backline. And that just gave them so much more space come that late game team fights, letting Remy do what we saw he did. And Ragnarok just couldn't really do anything to stop it.
Could not do anything at all. But another team moves on side of the winter side bracket. Another team drops back down. But we got a matchup of all time for EU. I know you guys been waiting for these two teams once again. We got Nightshade EU against Veny Many Men's coming up next. But we're going to take a very short break. So make sure you guys tune back in, because this one is going to be a battle of all time.
What up, friends? There we are. It is time for our final matchup of the day. I've got Spooky Mars and Philly B flanking me to help break down some of the, I was going to say nonsense. Is it nonsense yet? Are we in nonsense territory, Spooky?
Sometimes. It depends on how these teams are feeling, right? Vens certainly can bring a good amount of nonsense at times, but they're also a very talented team. So sometimes it's just very good play that looks like nonsense because they're blowing their competition out of the water.
That's fair. Nightshade, though, is going to be a tough task. Neft, obviously, a lot of spotlights on this player. When we really break it down, Philly, I mean, when we were here last time around for the PCC, Neft kind of took a lot of the spotlight, both in-game and later on. Same song and dance this time around? I'm thinking so.
Oh, absolutely. First, I gotta say, nice haircut, by the way. Looking very clean. I've been due for a haircut myself. I'm looking like Grizzly. I emerged from land, and I'm like, oh, what day is it? Right? It's like, I need a haircut myself.
Come to Atlanta. We got you covered, buddy. Don't worry.
I will. End of October. I'll be there. But you're right. Neft is a star player, but this squad is a star player. I mean, import MVP of the land, basically, was crying on stage, used so much emotion in this, and now that they're under the Nightshade banner, I'm so proud of these guys, proud of that organization as well. So a lot to ride on this. Bondrewd as well, that off-lane extraordinaire, just putting on a clinic, helping his team to win 4 so far in this tournament. Just clean work from this guy. This is a storied rivalry between these players. They play all the time. No love lost between these squads.
Other side of the desk, so other side of the matchup for sure. Many men's here. I feel like this has been like a crowd favorite for a long time, but then once we actually get onto the server and whatnot, yeah, some of the other teams wind up pulling ahead 1 step, 2 step, not 3 step, 4 step, just a little bit. And so my question to you directly asked, Spooky, is how does Veny, how do they become more consistent and kind of match these other squads where they've kind of ran out of breath time and time again?
It's really just a matter of getting those reps in, right? Figuring out where you're falling short and addressing that in the game. Is it our late game fights? All right. Put more effort into cleaning those up. Focus on those. Sometimes you go into a scrim, you say, forget about the early game, forget about the mid game. Play well, but we're entirely focused on making sure we're playing this late game better. We don't need to win, we need to do better. And this is a team that's come up against previously Sin, now Nightshade EU before, and had success. But this is a new Nightshade, right? These are the LAN winners right now. You have to make sure that those reps you got in were very consistent and looked good, because this is a tough competition.
Coming off of LAN is absolutely a big boost. I mean, that's, Philly, that's really where I'm thinking, and I know you've got experience in a bunch of different worlds where you see these teams come home and then jump back onto line after LAN. Like, we always talk about going into LAN, but we don't talk about coming out of LAN. And that boost you get from hanging out with your homies, sometimes for the first time in a majorly online game like Predecessor. Y'all went to LAN, you played together on the same, that's a huge boost for this team, Nightshade.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about you're mentioning the after effects, the roster mania, the implosion that happened because you're meeting all these folks and you're talking to players like, oh, that guy can maybe fit on my team, or this guy can pull over here, that sort of thing. And one of the boons, one of the boosts to the Veny many men's is M, which a lot of folks touted as one of the best offlaners in the world, one of the MVPs. Feng Mao in that LAN was incredible. And I don't want to keep harking on LAN, but just give some folks the context. Important. It's very important. But this is going to be a huge matchup in the offlane. In the previous set that we had versus Washed Up and Ronin, there was a lot of focus put into that offlane. I would imagine the same thing will be in this series as well.
Yeah, Van and Meyer, very strong players in the jungle, and then over there in mid. Neft is tough. I'm tossing zero shade at Sagu here. It's just really tough to match up with Neft. He's just that boy, right? Unicycle and everything. Bondrewd was another sort of mismatch, in my personal opinion, in this game. And watching Bondrewd now have to deal with Spooky, are you singing what Philly's saying? Is going to be a big boon here for Veny?
As much as I hate to agree with my co-caster all the time, yes, I am going to have to say he's got a good point there. I was going to
say no, too.
M is a fantastic player. Bondrewd has been one of the premier offlaners pretty much throughout competitive history for Predecessor. But M has been right up there with him as well. Always trailing a little bit behind in those conversations. But I just think he's always been so ready to make his mark on the game as a whole. And he's been looking really good in recent times. Not to say he was bad before, but you can see the improvements he's making. And we bring him to a team that's already kind of doing some pretty good stuff on their own. The total, the sum is more than just the parts, right? It's so much coming into this, and there's a very good competition to be had. I do think Bondrewd has been pretty comfortable going up against M in the past. I think he's got to be a little bit cautious this time around.
Okay. A little bit of some growing pains here for sure. As we jump in here, you mentioned the Fang Mao already, one of the standard picks for this guy. Knowing that, might see some targeted bans here. Big picture though, I'm going to default over to you, Philly B. Talk to me a little bit about what our expected, our tried and trues, our bread and butters as far as our bans are concerned. What are we expecting to see?
For sure. You got to ban the monkey. Import is just way
after
too...
last match, yeah.
Yeah, especially what we saw Flame do in the previous series. Import can do just that, maybe even a little bit better, so you got to ban the monkey. But then if you do that, you leave Rampage, which Import has also been playing pretty heavily throughout this tournament, throughout scrims, etc. He's been dabbling in the Boris with some very interesting builds. We'll see if he brings that out. I don't know if he'll do that against Veny Vens, but you never know. Definitely got to worry about the junglers. We also, there it is, the Fang Mao, as you called it, F. He's the first to go.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been the quintessential, you see M, you see Fang Mao, got it, done, dusted. Let's take that conversation to the next step, though, Philly. M, yeah, this is his guy, Fang Mao. When Fang Mao is taken off of the board, how many slots does M fall down? Because he is the Mao specialist, but what else does he got?
It's the Grux, and now the Grux isn't there, so
also
they're
bad.
Really, this is what we're highlighting, they're really targeting M. He's a fantastic player, but his hero pool is very limited in terms of how top tier he can push some of the characters he's best at. So yeah, he's going to have to dig deep to find that third tier guy, see if he can go up against Bondrewd. But on the flip side, Bondrewd's been playing the Ure. 2 games out of 4 so far, looking absolutely dominant. They take that away from him. So this is, once again, it's off lane heavy between these squads, and there is the monkey, tried and true.
Double bans looking at M. Mars, put on your coach hat. What are you telling M to play?
Honestly, I'm probably waiting until we see a little bit more of the draft come through from Nightshade at this point. You've been focused out, you've got your top 2 characters hit. They're probably not going to hit you with a third one, and if they do, it doesn't really matter. At this point, I'm waiting to see what my competition is and see, do we need a diver? Do we need a front line? Do we need something that can split push like the Shinbi? There's a lot still up on this board. I think it would be a mistake to go too heavy into prioritizing M at this point. If your top 2 picks aren't there, there's really no reason to rush this offlane pick. Especially with this Rampage being locked in, you don't know where that's going. We've seen it jungle, off, we've seen it support. You don't have any information to work with, play it safe for now.
Interesting choice here. You know, I think a lot of people look at a specialist like M and say, all right, you don't have your 1 or 2 shots. We've got to prio you. Instead, looks like what could be some jungle stuff and Crunch. I feel like we don't see that dude anymore, really much at all, Philly.
Yeah, he likes to punch, and he's been punching now in the 1.8 patch. Guy, that's his tagline. He's like, "I'm Crunch. I like to punch." That's
yes,
that's what he says.
Okay.
But you see, he did get that extra boost in the physical power department, just a straight up stat, and then they fixed to the Falcon Punch augment. Some folks have been running that, so I think they like this in the offlane, especially with how many people they've taken out. Kwong has been another tried and true ban that we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament thus far. Finally is able to make it through. That will be on, well, actually, that might go offlane, because knowing Ven is the jungler here for Veny Vens, the captain, the shot caller of the squad. He likes those high tempo, high acceleration characters, is known for the crunch. He might be going jungle in this one.
A little bit of ambiguity, always a good look when it comes down to MOBAs. I mean, you know, when you're looking at the picks and bans, if your opponent can't really figure out where any of the characters are going to go, they can't draft accurately for those matchups. The game doesn't hinge on those matchups, but you're always happy to get some bread with your butter for sure. So Howie going to be playing likely in the mid lane, and then we've got the Grim showing up one more time. A character that has ramped up in popularity as of late, Mars, and I'm a fan. He does way too much damage, and I like it that way.
I knew I liked you, F. I am also a fan of the Grim, and I think it's actually a really good pick here. Both these backliners, very good for what they see from Venyvens right now, because the shield that Grim has, very easy to utilize against both Crunch and Kwong. You can see them both coming. You know when you have to use it. You can evade an ability very effectively. Same is true for this Howie. You see someone coming. All right, I'm up here now. Leave me alone. Ramps up very effectively, and if this is a Rampage support with this Grim, there's a ton of kill potential here. You said it yourself, does so much damage. When you have the lockdown as well, these are very easy targets to get active on. Steel might make it a little bit more difficult, but I don't think he has enough disengage to fully stop the kill potential. I'm looking for a very safe carry from Venyvens.
Yeah, that's the thing that I see on the side of double V double M is the idea that like two of the Crunch is pretty thick. You know, we've got some Steel here, also another thick character, so a lot of damage on the side of Grim and Howie here. But I think we're gonna need a little bit more oomph because the draft on the right side of the screen seems to be a little tankier, or at least more elusive than we might have expected, Philly.
Yeah, maybe a Wraith. Now that the second phase of bans has gone through, maybe a Wraith, because these three guys are going to be in the front line. The Wraith could have some free firing in the back. I want to highlight this ban on the Muriel. So Penguin, who's the support for Nightshade EU, has been playing Muriel and FaZe. And that is who they've been pairing with the Grim. So this first pick ramp is a farce, right? It's like, oh, it could go support. We've seen it from everybody else. No, its import is going to be playing that Rampage. They're going to be looking for an Enchanter support to keep the Grim safe. Yes, Spooky, a really good point in terms of there's kill potential. There's a little bit of disengage, but the Enchanter supports work a little bit better with the Grim to keep him alive and keep him healthy. So I really like that they banned the Muriel. Maybe they should have banned the FaZe. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it. They go for the Decker instead. All my analysis down the drain, my friends. But I'm liking the circle in circle action from EU here.
Yeah, no, I think it's giga important to do your homework. You see the Muriel, you only get one, you know, so you ban out the Muriel or the FaZe, and then it's up to the other side to sort of figure out, listen, looking at the draft, Decker fits in there just as well as FaZe, right? But they've just been practicing FaZe more recently. Sure. Maybe it was a bait. You see this all the time from teams where it's just like, all right, big tournament coming up. I'm going to play nothing but Grux mid and get them low, you know, and then they ban it. You're like, haha, idiots. So, like, maybe it's that. I'm probably overthinking it. At the end of the day, I think that, like, FaZe, you're sitting in a situation where you're like, they know we're going to be hitting the FaZe. Bring them something a little bit different. It's a best of 3. We only got to win 2. And so with our draft pretty much big dropped down, big damage out of Grim and Big Z on the left side, and then over on Venyvens, Men's, we've got that ADC coming out from Rev. So I want you to talk about Rev as sort of our final point here. I think it's an interesting choice in that role.
It's certainly very interesting. Brings a lot of big damage. One thing he does do is play pretty effectively into this Grim. Grim can't really spell shield a whole lot coming out from the Grim, Revenant. You're looking to spell shield the Scar, most importantly. Otherwise, you're getting rooted down. The Obliterate will only be blocking, or get blocked 1 tick. The rest will connect with you. You'll get rooted. You'll go into the Nether Realm. You will get 4 shot. The Steel on top means there's a lot of safety for this Revenant. He can just kind of engage whenever he wants to. There's a lot of aggression that can come out from VVMM. And paired with the Decker, I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of Decker in the meta right now. Yes, the double circles are nice, the cages are great, has a great long-range stun, but once you get on top of her, she is pretty much dead. In the meta right now, These guys blow up very quickly. Revenant can either 4-shot Decker, or he can 4-shot the Grim. He's got targets galore, and you really only got Revenant on the other side to target. This Steel is going to be a big wall in your face, put up the shield wall. I think Nightshade's dual lane is actually going to struggle into what VVMM has drafted here.
Largely agree. Philly, are you here as well?
I am, because what I'm thinking is from the side of Nightshade EU, it's going to be more of a 3-2, right? The 3 backliners and 2 frontliners. How do these 2 frontliners jump over leapfrog the 3 frontliners? So they're playing a 3-2 on the other side. So
Sure.
you can see where there's going to be a mismatch of one character between these two squads. So import is going to be massively important on getting on top of this Revenant, because he'll be able to take the shots. The Zarus, if he dives on him, he can take maybe 1 or 2 shots, but then if you get Netherrealm, the Colosseum's gone, whatever. So it's going to really be on import to find this Revenant. But the poke damage, we haven't even talked about the gadget. It's anti-dive, right? As soon as you dive on my Revenant, here's a Tesla Dome, I'm zapping you. You don't want to fight in that, right? I'll put a Colosseum, well, I'm going to anti-dive that with the Tesla Dome. This gadget, wildly important here for the side of EVM MM to deny the dive.
Is that going to be enough damage on either side? Honestly, I feel like the Grim, we always look at big damage, and Zarus is going to be jumping on people for sure. Rev is the guy. Absolutely. We get it. You've got Quang. It feels like a lot of the damage on Veny's team is front-loaded onto Rev or Quang have to play hero ball. Mars, am I a little off the mark here, or is it kind of front-loaded damage here?
No, I think I kind of agree with you on that. Quang and Crunch are going to be getting active, pumping out a lot of damage, whereas the rest of it kind of has to play back. Gadget has her abilities on kind of a timer, right? Hat has a tick, it's a time bomb. Tesla Dome, damage over time, you can move out of it. Same with her little ray. Whereas you look over at Nightshade EU,
It's a big ray.
it is a big ray, it's a big area, but you can move out of a lot of Gadget's damage and avoid pretty much everything. That leaves Revenant to just kind of find the 4 shots. Once he goes into the reload, you're down for a little bit. Whereas Nightshade EU, constantly pumping out damage with the Grim, constantly looking for something with this Howie. He's going to be firing shots just all the time. Once the R2000 is down, well, here's a minefield. By the time that thing's done, here's another R2000. Are you on top of me? Down from the skies. There's so much more consistent damage from Nightshade EU, which I think makes their team fights look a little bit better. But like Philly said, you gotta be careful with your dive.
That's the big deal. A lot of difference with the gadget here. Little bit of personal news. By far my favorite hero. I think that she is so cool, so fun.
Gadget?
Yeah, you can just walk away from her damage. Like, I didn't even realize it was that hot of a take. I didn't realize this was a hot take. I think she's dope. I don't know.
That's not a hot take. No. Like, Lance is a big fan. Bangle Mac's a big fan. There's a lot of Gadget fans out there. So you're in good company there, F. Dot, for sure.
Good. I'm in good. You know what? I'm in good company just for being here in Predecessor Nation. Thank you so much for having me. But that's it for the desk. We've got the actual game coming at you. Let's jump into game 1 of a possible 3-game set right now.
F. Dot, Spooky, and Billy B there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome to the casting desk here. TNT is here to deliver what could be an instant classic here. Veny and the Many Men's taking on Nightshade EU. Tang, I feel like whenever there's this conversation looking at the teams going into this one about who takes the whole thing, very difficult not to hear both of these teams mentioned.
Yeah, no, like I think both of these teams are probably the favorites together with Indecisive as well. On the other side of the bracket, I think we have seen a lot of promising teams today. Like we're thinking back of a team like Kappo and Friends, right? But like not necessarily like at the peak of the peak, right? Like those are the teams that can become dark horses, that can make it into the top 4, no problem. But these two teams are expected to make it, right? That's why this semifinal is already such a banger, because we are obviously in the winner's bracket. Whoever loses this drops down to the loser's bracket, but whoever wins this has like a good shot, right? And already sort of showing that they are the best, that the rest of the teams have to keep them in mind.
I think the key word here is elevation, right? I mean, no disrespect to the other teams, as you said, Team X, Circadian Rhythm, Kappo and Friends as well. But going from playing against them to now playing against tournament favorites, the creme de la creme really of teams, this is going to be a big test. And honestly, like with Nightshade EU, and I also feel with Veny and Many Men's, there have been a few question marks. Is it going to gel? Is it going to work? Well, my friends, we're about to find out. Welcome down to the Sanctuary map. Let's get this semi-final underway.
Oh, I'm so hyped for this. Okay,
know, right?
So TJ, let's look at both of these teams again, while we have a look at the augments as well. I don't think anything is super important, so if you're interested, just read it as fast as you can. I think everything is pretty stock standard so far, but what is not stock standard is these players, of course. Both of those teams consist of players that have made it into the top 4 in our last event in PCC. Yeah. both of these teams are very good at playing against each other. Both of these teams have scrimmed a lot, and both of these teams know exactly what the enemies want to pick. So just hopping back to the heroes they've drafted, I'm looking for something like a Ceres, for example, in Bond's hand. You're thinking, okay, that's a good hero, makes sense. Bond absolutely hates this hero, right? One of the reasons why he has to pick it is because it's so late in the draft. We saw like 4 offline bans. We saw both teams just banning out the heroes that they actually want to play. So like now we are on sort of like fresh footing in some cases. Offlane though, so far, Bondroot is still winning the trades.
Still winning trades. As I said, it's Bondroot and also M as well, some of the top offlaners that we have in the game. I feel that, you know, the desk put a lot of onus onto this matchup, and I feel as well with the storyline of this game, top side M versus Bondroot, even into that jungle import versus Veny, so much to look forward to here. Bondroot though, not going to get that early first blood this time. M knows to back away from a level 2.
Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Also knows that he is on the weak side. Import sometimes likes to visit early, so he's not gonna risk it. He's just gonna sit back, lose a few minions. Actually, still takes a bit of a bad trade, but the upside is still that with sort of the abilities used on the lane as well by Bonds, that means the lane is naturally shoving into him, so M can catch it under the turret or even go for a quick reset. So this offlane shouldn't be too blood heavy, at least in the early game.
I mean, well, it goes against what we have seen from Bondroot, say early kills. I mean, that first series that we watched, though, against Kappo and friends, definitely got the better of Guileless here. Looks like Maya getting the better of the Gazoo land champion Shin here, forcing the blink and also forcing that early reset as well. Pressure points, potential for these junglers to look and impact these lanes.
I think one of the players that is just so underrated sometimes is Maya in this mid lane. I think he is probably, I'm very confident in saying that he is the best laning mid laner that we have in Europe. He's just so lethal, hits all of his abilities, always knows where to position, really respects where the jungler can be as well. And together with Venom, they have sort of been the core of this Venyman's roster that has made it super far in a lot of these past tournaments. And I think getting this blink out of the Howie in this early game already can spell for a really advantageous fight once the seedling comes around, once there's a mini prime and Fangtooth spawns.
This is a 5-minute cooldown, especially if we have an early start on the Fangtooth, early start on the mini prime. That could be something. I mean, you know, Shin has got that Make It Rain, has got that safety, has got the howitzer kits available to them. I say it's an opportunity. We're looking at a team like Veny and the many men to make the most of it. Just having a look across the minimap though, Ven showing over on his left-hand side no wards, but Neft and Penguin just going to respect the possibility. Coming up to that seedling spawn, and with how important they are, neither team wants to give away a pick just yet.
One thing that the desk was mentioning as well is that the dual lane of Nightshade is going to have a few problems into the heroes of Venyman's Manymans. I think that can be partly true, but I think it's mainly the case in those late game scenarios. I think in the early game, having double ranged in this dual lane is always going to prove to be really advantageous for whoever has it, right? In this case, the Grim and the Decker. The Grim also having this health augment on this deflector shield means that it's really hard to actually lock him down. So Venom tries to go for a gank once more. Let's see if it's successful.
We're moving forward, going to show behind the shadow curtain as well. For his where he's going to go. Surge. Teva is going to land only on towards Penguin. That's going to have Secret over here. Blink maybe needing to come out, but Penguin didn't get the angle, but will be able to get away by the skin of his teeth as the first blood goes over on the other side. Bondroot with a solo bolo.
Oh, clean. Left side almost got the kill, almost got that 50 gold extra credit for the first blood. Instead, it's Bond not only getting that solo kill on that right-hand side, but we saw it there for a second. So many minions denied from the crunch, and the Ceres being level 6 at a point where M on the crunch still only level 4. This right side is bleeding. Bond, what are you doing to your former team?
I mean, yeah, former team, absolutely. Bondroot previously on Vony events, the many men's now playing the Nightshade EU, who did take their solo laner. But now our eyes have to go towards the left-hand side. Import up to some shenanigans in this red side jungle. I'll have Shin to help him out there, get him out of jail. Dual lane. They're pushing in as well, sensing opportunity. They can play around that CC, around that boulder toss, around that Decker Cage and the Stasis Bomb. The many men's will respect it. They will back away.
But look at what they're losing for it, right? The steal makes the rotation into the red side, forces import out, but the dual lane can just completely pressure down the Revenant that Septic is playing, and they get a plating for the Troubles and deny some experience from this dual lane. So I'm just seeing a lot of small cuts, but they can add up, right? Bond going for the 1v1.
Bondred goes straight in with that Colosseum. The blink out from M. Bondred will follow it, and there is the execute from the Spear of Near. M is still not level 6. He's still suffering on his right-hand side.
Bond also picks up that Colosseum stack for himself in the 1v1. Both blinks exhausted there, and that is just the worst case scenario for M. Had the minion advantage. They walked into the tower range, but he himself was caught out trying to path towards this Cyan buff himself. Small leads expanded now on this offlane. Bond has been having a monster performance today, TJ. We did see him before face off against Guileless, another good offlaners in Europe, and he was demolishing as well. This Bond guy sort of looks like a LAN winner himself almost.
Well, winner almost, of course, was on Mag 10, second place, but still good enough for the Nightshade boys who pick him up as their offlaner. And as you say, he's just on good form, this entire team. Both teams, in fact, coming into this one hot off their forms, looking at the previous stats, at their previous games in this event. Going to see, though, who will win out this one. 7 minutes on the clock. Mini Prime on the right-hand side. Be about a minute away from another Shaper. There is a Fangtooth also on the board. A lot of options for both of these teams. Feels the big advantage, though, is only on that right-hand side for now.
Yeah, 100%. I think this Howitzer Blink has not been punished so far in this game. Just came off cooldown now as well. So that was a timing that Veny Vance Manymans should have played for proactively. I think so far Nightshade has been the one doing the invades. We see it once more. Import walking into this red side has a level lead over Venom. But the important thing is he's just always sort of catching Venom out. He always knows where he is, and that makes it so hard for Venom to find anything, as this Fangtooth is now started up with lane prio for Nightshade.
Many men are going to move towards it, but this is a standard play by Import and any team that he is a part of. Start the objective, bring the members in, then look to turn. Look
Gadgets.
to take down these picks, though. But this Gadget's got to be careful. Mayor is so low, and Import just going to pounce on an easy target. The test dome did come out. Might cut off an exit route, but it has expired. Import pushing forward. Got Penguin helping out with that beam as well. Shin with the landmine, and then gets isolated as Nightshade EU just splits apart this team so well. And the R2000 combined with that boulder toss puts Import down. Double kill, and Fangtooth most likely going away of the Dawn side.
Oh, if you like this Nightshade team, then it almost already looks like everything is working out as expected. We have the consistency of this Team Immune duo lane. We have sort of this objective control that Import brings to all of his teams, whether it's Sin or EWT on the NA side. And we have Nightshade EU with an early lead, 5 kills to 0. Thanks, you've secured second seedling in the pockets of Neft now as well. Only this mini prime still available, but Veny Vance Manymans, they've not found any way to strike back yet.
It is really surprising when you think of Veny Vance Manymans as a team historically. Their early game has been one of their shining lights. It's been getting involved, ganking repeatedly, playing Sightless Quang, just feels so confident to him. But right now, overshadowed by Import, and the rest of the team has not been allowed to kind of, do Ven things, I suppose what I want to say. Maybe he can impact on this right-hand side, think about it. But Bondred might just be a little bit too far.
Doesn't have to blink up. Doesn't need it. Ven thinks otherwise. I'm probably calling off the play. Knows that he is just a bit too weak to actually fight. They also don't have any vision into the red side. So there's always the possibility of Import coming there for the 2v2 instead. And Veny Vance Manymans, with this Bond guy being so fed out of his mind, low chances of him actually being able to make it out alive. Import trying to stop the bases. He's going to be able to do that. Mini Prime still available. Just going to bully M some more.
Just going to bully this offlaner. Forcing out. I think that was a blink as well expended there to get away from Import at least. Causing problems. Now Nightshade move into this right-hand side. Mini Prime will be the target. And again, I just feel that Nightshade EU are not really getting out of first gear. They're just playing quite comfortable at the moment.
I just don't like the Revenant's rotation. Like, you see the Grim in mid lane already. There's no way you're contesting this. Already smited by Import. Do you really want to fight this?
Secret pushing forward. He's got 4 members of the Nightshade squad around him. Have to try and get away with unstoppable, but just the damage is too much. Spear of Near, another executes, another kill on towards Bondrewd, and M finds himself isolated in the river. The many men's just cannot get anywhere near this Dawn side right now. 7 kills to 0, and every objective going Import's way.
It's almost like Veny, they're suffering from their success. Usually they're the ones in control in the early game. Now they're just getting wrecked and they don't give anything over to Nightshade. Good stun connect. Kwang is just gonna get collected. Import shows his presence in the red buff, shows Venom how it's done, picking up that frag and just makes this dual lane once more a nightmare to play. They know Import is close by. Secret and Septic on that left-hand side also suffering while the rest of the map is not going better.
Such a difficult predicament to be in. 8 kills, every objective. Feels like just nothing is going your way. And as Odessa talking about the weaknesses of the Nightshade EU composition, really not seeing them right now. Granted, that's what 8 kills and a substantial gold lead at the 11 to 12 minute mark will do for you. Penguin is just single-handedly zoning Septic away and might actually be winning out on these strays. Neff, though, maybe gonna find it with the GTSO. Not going to do it though, but forcing the dual lane back. This tower very swiftly fall down to him, and for the many men's, is he just running out of options?
Rim considered by many to be the best ADC at the moment in the game. Bond wants to go for the 1v1. Venom is close by. Can he make it in time?
Is going to get on the other side of that Colosseum. Vendu, 2 levels down. Just the Surge doesn't have that sword down. Fjord of Heavens also utilized. Then just not really able to find a damage. Bondrewd will still blink away though. Respects the tether that could come down from Ven.
Neff.
Gonna help on the side though, but Neff takes the gateway and now Ven's got no way out. Spear of Near. Bondrewd, it was a calculated play this entire time.
Do we tell Venymans that we're actually playing for money here? Or what is happening? 9-0. That is not what anybody was expecting. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Nightshade, of course, probably went in as the favorites, but the amount of destruction that they are dealing to this Venymans squad is unheard of so far. Fangtooth about to spawn next, TJ, and I don't think that Venom is in a headspace to even want to think about contesting that.
Just knowing that if he goes in towards this pit, what he's got to deal with is just an incredibly ahead Nightshade team as the stuns line up. Epoch will come out from Maya, buys a little bit of time. Penguin hits another long-range stasis bomb. Import still trying to deal with the members. They are able to get away. Secret with that shield slam on towards Import. Penguin, though, Riftwalkers play on that left-hand side. They do eventually get through that support, and now just need to run through the rest. It's just so easy. It's so clean as Neff just needs to hold down at left click and provide that damage. GTFO through the wall. Not enough for lethal, but a triple kill onto the talisman player of Nightshade EU.
Septic gets that Reckoning off onto the deck. Gonna buy himself a bit more time. Is gonna utilize that to escape. But still, as you said, TJ, that's a 3-man for 0. Tier 1 also picked off. And I think that is one of the strengths that we've seen always out of any team Import plays with. Like, they see an objective spawn. They're not instantly doing it, right? They're looking to get those picks first, and they can sort of mind control the enemies into walking into a bad spot. Low HP boss, though. Venom looking for something, but I think the gold difference at this point is just too wide to really do anything as he tries to catch out some of these targets.
I think you've got to say, even with 50% of the HP, you'd probably still favor Nightshade in these fights. Import's certainly not bothered by Ven, just trying to look for these surges, looking for these knockups. They're going to tag with the Seek and Destroy. Force Import away. But not going to get it though, because here comes Bondrewd. Colosseum Ven immediately blinks away while trying to escape that Spear of Near. But this is the man you got to be careful of, because Neft has got a gun and he is going to shoot you down. Septic is going to fall. And just like that, once again, a Nightshade EU squad just clean up. Again, not even breaking their stride, just moving from one spot, one jungle to the next. 3 more kills and the Shaper to be the next target.
That's almost BM. At 15 minutes, the Shaper already being taken. And yeah, obviously nothing to really to do for this Venymans squad. 3 members down once more. And 10k gold lead. Make it 11k actually at 15 minutes. Definitely not what we were expecting going into this game, but maybe we should have, right? This Nightshade squad consisting of some of the best players we have in Predecessor, 2 LAN winners, countless PCC champions across this team. They're proving it once more as the map is not only destroyed by this Nightshade squad, but also, of course, by Akarov with that 1.8 patch. Got me out of there eventually. TJ, you pick it up.
It's all right, Sang. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Oh, man. It's so tough. I mean, it feels like perhaps Nightshade don't even need to get the Shaper for a Cataclysm if you're looking at Veny and the many men's. This map is an entire inferno. Nothing's going their way. Nothing that they do is really sticking. And Nightshade EU, again, they're not doing anything flashy. That's the crazy thing, right? They're not really going for some insane plays or really batting out. It just feels that the many men just are just falling apart whenever Nightshade just turn up wherever they go around this map.
Definitely seems that way. Secret now, the one card has that augment that grants him unstoppable in the shield rush. Gonna cause him to escape. Now Venom might be the ones caught out instead. Not gonna get caught, but they're just losing their entire jungle. And they are just a punching bag as we keep on repeating in this game. Nightshade EU, full control, Mini Prime next. And this might almost be one of those cases where the game can potentially even end before the 20-minute mark.
Essentially, we have seen a 10-minute game already this tournament. Venyman's not going to quite give up that easily. They were the ones who dealt that 10-minute match in their very first game of the day. But 16 kills to 0. Might not even need your Prime, as you said, Tang. Might not even need a third Fangtooth or even a Prime, or these late game objectives, which on paper, we were expecting, these massive climactic 5 versus 5 fights around your Prime to truly decide it. But right now, 16 kills to 0. Nightshade EU not even breaking a sweat here. There's going to be a bit of a defense secret with the Riftwalkers, with that shield slam, trying to mount something underneath this tier 2 tower. Testo also going to come out, going to force some blinks away. Good utilization, and a shutdown finally goes their way. No. Perfect game for the Nightshade squad. Teva is going to land. Boulder toss coming in from Import. Almost comical. And now looking at the re-engage. The many men's can't afford to step forward. But now here comes Bondrude looking to clean up. The blink, the barricade stun, another spear, another dagger. And Maya is going to drop. Seek and Destroy will eventually get Bondrude away from M. But 3 members for 1 is going to be the overall play.
Penguin also might not be able to escape. No mana left taken by Emder. But yeah, shutdowns collected. Shutdowns onto this steal, though, at least in the case of Neft. So not necessarily the best case scenario, but definitely a first step, as you said. First 2 carries going back, and it's going to be the dual lane dropping. No objective there to be taken, of course. And still a tempo advantage for our Nightshade squad that is going to be able to easily walk into this Fangtooth pit next with a 15k gold lead. And they're just saying, come challenge us.
Literally, yeah, just standing there. Just standing there menacingly, and the many men's can't even walk up, honestly. They've got wards down at the buff line, really. Can't go in towards the river. Contesting 4 members. The Nightshade teams, they take their third Fangtooth, the free Fangtooth Monty secured. Being all those stats, a permanent 8% to offensive and defensive stats, roughly translating to the sense that they're going to be killing the members of the many men's team 8% quicker and probably dying 8% slower. Roughly how it's going to translate.
Damn, the mathematics coming in as well in this Predecessor stream is just a joy to behold. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's how it works, and also like it's percentage based, so having this big gold lead is gonna increase their chances exponentially. And for many men's, that is one of the risks you always fall in if you give over all of these early Fangtooth. Yes, the chances are at some point, at 20 minutes, you're gonna face off against this fully scaled up composition that Nightshade EU has drafted for themselves. Prime started. This might be it, TJ.
This might be the final play-doh for the many men's as M walks forward. Bondrude gonna throw down that Colosseum, and the crunch sent straight back to that scrapyard. Just grouping up, death balling for Arctic Secret, doing what he can, looking to combine with that Tezzerdome, but Shin and Bondrude now forcing Maya away, and that again just allows Neft free cast in towards these fights, but he will lose his life for it. Eventually get down the Grim, but it costs them 3 members to do that. They have at least got Nightshade away from the All-Prime.
Maya also might not be able to escape, just using those stuns back to back.
Rude.
It's just impossible to move. Maya disconnected his controller, couldn't play anyways. It's just one of these days. Yeah, I mean, it's just typical Nightshade, right? That's what they do every time.
Isn't it just not breaking a sweat, really? This almost feels like a warm-up. You know, they've gone into the first game just to get ready for this match against the Many Men's. Many Men's, there's a lot that they've turned up. You know, I've got to call a spade sometimes. Got to say how I see it, at least. Tier 2 towers dropping on the left-hand side. And in the mid lane on the right side, only inhibitors left for the side of the Many Men's. Of course, to their credit, it is a best of 3. So they still have game 2. Maybe they're playing the game on hard mode. Maybe there is another tactic available that I just cannot see just yet. Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I promised you an instant classic, and right now we're just seeing Nightshade EU on a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, definitely. This Veny Many Men squad, like obviously the headspace at this point is on the second game, as you said. Like I don't think like they have many hopes for this game themselves. But you know what? Maybe like getting a team fighting win, maybe that's like at this point, just getting a few Ks in return, maybe that is already enough to sort of reset the Mental. That's always one thing that we have to consider. Mental game is half of it. Prime now being started up once more. Venom in the vicinity can enter it with an ultimate, but Nightshade not a team to actually 50-50 it.
Tesdome is going to come down with that CC and a stun. 100 is just deleted, and Septic gets a big shutdown onto his play, and Penguin also gets ran down before he can make it, and it looks like the Many Men's now have control over the pit minimap though. Minions pouring in towards their inhibitors, but the Many Men's are looking for this fight, and Neft gets taken down. Ven with a generational performance on this Quang. They have to go for the All-Prime, but the base is falling in the background. Import and Shin looking to play distraction. They might have done enough to call off the play.
Inhibitors, importantly, not falling yet. The middle one is still under pressure. Import just wants to stop those recoil. Septic could potentially still be a target, but Secret, being the support he is, taking the rock in his stead. No inhibitors falling. 3 pickups for Many Men's in this elongated Prime dance. Nightshade, they don't want to flip it, but they lose the team fight regardless. And now Many Men's at least crawling back very slowly, but very surely. Gold difference, still quite a bit, but it is shrinking.
I mean, yeah, slowly. It's a step in the right direction. Granted, that speed almost feels like tectonic shift at this point. It's quite a slow movement right now towards it, but again, starting to close that gold a little bit. Shutdowns, as you highlighted, did go the way of the Many Men's. If their minds are on game 2, maybe it's like, oh, hang on a minute, we are still in game 1 here. What if we, I don't know, what if we just won? You know, what if we just made this comeback? Perhaps that's on the card. Is that what the scriptwriters have prepared for us?
I mean, I just know how Venom thinks, and I'm like, in his head, he's thinking, okay, we just won this team fight while we are so far behind. Imagine we are stomping them. I know for sure that is actually what Venom is thinking right now, but yeah, we're still in this game. Shaper being taken, 5k, that is not going to be able to be contested. Question is Nightshade going to find the team fighting victory? I think only one might be enough for them to actually make it. Fangtooth has spawned. 1 pick is all it takes.
1 pick. We've seen that the Many Men's have got options. We've also seen multiple times this game that Nightshade EU squad with that combination boulder toss, with the landmine, base bomb, have it all to do. That is a big wave though crashing on that right hand side, and that will give them the opportunity, the Nightshade squad, to start up the Primal Fangtooth. They are going to turn around and go towards the All-Prime. The call has been made from Bondry that the Many Men have decided to throw caution to the wind and start up this play. Primal Fangtooth still dropped by Import. And this team fighting buff at the Ore Prime fight. Maybe this was the 5v5 fights, because if Nightshade win, look at the waves on the left and right hand side. This will be the game. The many men's need to keep going secret, thrown into the backline by the Ore Prime, as Bondred doing the same. But the Nightshade boys import still steals the Ore Prime for himself. Thank you for the leash. We will take it from here. 3 members are gonna drop, and there might be nothing left to stop the Nightshade squad finally taking this core.
I think on the left side, they still have the Seedling pushing as well from taking the Shaper beforehand. So yeah, this is gonna be it. Nightshade taking this mid lane inhibitor. Many men they made it a bit closer than it could be, I suppose, right? After this 15-0, I was getting a bit concerned. At least a few kills returned, but the end result is still the same. The core explodes, and Nightshade goes up 1-0.
So just a little bit delayed. That result probably got held up in traffic, perhaps, but still arrives at that destination. A Nightshade victory here in game number 1 is a best of 3. I just said though that Tang, looking at how Ven's looking at it in this one, honestly, whatever helps him sleep at night, to be honest. But yeah, game 2 is coming up their way. But man, bit of a wobble though from Nightshade. I gotta say, that team fight loss, maybe a glimmer of hope for the many men's, but they might need a bit more than that.
Yeah,
showing how Nightshade have played so far.
I mean, honestly, like, you go back to the draft and you change everything, and you hope some change is gonna fix something. I think one big point, I think this Grim is just so strong at the moment in the meta. I don't think, like, the Revenant is weak himself, but I think the Grim, the amount of sort of strength you gain on lane is just so disgusting. And Neft, of course, like, we didn't get much of a chance to talk about him because the entire team was just winning. But yeah, this Neft guy is also pretty good at ADC, so probably want to remove him from, like, the best ADC in the game at the moment.
He's pretty good at clicking his mouse for sure here. Anyway, that's gonna do it from us on the cast desk. We're gonna throw it back to the host, to F. Spooky and HD Philly B to get their thoughts on a post-game breakdown.
Thank you very much. Great cast, TJ and Tang. We're back here on the desk to break things down a little bit just before a break and jumping into game number 2. One of the things the caster said, I think a lot of fans at home said, and I don't think the team said, was that one felt like a little bit of a warm-up for maybe one of our squads here. All respect due. Let's start talking about the team on the other side. Philly, Veny Vens, we were talking a lot about M and the success in that short lane. And when it came down to the off lane, it was Bondrewd 6 ways to Sunday.
Yeah, it was rough. We were watching him all game, not as comfortable on the crunch as he is on the Fang Mao or the Grux. But I think as they go into game 2, they'll have first pick, so maybe they'll be able to squeak one of those characters in. It depends. Still going to be really rough for him. That's the character they have to facilitate, or the player they have to facilitate, and they just didn't get it done. The other side is Ven. Was on the Kwang, which, you know, I really like Kwang, very versatile character, but not the one that shines the most when I think of Ven. So I need him on a character that he is really strong at, or can really make an impact in the game. The Kwang just wasn't it for me. So really tough on that side.
And what kind of... don't be coy. What do you want to see him play? What character? Give me specifics.
Dude, he's so good at the assassins, right? I would have liked him to play the Crunch instead, or the Wukong. I know that was banned. The Fang Mao. Like, there's so many other characters that he excels at. The Zarus even. So I think, yeah, you gotta get him on one of those, I think.
Mars, revealing a little bit of what we were talking about backstage. You were talking about Zarus in that off lane versus, perhaps maybe somewhere else on the map. You never lose a game because of one thing, but having that early game spiral out of control in that off lane definitely was a problem.
Oh, for sure. And I'm going to stand by what I said. I do prefer seeing Zarus in the jungle rather than the off lane. However, when you're able to just be one of the best offlaners on any character, you can kind of get away with quite a lot. And I'm going to be completely honest. I think that M maybe just misplayed that early game a little bit, right? You saw him at level 5 stepping up against Bondrewd, who had already hit level 6, and it wasn't the right call. He had already taken a spill, pushes the wave up, says, all right, now I'll go for Sign Buff. Haha, no. Actually, I'm level 6, so I'm going to ult you. And I feel there just wasn't enough respect paid from M towards his simply worse early game against Zaris.
Sure.
And it led to him losing the lane. That said, you said it yourself. You never lose because of one singular lane, right? Things were going wrong across the map. But I do think trying to be a little too aggressive in that early game from M meant that also Ven on that Kwang really didn't have many options to go to, and things spiraled.
That's a big deal, you know. When I look at the map of a MOBA, all of the characters are connected in this like Rube Goldberg type like marionette, right? Like if your off lane is losing a little bit, that's going to bring your jungler down because there's less that you can do as a unit on that side of the field and be able to leverage into, right? Like all of these rotations are connected, and so we've kind of identified the first stone to crumble in that early game was that short side, was that off lane side. Looking at the Zaras walking in, there was specifically that moment at the the level 5 versus level 6. We all saw it, and that was like combat Carl. Like, all right, what was step number 2, Philly? Like, where did it like?
Yeah, I think the good foundation here for VVMNN is Mayor in the mid lane. And this is what we talk about a lot with the 1.8 patches. The mid lane has to be strong to facilitate. So I think Ven and Mayor have to play together and get some of those early objectives. M, just play safe. Put him on the steal, so that way he can just not do anything and just play safe, and so he doesn't feel like he can be aggressive. Allow your other 2 players to, speaking, we'll talk about that. Allow the other 2 players to then facilitate, because Mayor was winning his lane. He was putting the pressure on Shin, which is hard to do, and then maybe you can roll something off of that. So maybe adjust and allow those 2 players to be leveraged.
I don't ever want to see M on a steal. Like, I want that guy active. I want that guy fighting. Maybe just, wait for your power spike first.
Fair.
That's what we're looking for. More activity. M needs to bring it through. The whole team does, but at the end of the day, Nightshade is standing up tall. Great performance by them, but it's not over. It's just game 1. Game 2 around the bend. We'll be right back. You're watching the PCC. Welcome back to the PCC. It's the fall season, baby. And we are already ready to go. Not my strongest intro, but the games are better. Spooky and HD here along for the ride. And one already in the bucket. By that I mean the victory for Nightshade, not the amount of kills that Ven's got in 20 minutes. So let's try to frame the conversation in a positive light towards Ven's, because at the end of the day, their game one wasn't great. Big issues were the off lane M got a little banned out and had some trouble, and Neft on Grim was insane. My analysts also mentioned Mayor in the mid doing big stuff. So we'll adjust. Yode still the ban out here for many men's, just like they were in game number 1. I'm expecting to see some off-lane bans here, Mars. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, nail on the head there. You wanted to phrase this in a positive light. Veny didn't have an empty bucket, right? They had drops. They had some potential in that late game. Wasn't enough, but it was there. They can take that and use that as momentum getting into this draft here. Say, all right, we know what didn't work. We know that Nightshade's probably going to focus out M on some of these bans, take some things away from us here. Let's have a backup plan. And that had to be a conversation they were having during game 1 as well. Say, okay, is this crunch working? Do you think it can work for game 2? Was this a misplay? Do we run it back? I'm sure they have some plans in here. I personally wouldn't like to see the crunch again. But if they do decide to go back, I mean, I'm also of the opinion that you can't let one bad game completely throw off your game plan. Sometimes it's just one mistake, and you can recover from that.
I'm super here for that ride. I like to see teams run back what they just got beat on sometimes, because, like you said, maybe when we looked at that off lane, we were harping on this one singular play where we saw the Xerath kind of have the upper hand, and then they won the matchup despite having the ultimate advantage. Don't know why M decided to take that. Maybe that was the whole thing, and if we just do that again without the oops, we wind up with a better situation. So oftentimes you can overthink and outthink yourself into a loss. So this time around, same bans across the board, the Feng Mao and the Grux, and then across the way the Yode and the Monkey. Rampage first picked. This time, so the exact same draft, but we've swapped squads. Yeah. So Nightshade picked the Rampage last time around. We're going to see it here for Ven's. The big question, Philly, is where does the Predator go?
Yeah. Is it support? Is it offlane? Is it jungle? I think it's going to be jungle here. I think Ven, he's pretty strong on this character. This is kind of that playmaker that he wants to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's there. We'll see how the rest of the draft goes. On the flip side, though, we're flipping the script and we're seeing the Grim first pick. Neff has played this, I think it's like 3 out of 4 games so far in the tournament. So it's just like, this is the guy he is going to be ride or dying with. The Kwang, however, could go anywhere. Could go jungle, could go support, could go off lane. I think that's a good opener, good flexible pick for them. Many events, they're picking up a few more.
Skylar picked up here, an interesting one. We haven't seen that earlier. We didn't see that earlier in game number 1. I am going directly to the Grim conversation because Neff was too good on it, Mars. Just flat up and straight up and down. 3 out of 4 games. We've seen him on the robot. Yuri and Monkey banned out this time by Veny. I get it. We saw Wukong run. I get it. Is there a world where one of these should have been a Grim ban?
I don't think so, because I look back at that.
Or do you take the Grim
draft
for yourself instead of the Rampage?
No. I think the Rampage is way too valuable. And looking back at that game, I don't think it was a draft issue. I think there was just plays on the map that didn't work out, and it just cascaded. The death ball started to happen, and Veny felt unprepared for it. I don't think there was a single character you can point to in that draft that was the problem that you have to take out. Everything got out of control. So instead, you know what's coming. Play around that. Pick something you think plays well into it. The Skylar, I think, does very well into the Grim. Sure, he can spell shield your Plasma Bomb or your Atomizer. But the thing is, if you throw the Plasma Bomb out and force him to spell shield, he can't spell shield your Atomizer, and the Hypercharge is still going to laser down the targets. I like this plan here. And obviously, He's an immobile character. You can put him in the containment fence, lock him down, and find some good success there. Philly, you said you wanted this rampage in the jungle. Veny Vens looks like they agree, and there's some good setup to bring down this dual lane.
And I have to also talk a little bit more about this Skylar pick because it's Septic who is the substitute for Sagu. If Sagu's here, I think they have a really good chance. Septic's a great player, but Sagu is just another tier above, right? Not able to play in this set today. So you have to think about what is the hero pool of that substitute. Is he comfortable on the Revenant? Is he comfortable on the Skylar? Get him on something that he can make an impact on, because we didn't see much of it in that previous set. So I think on the Skylar, he'll have a little bit more escapability. He can play safe, but also make plays at the same time. So I'm liking that pick up there for VVMM.
Second round of bans out here. No Muriel, no Gideon, Gideon, and we've got Gadget and Howie kind of locked in here as well, waiting for our last selection on the other side. But yeah, you've sort of lined up this idea that we're going to see the rampage in the jungle. I think that's we want more activity in general from Veny Vens. I think that's kind of the resounding sound from everybody, fans and detractors alike. Just a little too passive for my liking from Veny Vens, and not doing what they wanted to do. Mars, you've got that young philosopher look on your face. Talk to me about Zaras, dude.
It's just they're running the reverse matchup. M said, "All right, you know what? Fine, you beat me with the Zaras on the crunch. Let me go ahead and run it back. See if it was just a character thing." I don't know if I like it a lot, but I do like them waiting on M's pick to see what the rest of this draft is. The Coliseum is fantastic here. FaZe kind of throws a bit of a wrench into things, because now you have to make sure they're together with this Scrim or whoever you're trying to Coliseum, so she doesn't just yank them out. But I like the ideas being put into play here, especially with the Gadget paired on top. There's some good wombo here.
And I love this phase.
Like the vibe. I kind of like the vibe here, Philly. You feeling the same?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love the phase. That's what we were talking about in the draft one. I thought they were going to pick the phase out. They had the Decker because she was available, but knowing the Decker's pick, the Muriel's banned, phase the natural pick. You can yoink them out of the containment fence, yoink them out of the Coliseum, yoink them out of the Tesla Dome. You're keeping this Grim safe. It's for Protect 1, which is always the strategy when Neff is on the board. He is your dead lifter. Herculean is this guy. So they're putting it all on him, but can't be understated. Import, the great facilitator, the Pirlo, the Tom Brady, whatever you want to say, the guy who just gets everybody the ball to score. That is this man, and he's going to be setting up kill after kill.
Yeah, man, the phase was, as soon as I saw it, it was like when you have that, you've got like 7 stacks of Tetris and the one perfect piece comes down. That's what the phase was. We were talking, I think, 4/6 of this conversation, no, I will not reduce my fractions, was about how the Grim, it's fine, he's immobile, just jump on him, collapse him, Coliseum him. Well, now phase is there to provide that eject button. Get down, Mr. President is the vibe here on the side of NSEU, and it looks like they're in a position to bring this one home. It is a best of 3, and Veny Vens have their tools to go ahead and bring us to that game 3, but they got to play it out on the field. That does it for us. It's over to the casters, TJ and Tang. Let us know.
Thank you so much, Desk. Welcome everyone down to the Sanctuary map for game number 2 here in winners round 4 between Nightshade EU versus Veny Ven and the many men. TJ here. I got Tang alongside me as always. And Tang, for the many men, you got to say, are they actually going to load into the server for this game? Because they really are playing this series on hard mode. And Nightshade, they look so good.
Yeah, I think this Veny Ven's roster might be looking a bit embarrassed after this first one. But honestly, this Nightshade squad is just demonic. So I think it's resetting the mentor, coming in fresh, getting those new picks in, as our desk was highlighting. I think that is going to be the trick in order to come back into this set. So I think one thing that I really want to re-emphasize, right? First game was a stomp. His set is not supposed to be a stomp. Veny Ven's many men, even though they might be rated lower than Nightshade, they are supposed to be one of the top 3 teams coming into this tournament. So Nightshade putting on a performance like this in game 1 is a statement. Now it's on Veny Ven's and his many men to respond.
If you are a Veny, if you are one of the many men, one of the many fans, of course, this is a of your favorite team as well. There's a lot to like about the many men's team. You're hoping that was a blip. That was just a random against correlation. That was an outlier result here. As you said, Tang, they're in conversation to win the entire thing. Champions do not play games like that game number 1. Surely not. Surely that couldn't have happened here. But of course, if the many men do pull it out, I gotta say, Ven, you had us all in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. Like, very unlikely for them to win after seeing how the first game went. But honestly, we are not in the business of making overreactions after one game. So let's just see how it goes. I think one thing that many men can sort of index on is sort of the lack of AD for the side of Nightshade EU. Picking a character like a Grim forces the offlaner almost to go into AD, especially when the Quang is picked early on. Shin in the mid lane, though, getting this blink blown once more. Good support rotation out of Secret there. Already an important cooldown. Back to the point, though, having ability damage in the jungle together with the ADC means that Bond is going to be the only one really shredding with those AD attacks.
Like our backstage, Tang, as soon as you saw the draft, you said to me, Bondred is really hating playing AD, but he's kind of got to. He has to provide a little bit of balance to this composition. Just has to play it sometimes. I mean, Bondred, as a player, so good at the game, but also very good at playing weak side. Kind of falls into that role. He has got to do what he has got to do. But a bit of a note there, again, another mid lane blink has been burned pre-3 minutes as well. That's blink down for the ceilings, for Fangtooth, for Mini Prime. Can the many men actually punish it this time?
That is the big question mark. In the first game, we did see that the blink was blown in the 1v1, but Venom never showed in the mid lane, always tried to play around this dual lane that was just not winning against double ranged. So that one ended up not working out. Now Maya, mid lane, the one that has to be careful, but does have this shield from this green buff. Also knows that Import is backing, hears it with the animation coming out. So he's gonna respect it, stay safe.
Keeping himself safe. 3 minutes in, no first blood, no solo bolo on that right-hand side. And a big talking point, Tang, at the end of that game, you mentioned as well, is seeing Neft on the Grim. It's like, got to deal with it. And also the death, put a lot of onus on that as well. And the many men's seem to have thought about that, just like punish the lack of mobility, but then this phase comes in. I mean, Penguin doing so well. Let's see if then already more animating in this game than game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think this off lane has been the make or break point in this first game. He tries to change it now. Mid lane, no blink available on Shin. Using this route, forced to blink away. Venom picks it up.
Ben's gonna get that first blood. A much better start to this game than game number 1. And M even gets the solo kill on the right-hand side. Oh my word, run it back. But surely with the nameplate sort of wrong way round. It's 2-0 to the many men.
It was the heroes after all. Getting 2 early picks is going to change the game plan. We mentioned it before. Venymans, they're usually the ones in control in the early game. Now Venom fighting against Import is going to use the leap to get away. Import, no way to gap close. It's going to be able to escape. But I didn't quite see who got the seedling in that fight.
I mean, the seeding is also on that right-hand side. Import is going to be taking this as we speak. Of course, Bondred also arriving on scene, just make out. Mid lane's over here. Penguin also on the way over. Fangtooth spawns at the 5-minute mark. 2 kills to 0. Again, it's a solid start for the many men's. Definitely seen they've turned up. I mean, even Ven just going up to lanes there. He's almost, there's the juggle that we were expecting to see at the start of this series.
Definitely. I think it's just a bit unfortunate that Shin managed to escape that in that fight for Venymans. But good rotation coming in from Penguin. Hovering, knows that Secret was on the way towards the mid lane as well. They wanted to punish this flashless, blinkless howitzer in the mid lane, and he ended up not getting anything for his troubles. Had to blow his own blink. So now it's going to be this gadget without any tools to escape as well. Shin is going to have his blink up a bit earlier again.
That was something that we were discussing in the preparation for this series when we knew what we were going to cast as well, is talking about secrets. A very hit and miss support for the many men. Some games, this guy looks absolutely unplayable. On top, pure hard carrying. Thinking back to the summer games, probably the MVP of that summer prelims for the many men. But also some games he's absent. May as well not be there. But already in this game number 2, seeing a different shade to him as well. On the range support, we know he loves the melee characters. So far, so good on the Decker.
Yeah, good rotations towards the mid lane, getting this blink out, also fighting the 2v2. I think Secret, as you mentioned, right? I think it was actually the game against Sin where he was just absolutely smashing through everything. That was when the Rampage was really good in the support role as well. Loves his melee picks, now proving his worth on the Decker as well. Looking towards mid lane. Saracen making the rotation in. This Fangtooth is going to be fought for. We're going to have a lot of ultimates ready for this.
Level 6 is available for everyone apart from the supports. 4 members make that 5 of the many men are over here to make sure the Fangtooth is going to be taken. It will be responded. There is a handshake being taken place though, as the mini prime on the 7-minute mark will also be started up, slightly given over as well. But many men are on the way over time.
Does not look like they're going to be there in time. Gadget, the first one in, is not going to have any sort of opportunity to lock anybody in place. This mini prime not given over to the crunch. Instead, it goes into the pockets of imports on the Quang. This has not had as much success finding these picks as in this first game so far. But as you said, objectives trade at 1 each. I think both teams are not going to be too worried about that.
And I think Import also had to hunt it as well. Got a feel that he probably wanted that to go on towards Bondry on that right-hand side, but had to take it away just in case there was a potential there.
Oh, no.
And maybe it's a good thing he didn't, actually, because Bondry finds 3 members in his lane. Going to be taken down, but at least the mini prime is still on Import, though.
Layering the CC, and it's just a nightmare to play into. Didn't have the blink up either, so he's just gonna get barricade stunned into Rampage rocked into Decker stunned as well, and loses a plating for his troubles as well, as M now on this Saris is having the time of his life, especially comparing to game 1.
I mean, he took one look at the fun that Bondrid must have been having in game number 1, says, hey, I'd like a little bit more of that. Can we swap the heroes, please? It's my turn on the Xbox, Mom. It's my turn to play the Zaras here. But it's a complete reversal, you know. Maybe it was the heroes after all. 3 kills to 0. The many men's taken more objectives already than that first game as well. He's got half of the amount of kills. They have shown up really, and for the Nightshade squad, it's still not exactly blown out the water at this point here, but get a sense that something's different about this game.
I really love the rotation out of Secret as well. Walking over to the right-hand side since he wanted to contest the mini prime anyways, and just ended up getting this crunch down with his help as well. So that is really good. And also Septic is allowed to farm in the meanwhile. We did catch his CS number just before. There was around 84. Obviously, like, not perfect, but having a roaming support like that means you're gonna drop some CS. And honestly, just keeping sort of in arm's reach with Neft is already good enough for this Kyler in this game.
Then also making sure that Shin is always within reach of that boulder as well. Another one hits straight to the noggin. But back to the duo lane. Secret actually over here as well, just fighting in this 2 versus 2. And Penguin, of course, with the rotated support from Secret, a bit of damage coming down. All of the owners on towards Neft, almost ignoring Penguin GTFO. Secret does not block it for his ADC, as both of them are going to go low. But the junglers also clashing inside of the river.
Secret knows who the MVP is in his team. He is just not worrying about the Skylar whatsoever. But jokes aside, Skylar had to back anyways. So honestly, letting her get lower doesn't really change much. They also had the Rampage cover for them on this left-hand side. Talking about Ven, might be an angle for him to actually engage once more.
Looking for that potential though, but it's not going to find it. Everyone just simply going to back away. At least 10-minute mark, 3 kills to 0 is the current state of the game. Left lane towers and mid lane towers not really taking much of a hit. The right lane barely taking any damage at all. It's only damage and the plating's lost on the right hand side. Import going for a little bit of an invade though in towards the red side jungle. That the Rampage is going to find out eventually here. But really get the sense, though, that's not really much available right now. Looking for ganks, though, as Import goes from the red side. Gonna try and help out Bondrewd. Colosseum will be thrown down. I think he was trying to predict that, but actually M holds the blink. Blast Flower outplay, but Shin's on the way over. And there's the Zara's blink. No way M gets out of this one. Okay, Shin was there. Everyone calm down, but that was so close to being sick.
That was one of the ganks of all time, but yeah, M tries to outplay it, ended up not working out for him. Still, Kwang blinked for it. Howitzer used that ultimate as well, so in the end it's not necessarily the worst. Rampage also able to pick up all of that farm on this right hand side. 3-man rotation. Mei are able to shove in the mid wave. Now it's going to be about this next Fangtooth spawn. We see the crunch walking towards mid lane. We're expecting both teams wanting to contest it. We see everybody pathing that way. Bond actually thinks otherwise. It's going to path right lane instead.
We're just making sure it's got to be going for the decision. Surely knows to catch the wave. He's going to the right. He's going to the left. Okay, the call is to get over here as Import takes a boulder toss, nearly takes a status bomb as well. With M over here, Bondrewd now in the river. Potential 5 versus 5 brewing around the second Fangtooth. See the members starts to arrive. Penguin on the left of your screen. Septic going to hop over the wall and starts up this Fangtooth. Bondrewd Shin to the right. Import's already stolen one objective this game. No stun's going to land, and the Tesla Dome forces the blink out of Bondrewd. Fangtooth still available right now, so he goes for the Rift Walker's play, but the many men will secure the Fangtooth for themselves. Now, what about the fight? They need to get out of their pits, though, because there's a lot of AoE damage coming out from the Nightshade EU squad, and just like that, they will take 4 members for the cost of that one Fangtooth. Holy, what a response.
100% worth it out of Nightshade EU. They're getting 4 of these picks, making this a game in their favor in terms of the kill score. Obviously, giving over this second Fangtooth of the game, this could end up biting them in the long run if Many Vents are able to secure this third Fangtooth for themselves. But yeah, Many Vents, they just take so long to actually start this up. They didn't have any vision on the crunch. They didn't know that he was actually on the right-hand side. If they immediately started it up, Bond would not have been able to make it there in time. But with them not able to find the pick onto Import, with them not pulling the trigger fast enough, in the end, it was just a coin flip that Venom was able to win, but with everybody locked into the pit, Nightshade EU win the team fight.
Zed got that objective, but it cost 4 of the many men, and just like that, after one play, 1 kill on the right-hand side, plus 4 over here by the Fangtooth, froze them 4 versus 5, 4 to 5 on the kill score, respectively. Not able to claim any objectives, though. That mini prime not going to last quite as long as if it was in the pockets of the many men. We do get a little look at the screen. It's a 2k gold there, maybe even 1k, 1.5k, as it fluctuates a little bit there. But it's Nightshade firmly in the gold lead for now.
Nightshade in the gold lead, and pretty much this entire gold lead is on this duo lane. See a 2k gold lead almost for Neff that has been having Penguin shadow him this entire game, while we saw Secret try to make his impact on the rest of the map. Ended up getting 2 Fangtooth for it, but as we saw, Mini Prime being secured for Nightshade EU instead. Crunch, though, on the right-hand side might be getting caught out, as on the left-hand side we also see more trading.
More trading there, but Bondrewd will fall on that right-hand side. The Nightshade squad still pushing in on the mid lane, still pushing, applying that pressure over towards the left-hand side. Mid lane tier 1 tower, about a third HP. Still going to be staying alive. Can't say the same about the tier 1 though. Is now moving forward as well. Secret has got to be careful. He wants to roam. He wants to be free. But unfortunately, dealing with this duo lane, though, as Secret goes for the Rift play and the Iron Strike, sacrificing his life. But that means the many men need to win this one. A Septic point-blank atomizer takes down Neff and the shutdown into his pocket. Jumps down, refuels, and back into the skies. They will be hit by the tether, but that hyperphase beam is able to do so much work. And Septic, the substitute player, replacing Sagu, comes up big. Penguin might be able to survive a little bit longer, but straight into a speed trap, and he is going to fall. It's Septic with a triple kill of his own.
Oh, and we're talking about that the entire lead is basically on the ADC, while that has been made completely irrelevant. Septic picking up 3 for himself, has 2.5k in his pocket. Gonna be able to pick up the Shaper as well. 15 minutes, 50 in. Veny, they are looking like a different team. Shaper secured, the map transforms, and this time it's in Veny's favor.
It is a completely different dynamic. I don't know what happened in game 1, but I can only theorize that for game 2, everyone just leant forward a little bit more. Now is the time for us to truly play the game, and this time is what we were expecting, I think, from game number 1. The meteors are crashing down. At this point in game 1, Nightshade EU were far too far ahead for this game, but now it's 8 kills to 6. Now it's competitive. Now we can see if the many men's can claw something back. I don't want to say 3-game banger just yet. It's got all the hallmarks of it so far.
100%. I think that the big point is we were not expecting Veny and his many men to win. We were expecting it to be a lot closer than this first game was. Now Veny's many men, they're in a good position. Nightshade, though, with this Fang2 fight on this left-hand side, they can still turn everything around. Looking at cooldowns, pretty much everything available for our Nightshade squad. It's only gonna be Neft and Bond not having this blink up. So much lockdown, so many stuns flying everywhere. Import, he's so good at dodging them, honestly. Just biding his time, waiting for the rest of the squad to make it.
Arriving there, but Bondrude, though, might be the anvil that the many men's are hitting, though. Force out on the right-hand side. A bit of trading, though. Import gets a fair chunk on towards Secret. The blink has been expended, though, but M sees an opportunity. Colosseum down on towards Import. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Septic are going to make sure he goes back to the spawn, though. Jungler has fallen, and with a free Fangtooth Monty on the cards, the many men are going to start up this objective.
Oh, they want to go for the fight, though, as well. Bondrude in the front line. Venom forcing the blink out. Good ultimate.
Ezadome cuts off the way to escape. Penguin will throw back Neff. There's a final act that this support will do in this fight, but it will simply be sent back to the spawn room as with his AD carry. 4 members are down, and now Shin in the Epoch to buy a bit of time. Seek and destroy, though. It will exactly do what it says on the tin. Seek and destroy. Double kill for Septic. 5 members will fall. It was technically an ace. And the Fangtooth, the free Fangtooth Monty goes to the many men.
Shin also utilized his ult at the end, so that's not gonna be up when this big prime spawns at this 20-minute mark. Nightshade EU, they've done so well controlling the spaces around these pits, but now the first time Import gets caught at the beginning, utilizing the blink early, and then it's just go time for the rest of Veny's many men. They know that they have what it takes to lock this Quang down. Good Colosseum coming in by M on the Saras, and he's not able to escape. Third mini prime is gonna be an easy pickup for this Veny's many men squad. Howie still in base, doesn't have the ultimate even if he was here, so that one is gonna be taken. Question is, TJ, do you think Septic is gonna take it?
Well, yes.
I think so.
I think he is, yeah. I mean, the purple hue might have given it away, but Septic 6-1-3 got an Imperator online, 3 items deep on a Skylar. We've seen Neff pilot this hero and truly work wonders, but now Septic is the one with the nameplate above the Skylar. The player hoping to rally around, but Nightshade, you looking for a response. They will group up Deathfall into the blue side jungle. Try and take away, make sure. Try and get this off Septic, though. Penguin blinks over the wall. It's going to be fine. Septic go into the aerial assault. Thinks about it, but Import nearly hit that tether. Nearly grounded Septic, though. Not hit by the Bold Toss either. That was close, but on the right-hand side, M versus Bondrude. We know how that one's going to go. Another solo kill to the Zaris for the many men.
That's just so tragic as well, because Bond is the only one that can actually deal with the Rampage. Yes, it sounds funky, but the Rampage just immediately went into this magic resist as his second item, knows that 4 of the 5 enemy heroes are gonna deal that magic damage, so Venom is pretty much unkillable for Neft at this stage in the game. Goes for a second MR item as we speak, and that is gonna be Something that Neft is not going to be happy playing into on that left-hand side. Septic also picking up so many frags off the back end of these team fights. This Skylar that has been pretty much fasting this early game is feasting now as she was able to collect these kills.
And just reaping the rewards the mini-mens are providing to her. Ven finds a bolt toss on towards Shin. Gonna just jump away. Careful though for the import tether though. Can't afford to be caught out here with the Orb Prime and the Shaper both on the right hand side of this map. No, still has his Behemoth, so we'll be able to get that HP back, but still being poked out. River buff secured. To back away, looking to regroup.
Looking at the ultimate, Venom has the Behemoth active, but he does not want to pop it yet. The defense many-mans get forced out of the pit, out of the river, and Shaper being started up.
There's going to be Began Secrets moving forward. M going to jump over the top there. The Nightshade boys looking to try and get away. Colosseum will come down, looking up some members. Punish the lack of blinks, and Import is going to be falling. Punish the lack of a jungler, as now the many-mens will say thank you for the leash. They are the ones who are going to take the Shaper, and they are the ones who are going to move straight onto the Orb Prime.
Oh, the left side is not set. Does that mean many-mans need to react to it? No, of course not, because now the seedlings are pushing down as this Prime is being taken. No smite available for Nightshade EU. Shin is going to try to take it. Almost got it. Looked a bit close in the end. It's still many-mans with this purple hue around them.
And looking good. Revitalized, I think is the word that I want to say here. It just feels like a different team almost. Have they just been given the controller or something like that? They finally plugged in the keyboard and mouse. Just the complete 180 that we saw in game one. Not necessarily because of the results and where we are in the map state, but this is what Veny were known for here. I think Tang, what they're doing to me is they're actually punishing mistakes. They're actually finding opportunities and playing around windows. I mean, M blinking onto Import when he expended that blink earlier, near enough won them that objective. Maybe they're looking to repeat it again. This is great play from the many-mens.
And with a 25k gold lead, together with this third Fang Tooth also secured by themselves, Venom wants to go for this Quang once more. Bond in the vicinity, cutting off the rest of the team. Fang Tooth has spawned. Doesn't look like they want to go for that. Instead, Bond is the target once more. Blink invested. Gets to safety. Fang Tooth still in the cards.
Colosseum, though, is no longer going to be available. That is at least something for the Nightshade EU squad to think about, though, as they will just evict the Nightshade EU squad from their mid lane tier 1 tower, open up that side of the map. They've got the wards down in the river and on the entrances to the pit. Now moving in towards that red side jungle, looking for picks. Thinking if Import wants to face check this. If they get a pick on towards Neff, that's an immediate start on a Primal Fangtooth. Penguin throws out the energy lance. Both teams playing around the shadow curtain, but the many men decide to finally fall back to the objective.
I don't think they want to start it up yet. Could be proven wrong. Venom now in the pit. Might be actually starting an up. Import goes for the fight.
Import takes one of them geezers, though. Bondru drops down from the mid lane to trade with him, though, but he's got no blink, and Bondru is just punished for the over-aggression. Testone throws out, does a lot of damage, and just like that, Nightshade, you scatter Shin. Isolated. M will blink afterwards, but cannot find that execution. Ven in the Behemoth can't find the boulder toss, though, and the skill shots are gonna go wide. Penguin, Import, and Neff still able to pump out a fair amount of damage. Ven jumping forward, seeing an opportunity, finds Import. Now that is the opportunity he was looking for. Jungler has fallen, but the health bars still aren't looking healthy enough. They will take the enhanced recall, most likely go towards Primal.
That's the perfect point. Enhanced recoils grant them the time that they need to make it back into this pit as fast as they can. All 5 members still available. I think after this first pick onto Bond, they could have probably just immediately turned towards this Fang Tooth instead. A bit of an overchase happened, being a 1-for-1 in the end. So I think that is fine. Or actually, it was a 1-for-0, I suppose, with Import falling there in the mid lane. Good blink forward, having the rock in his hands, just immediately connecting onto Quang, not giving Import a second to respond. Primal Fangtooth taken. Yeah, and this game looked completely different than the first one, honestly. Like, this gold lead is as much as we had in the first one, and honestly, it looked so much closer for most of this game.
Absolutely. The Veny men have turned up, putting on a performance that we know they can do. Primal Fangtooth has taken, Shaper immediately spawns, doesn't even get a chance to take his shoes off. They're going to be starting up that objective on the left-hand side. A bit of a look there to confirm it. 9k is the gold lead for the side of the Veny men's. Shaper will be taken. The Seedlings will be spawned. No Ore Prime on the right-hand side. So only the 2 buffs. The Veny men's still looking for a fight.
Still looking. The Seedlings are gonna go down. Actually, the gold lead was big in the first game. Actually, mislooked. So I want to apologize for that, as we have M facing off against Bond on this right-hand side. So nice of you. Tier 2 is not gonna be forgiven, though, because that is being taken by Veny men's. You have to play a bit more respectfully. Sarah's showing on this right-hand side. We're also waiting for this Prime to respawn again. Veny men's, one thing that they are usually good at is early game. Granted, like, we did see them get smashed earlier, but they're not as good at closing out games. Like, historically, that has been their weakness. Let's see how they do it this time.
It was their downfall in the last PCC. It was them kind of hesitating. You know, you do see a little bit of it here and there where they start up an objective, then move away, look for the fight. Okay, back to the objective. Okay, back to the fight. Back to the objective. Back to the fight. Hang on, why have we all now got 25% of our health bar? And then Conte just steals 2 objectives off the back. You know, near enough what happens verbatim in the PCC Summer Series finals, at least here. So for the Veny men, they do need to clean it up. And I think I want to hone on that point there about respect as well for Nightshade EU. Just probably explaining why they went for the pick on import before starting objective. Want to make sure they cover every base. Can't afford to allow an opportunity for imports teams to come back into this.
Yeah, that's 100% the case. It's just a lot harder to actually catch on to anybody with Penguin on that phase, who is lurking around, trying to get everybody to safety. Primal Fangtooth still in the pockets, 27 minutes in. Buff has scaled up quite a bit. Still some time to go. Prime is going to be this big target. Both teams know that this is the objective that they're fighting for. Everybody around Veny men's already in the pit, starting it up.
More Prime taking down to below 10k. Import Shin, Bondred on the right-hand side, utilizing the new pathways from the Cataclysm. But M pulls the trigger. Colosseum thrown out on towards Bondred. Mansuka's not there. Ven goes in towards the backline, though. He's hit by a wall of CC. He needs to try and back away the passive, and the Behemoth utilized to get him away. The Septic tries to go. Clay Pigeon shooting, looking for a kill, though. Not going to find it. Shut down. Goes the way of Penguin, and just like that, they've lost M as well. Punished for the over-aggression as the Nightshade squad regroup. Safety in numbers, and we have more members on the map than you, Veny Ven. They've got 5, you've only got 3. Secret and Maya will get to safety. Ven looking to get towards the gateway, looking to get to safety, but not gonna find it.
That must have been like one of the best engages, let's put it that way, that Nightshade could have hoped for in that choke. Just going far too deep onto the crunch. Didn't get anybody important in that Colosseum. Neft just looking at it from a distance, and then Venom jumps over, tries to get into the backline, but he is completely left alone. And then the rest of the members collapse into Veny men's backline and just completely stomp the fight. It looked like Veny men's were in prime position, but that is how fast things can go. Now it's about how well they can defend. I think all of these tier 2s might already be gone by the time that Nightshade decides to siege. Fangtooth about to spawn, 18 seconds onto Venom, died at the very last second of the fight, so that might be a bit of an issue trying to contest this next Fangtooth.
And we can see the impact of that fight. Gold lead down to only 6k. Add on the stats from the Ore Prime, it might be more like a 3k deficit, but immediately Nightshade EU starting up the Primal Fangtooth on its spawn, and they are going to take it. They are the team with the double bubble. Orb Prime around their shoulders and the Primordial Blaze, and that first Fangtooth will give them the extended buff duration that they were missing a few moments ago as we pass that 30-minute mark.
I really dislike that Venom is going to the left side. I feel like at least you can trade it for the Shaper. That one goes down so fast at this stage of the game, 30 minutes in. Instead, it's still up on the map, but I'm expecting Nightshade EU picking this one up, and then you have to defend against double buffed up Nightshade EU members, and then you also have to deal with the Seedling that is going to be so much stronger as well if they're able to make it. Bond pushing on the left side might be the target for Veny Many Mans. He's respecting it. Dashing away.
Going over here. Yeah, he knows, but he's pulled members away, and that might be the play. As then Blink, Colosseum, Boulder Toss on towards Bondrewd. And let's see how the Crunch can do in a 1 versus 2, because the Shaper has been taken down, and Bondrewd is holding his own. Behemoth has been used, so is the Razorback. Inevitably, Bondrewd will fall. Cost him so much, but now the Nightshade EU squad have the Orb Prime. They have the Primordial Blaze. They've got the Seedlings there. Introduce you to the 1.8 triple ripple here in late game Predecessor.
Seedlings pushing down the lanes. This tier 2 in the mid lane. I don't think there's going to be anything saving this one. I think the only good thing for Veny Many Mans is that the Seedling is pushing before the wave actually comes in, so that one is going to be cleared up quite easily. This right-hand side might be the next pressure point that our Nightshade EU team is going to be looking for. Instead, they're backing off. They recognize a 4 versus 5. It's not a fight we want to take. Technically, still behind in gold. I'm expecting with all of these objectives taken by the point they back, it's almost even. We see a 2k gold lead. At this point, it's just the bonus stats out of this third Fangtooth that is really making a difference in terms of itemization.
When we look at the items, you can see how deep members are into their builds as well. 5 items, 5.5 items. No one at full build just yet, but we're approaching level 18. Septic at level 17. Also got M at the level 18 mark. So is Mayor as well. At this point, 2k is basically nothing here. It's now coming down to the team play. It's down to the execution. Nightshade, again, have kept this one competitive, fighting back from 10,000 gold behind, probably more, and slowly clawing their way back into this one. 32 minutes. And now we're at this point in the game where it could all come down to one fight. One more rotation of the late game objectives. And you really get the sense both teams are getting ready for it. No one has to river just yet.
Looking at the Colosseum. Neft!
Neft, what are you doing? Okay, that's why Penguin's there. Does full Neft the safety. I feel that the phase pickup in the draft has just been vindicated in that one moment. But the stun ball from downtown, the cross-court shot, the CC import is down. Penguin tries to help him out, but he's only going to be joining them. And with Penguin falling in that one, it's a buy one, get one free as the many men pour in towards the base. Mid lane inhibitor is down. Then Blink's eyes on Shin. Bondrewd, though, is going to respond and a leap away. But now Secret, Mayor, the rest of the team are here. And just like that, they don't need an objective. They do not need another rotation. They just need one stasis ball. Nightshade EU aced in their own base, and the many men will take us to a 3-game banger.
What are we witnessing? I was so sure that Veny after that botched engage in that prime pit that they are gonna falter. Instead, they're still as bloodthirsty as they were previously. They find the fight they were looking for. Neft just overextending a bit, getting chased back, getting saved by Penguin, but in the end, it was imports being left out to dry. Whew, what an emotional game. And Veny, they did it 1-1 in this series.
What a way to do it as well. An emotional roller coaster. We have witnessed cinema. And again, it's what we said right at the start when the many men started to find their stride. This was the game we were expecting in game number 1. And, you know, I really do think that the many men were just playing the series on hard mode. One game apiece. All comes down to that final game in the best of 3. I do not know if I can even call it at this point, Zach.
No, 100% not. I think in terms of like what we can expect going forward, I really don't want to see the Quang being picked up for Nightshade again, because Bond is just so good on his AP champions, especially when there's so much focus on these AD strong champions like the Feng Mao, like the Grux. So like why not pick something like an Aurora, right? And that is something that he can't actually play if there's a Grim and a Quang in his team, because then they're lacking AD damage completely. So I think for Nightshade, I think there could be like some small adjustments that can make their life so much easier.
A lot of things to think about. Possibly some things to change. We're going to find out though as we wait for Game 3. But before that, it's over to F. Spooky and HD Philly B to let us know their thoughts on the post-game breakdown.
Day's not over yet. We get to keep on going. Bonus Predecessor, Game 3. Got to admit, I don't think a lot of people at home expected that after game number 1, Philly. But this jump in, what a big turnaround here for Veny.
I mean, Veny is one of the top 3 teams in this tournament, so I figured they would have the metal to clap back, and they did it off of the back of M and Septic. They facilitated them, as we talked about in our pregame show. They got Septic on someone a little bit more comfortable with some escapability. The Skylar was like, 10-0, even more than that at the end of that game. Like, just incredible work there from Septic. And then M, that's what he's there to do. The legend of the off lane was able to take Bondrew toe-to-toe multiple times, and Bondrew just shut down in that one.
I mean, earlier I was like, let's just try it again without the oops. You know, M is a much better player than we saw, which is why I was so comfortable like dunking on that performance in game 1, because like we all know you can do better. Why are you walking up there level 5 to level 6? This much more, Mars, what we come to expect out of a player like M, for sure.
Yeah, this was a much more typical M performance, and sure, you can look back at that game and say, oh, well, you know, he had his jungler coming in, Ven was helping him out, he started the ball rolling, but there's also something to be said for being able to facilitate your jungler to make sure you can get those early ganks in, right? Because contrary to low elo beliefs, your jungler can't just walk in at any time and gank your lane. You do have to do some work to set that up. And that's what M does very well. He communicates with his jungler, and if they need some help to get that ball rolling, no problem. They'll get that started, and then M's just able to take control of that lane, able to start a lot of fights past that point. And once you got that going, like, what does Nightshade do? You've got the double cages coming down, M's got a lead, and they're just running at you pretty much everywhere. It was a fantastic performance from everyone in that squad.
There are 2 teams on the server, though, right? And game number 1 wasn't only one because Veny didn't show up, right? Like, we saw a decent team have some moments in game 1, but ultimately it was really Neft running things on the Grim. This time around, what didn't work out for the side of Philly, or excuse me, for the side of Nightshade? Philly, talk to me a little bit about where Nightshade dropped the ball here in game 2.
Yeah, it's the Quang jungle. I mean, Import is known for the Quang jungle, played a lot of it at LAN. It's a fine jungler, just didn't seem to stick. The other side is with the phase. The phase does fall off, off a cliff when it gets to the late game. She really doesn't do anything. And when you get to that point, every member matters. And you saw Secret on VVMM. Pick after pick after pick. Those stasis bombs from downtown caught out Import right there at the end, and that was GG's. There was an attempt where there could have been a defense, but with that pick on the retreat, it's game over. You need somebody that can also do that with your support, and phase can sometimes be pretty difficult to execute. So yeah, I think those 2 changes might be what is called for here.
I'd like to add on to that a little bit, because I think another factor was that Nightshade didn't have a draft that could easily access the Skylar. Once Septic went up, Crunch can't do anything. Quan can't really do anything. They gotta wait for her to come right back down to earth, and that is a lot of times she has to just free cast on whoever she wants. And with the amount of separation that Veny had on their draft as well, they really couldn't do anything to stay safe themselves while she was up there. So a few pieces just didn't come together there.
Tough for Nightshade this time around, but that is game 2 of the set. And so we're split down the middle. 1 game remains. Winner takes it, not all of it, but moves on to the later parts of the tournament. We'll be right back after this break. A single game remains here in the winners round of 4, and we just got to get it done. Nightshade looked real good in game number 1. Both teams looked real good in game number 2, but it was ultimately Veny that wound up taking it. If you're just joining us, you're now caught up. We're still mad at you for not being here earlier, but welcome. Picks and bans coming at you. We've seen consistently bans looking at the off lane and bans of Sun Wukong and Yori. Those have been really, really powerful. Game number 3, Spooky Mars. The floor is yours. Talk about what you want to.
Honestly, I would kind of like to see maybe less bans focused on M. I think this last game just proved that he can perform regardless of what he's given. Maybe he needs to wait later on in the draft so he's not getting counterpicked. But he's not the guy that you can just completely ban out and ignore free win the lane against. I do think
that it needed to be proven. M needed to prove it. Game 1, we banned you out and got you got. So I'm going to do it again in game 2. M came through and proved it though, Mars. So now we're here in game 3.
Yeah. We are not going to see anything change, though. It apparently wasn't proof enough for Nightshade. They said, fine, you know what? You got the win on Zarus. Your jungle carried you. We're not going to let that happen again. Now it's once again up to Veny. Prove them wrong.
Philly, how do you feel? Do you think the jungle carried them through that game?
Yeah, I mean, the Rampage is so strong, dude. Venom was super good, and that's why they're banning it out, because they know that if they don't, it's going to be first picked on the other side, and they're going to go and utilize it from that point. The thing is now, the Wukong is available, and import is a menace on this character, so you leave that open. We'll see. I would imagine it won't be their first pick, maybe their second, so they do go with the Kwang first, which could go into the off lane for Bondrude, or could go for support, or import could play it again, but with the monkey open, you think the Wukong is available.
The Kwang, okay, interesting first pick, because we've seen this character. We've also had complaints about this character. So why Nightshade snap first pick it?
Import is legend. Like Kwang is very good. He's very flexible in terms of his role, so he's a hidden pick, right? Because he can go 3 different ways. And Import is a legend on this character. He's very good at it. Just didn't work super well in their composition last time, which is fine. But now you first pick it. Let's build around that. Knowing the Grim is taken off the board now, you know you don't have to fit that mold with I've got to go and neft on the Grim and then get a phase or Muriel. Like you can mix it up now, because of that picks on the other side.
Ambiguity, always big value boon. Other side, we see Zarus and the Grim.exe. Taking Grim away from Neft, definitely a big W. I think that is a big win. Statement open to interpretation. Number 1 EU ADC on the number 1 ADC character. Don't let that happen. I think it's pretty cut and dry. We see Skylar here selected. Something Tang brought up as sort of a one sentence statement that I want to come back to was the idea of AP and AD heroes on Nightshade and how they didn't really have a good spread last time around, committing to the AD. Kwang here, more of the same. Is that, I feel like the split of AD and AP damage is always something worth talking about, but isn't always, you can win despite that situation. Yeah. I kind of want both of y'all to touch on this. Mars, you go first.
Well, you've got the magic damage coming out from this Kwang. Skylar obviously brings a ton of physical damage. You got 2 more picks here to do. I think they already have a pretty decent spread, because last time you had the Grim, that's more magic damage coming out.
Right.
Didn't have, like you said, the spread you want. I think they've already kind of fixed up that problem. It does depend on where this Kwang goes a little bit, right? Because if you're going to the off lane, maybe you're a little bit more bruisery. Maybe you build a couple more defense items so you can go ahead and engage without getting blown up right away. Whereas if you're in the jungle, you could pretty much commit to full damage because you're going to be coming in from those flanks, locking people down, and blowing somebody up. So there is a little bit of a question. I think you could afford to still go defensive because you still got a mid laner to pick, and most of those options are just going to be in the magic damage compartment. There is Wraith available if you want that extra physical, but I don't think you're going that direction.
Yeah, I agree with Spooky here. I think, especially with Shin probably going on the Howitzer, matchup into Gideon. We talk about that all the time. That's extra magic burst. And also the Skylar, she builds Plasma Blade, which also builds into a little bit of that magic power as well. So she has that mix of damage, so, sort of like the Grim. The Grim has that mix of like magic and physical damage as well. So, oh, whoa, this is what I like to see. The Sticky Ricky. Is that going to be the jungle here for import? Oh, that is going to be spicy.
Okay, all right. Richter coming out. Very fun to watch Richter and Faye being the last selection here. Richter, you're excited, so I'm going to let you go with it. And then after Mars, talk to me about the Faye selection, because we haven't seen much of her.
Yeah, I think this is feast or famine, right? You got to be able to land your hooks and, yep, all in. And if this doesn't work, doesn't work. Fortunately, we're in the upper bracket, so if one of these teams, whoever loses, they're still in the tournament. They can run their way through. I'm sure we'll see these guys in the upper bracket final or the finals later. But a lot of good targets here. You can go after the Grim. You can go after the Crunch. You can go after the Zarus. So I like what the Richter is doing here.
I am undecided currently because there's a lot of combo potential from Nightshade right now, right? The Faye, you get the fly trap into a skewer or a skewer into a fly trap. There's a lot of CC potential to come through. Add on the Decker, you've got some good lockdown here. But the Richter, I'm not 100% sold on. Yes, it combos nicely with this Faye, and the Faye plays well into the Gideon. Has to be very careful where he decides to black hole. If you try to get active too early, you might end up getting pulled down, put in a bad spot. It also has a lot of disengage potential if this Crunch tries diving on you. Drop the flag trap, pull him away. You could have a lot of utility for your team. But do we want the Richter jungle? I am not 100% sure that that's the pick we're looking for right now. Is that the import selection? It feels very reliant on your team being able to follow up.
Something more like hard carry?
Yeah, anything a little bit more aggressive, right? Could have picked the Zarus. The Wukong is still up, and we didn't decide to go for that one, which is a big question mark in my mind. Has a lot of flexibility, a lot of ways to get out of the fight, but also a lot of ways to get into the fight. And this Richter's fully reliant on your team following up. It can't make plays on its own, which I think is its biggest stumbling point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Richter could go the offlane, right? But I don't think I've ever seen Bond Druid. I've never seen Bond Druid play Richter in the offlane. That's why I'm like, it's gotta be import, unless there's something weird going on here in the phase of the jungle or something. I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. Just based on their hero pool, that is what makes sense to me. But maybe Bond Druid's got some secret tech, and maybe he's going to play the Richter and feel just a little bit more tanky. So we will see. It's about this is it can
absolute control composition, right? You've got a bunch of tools for NESU, Nightshade. I think Mars is right, or Philly said it. Either way, the desk is right. All in, right? You pick a guy, you commit, you hit the CCs. And either you win that or you lose that. And frankly, the game might just be that simple. Game 3, you either win it or you lose it. Let's jump in.
I said it.
And here we are, friends. It's time for game number 3. We have done a little bit of a time skip. We are 2 minutes into this one. What I can guarantee, the only thing I can guarantee for you, my friends, is that this is the last game on broadcast today. I am TJDJ. I've got Tang alongside me, and we got to quickly get through this one. Game 3 between the Many Men and Nightshade EU.
What a banger game. First 2 games delivering. Third game is gonna be the decider one. We heard it on the desk. Whoever makes it through here is gonna make it to the next stage of the winner bracket. Whoever falls is gonna still be there in the losers bracket, but they're gonna have to fight for their way further in without any safeguards up on that point. We saw lots of heroes being traded around. Septic now on the Grim. Personally, big fan of it, but I'm a big fan of it together with some ranged supports with a lot of bully potential. With the steel, it sort of, in my mind, it sort of negates a lot of the strengths that the Grim brings.
And I really get the sense with, especially with what the desk were mentioning about the drafts for both of these teams as well, is that there are some very interesting choices that both teams have decided to take. I kind of might want to hold on to that one a little bit more as import on this Richter in the jungle. Looking to get involved, not going to find the Riplash onto Mare, who is able to get to safety. Then to re-engage this fight, but Bondred was hovering towards Ryan's side, thinks better off it. He's back to his lane.
Maya really wants to trade aggressively there, right? But the rotation coming in by Import, if he connects with the hook, then that could have been a frag or at least a blink forced. Let's see, in the first 2 games, Shin always the one having to blink early. Now with the Faye, a bit more of a lane bully. Also, a hero that I associate quite a bit with Shin. Shin is a very tactical player. Not necessarily the strongest in lane, but arguably the best at those late-game team-fighting stages. That's exactly where the Faye is gonna shine as well, with that fly trap and also with this Richter in the jungle setting him up.
I mean, I just said it. It's a controlling draft. I think Shin as well, in my mind, probably one of the best control mages, control players that we have in the game. Excels on how it's, let's see what he can do on that Faye as well. I do want to touch though on that Richter though, Tangwood. There was a lot of discussion on the desk about where this Richter fails, if that was really the pick.
Yeah. I think Nightshade, they love the Richter pick. Usually they use it together with a bit more lockdown, especially in the mid lane, right? So they have the Decker, that one can help. They also have the Quang for the tether. That doesn't guarantee the hook, but at least makes it slightly easier. Usually they also play it with something like an Argus. That was actually what I was expecting, looking at the draft by itself. But with Gideon being so strong into the Argus, they didn't really want to give Maya a favorable matchup, especially when he looks like he's on fire today.
He has been playing so well. A lot of these players have been playing extremely well, really showing up in these games. Fangtooth really spawning, really get sense there. This game moving along very quickly. Eyes going to be on Secret. And also Import on our right-hand side, invading on towards Ven's jungle. He has also got the push from Bondrude as well. He'll be able to help out, but M is low, so Import will be able to bully them away. M's got to be careful. Import looking for a Rip Flash, looking for his ECM. He's going to blink back towards the tower, but Import sends him back to the spawn. First blood secured by Nightshade EU.
Venom just not able to be there in time. Also low HP bars, and Import utilizing the big Richter. The base stats that are on this guy are insane, and he just pushes the Saris out of his own jungle, and then M just gets dove at the back end of that fight. Also had to blink once, didn't even need to utilize that cooldown. So once more, the Crunch is suffering in this offlane matchup.
Something that we have said multiple times, it feels like this broadcast, the Crunch being on the receiving end of some pretty bad matchups. Want to see though if for the many men, M can have a bit of a redemption performance. He was on that Crunch himself in game number 1. And I think another topic I do want to touch on Tang briefly is that Shin has been able to keep a blink in the early games. Secret on the melee support, not really been able to roam, not been able to impact as much as he could in game 2, and I think that could be a big reason why the many men were able to set up so well in that early game.
Yeah, 100%. I think keeping that blink on the face super important. Not only because you can escape if you need to, but also because, as I said, right, the lockdown on this Nightshade team is not perfect. If the Decker's around, yes, it's fine. But if the Decker's not around, then maybe a fly trap with a blink forward is gonna be sort of the way to lock down these Veny many men's members. So far, 7 minutes in the game. Fangtooth has spawned, so has the mini prime. Neither team setting up for these early objectives yet.
Really just looking around. And what I do like is Import is being much more proactive in the start of this game number 3 as well. Game 2 kind of felt maybe a little bit absent. He was more kind of playing second fiddle, going for re-engages, but not being the primary engage. Already that invade into the red side. Import still calling the shots. It's a player that's the Nightshade EU squad need to get behind, get them over this early game, and they are going to start up the mini prime on that right hand side.
So smart. They also have the ward onto the Fangtooth pit, so they know that one is not going to be responded to. Venom is going to show on this control ward in the jungle in a second. So Venom is not going to be able to get anything in return. Shaper also going to spawn in a bit. That one should probably go into Venom's pockets, actually, when I look at the minimap. Fangtooth might as well. Bond picking up this mini prime with the lane advantage that he has gotten before on this right hand side. Question is Venyman's Many-Man, are they going to be in time to trade it? With Penguin staring down Venom's soul, it doesn't look like it.
We want to go aggressive, but the containment fence is going to provide the value, and now import is over here. Bondrude is on the right-hand side, so the mini prime buff will not be in play for this Fangtooth fight. Who is going to be over here, though, is M. He's beelining down the river. Secret zoning away, and the many men's do not pull away from the objective. They will see it through all the way and secure the first Fangtooth for themselves. Have got the option for the seedling, maybe thinking about it, or maybe looking to back away.
Neft loses so many minions on the left-hand side. Very weird to see him actually just completely ignore the wave. I think the call is to go for the fight and end up taking it. Another pick secured onto M, while Bondrude on this right-hand side, buffed up with this mini prime, taking all the real estate that he can get.
Flytrap was used, and that is going to be M falling. Ven is having to run over there to try and put out the fire, as the ceiling will get secured by import. Again, just being more proactive, just showing face. I don't know if that's because Victor just is a naturally beefier boy, or maybe import just wants to get over that game to loss in the best way that he knows how.
I need to see a tab screen at this point, because Kwang's gonna be so far ahead. We see it in the XP, but just look at this goal difference, right? It is just absolutely disgusting at this point. 1.5k just easily secured by Bond against M in this matchup, right? And all of that happens with a good dive, with a good invades by import on that right-hand side, forcing Venom away, and then M is just left out to dry in the 1 versus 2.
Import really showing that you don't need to use abilities to be a facilitator. Sometimes just where you are on the map facilitates the rest of your team to reap some rewards. Big advantage for Nightshade EU on this right-hand side, but this game, it hasn't been blown open just yet. It's still only 2 kills. We've only had 1 neutral objective apiece, and the seedlings have also been shared as well. So now the team able to find a decisive blow just yet. And I'm wondering, though, Tang, who's got to step up? Who is going to be that big player, make that impact in game 3?
At the moment, it looks like Bond is shaping up to be the one. Has been already getting this tier 1 down. So now, usually one of 2 things happen. Either Bond is able to solo kill M over and over again, or Venom is actually gonna start hovering around that right side and try to get this shutdown onto Bond. That, of course, doesn't really exist, because Bond is just so far ahead with all of those tower platings, not necessarily with those kills.
A 2-level deficit here, but with that Falcon punch, M is able to get a good bit of knock-up damage there. The blink, though, Ven was waiting for it. Colosseum gets stacked, and Bondrude falls.
Bondrude falls, gives over another kill, and that is gonna be accelerating this Venyman's Many-Man's team. Getting a pick back. Not only helping in terms of the gold economy, but of course also the mental damage that M has suffered on the right-hand side. Now it's finally his turn again to box away at this turret, get some platings in his own pocket, try to be at least somewhat impactful once those team fights come around once more.
We've spoken about AD, we've spoken about AP, we haven't really spoken about the emotional damage, though, and I really get the sense, though, for game 3 with neither. This is in the upper bracket, so both teams will have that second lifeline when one of them inevitably does drop into lower brackets. Still don't know which way I can call it at this point here, but I feel this is a statement, right? This is a real important game for probably the storyline for both of these teams in their tournament run.
Yeah, and don't forget like how important it was to be the first seed when we think back to the summer event. So both of these teams are not taking this as sort of like a pre-run to the real event. No, this is where it already matters. Import once more, going for the invades. Venom suffering, having his camps taken away on this right-hand side. Not what you want to see.
What we do want to see, though, is both junglers being involved. I think Ven showing himself on that right-hand side, getting involved in import as well with the invades. Both junglers, I think, both of these teams have really showcased why they are considered some of the best in their roles. We've seen the best, maybe also some of the worst aspects of these two players, but there's a lot of good for both of these here. And we're going to see another go at it, because Fangtooth is going to be spawning in a matter of moments. Mini Prime as well going to be on the way. 2 minutes away from the Shaper. There is going to be another seedling spawn, so an opportunity to take that one away. A lot of battlegrounds, a lot of opportunities.
We see Import looking to get damage potentially onto Mayor, looking for overextensions. Actually, Bond is the one I am meaning to say, as Import starts to control space. Shin has picked up the Cresselia, goes for this healing build on this phase together with a lot of damage, together with, I think, this Orb of Growth as well. So that is going to be one semi-tanky Fae that is going to be there to heal up the team as well. Fangtooth being taken. Many Mans getting some damage on this right-hand side. M should be able to claim this tier 1. Not able to trade it for this mini prime though.
Probably enough to maybe get him a little bit more equal with Bondru to try and even out the balance. Sometimes in Predecessor, you know, there has to be a give and take. You do have to give up plays in order to set up something down a line. This mini prime, I think, is a lot more important for both of these teams. Whoever is able to take this one really starts to open up this game a lot more.
Yeah, this is the one where you can really go from lane to lane. Arguably, you can even give it over to Import or to Venom, right? And then just lock down these tier 1s wherever they stand. No platings available any longer. 12 minutes in the game is when they expire. We had Bond take all of them on this right-hand side. We had M take 2 for himself. Venom hovering around. Mini Prime is going to be the play. Venom almost looks out of position. Bond fishing for him.
Going fishing, and he's also brought 4 members to the party. Neft is on an island on the left-hand side as everyone rotates over here. They know how important it is. If they can get Ven, not able to find him. Good use of the evade, avoiding all of the skill shots. 4 versus 3 right now. Dual lane is still on the left-hand side for the many men. Secret hasn't made the rotation over. Options for Nightshade on what do they do here?
So clean out of Nightshade, right? They just walk in. Venom is fuming as his red buff is stolen away while he just looks at it. Now they might have a bit of a tempo advantage. Grim already moving from this left side. This might be a 4 versus 5 for a bit. But Import already there. Penguin there as well. And this mini prime is still not too low yet.
Stick or twist Ven. Takes a big amount of damage from the objective as Import finds 2 with that skewer, and Ven gets popped instantly. Mayor with the black hole on our right hand side causing problems of his own, but the Rift Walkers from Penguin is an immediate death sentence. 4 players walked in, 4 going out. 4 for 0. Mini Prime secure. Nightshade EU. Big power play here.
Yeah, just insanely big power plays coming in. Gets the mini prime. They should be able to pick up this tier 1, the seedling as well. Everything going in their pockets. Actually, let's not make it a seedling. Let's make it a shaper. 16 minutes in. It's time to transform the map.
On Nightshade EU's terms as well, they were the ones who pulled the trigger on that fight. They were the ones who started that entire play. They reaped the rewards. The decisiveness coming out here as they take the shaper, open up the map, open up the pathways, and pour the seedlings down these lanes. The many men in this position no longer ahead, no longer completely blown out the water. Possibilities of potential for them to make that comeback. I know before just the storyline and the scripts that would be pretty amazing, but Nightshade EU get a bit worried for the many men tank because Nightshade seems to have found their stride again.
This Nightshade squad looks so locked in at the moment. They had a bit of a slip up in the second game. But this one, like, I think, honestly, like, Import on Richter has, like, this sort of aura on him where he can just do whatever he wants, bro. Like, he just walks into your jungle, takes the red buff in your face, probably leaves an emote as well while he's on it. Luckily, we can't, well, sadly, we can't see it in the replayer mode, but yeah, I mean, just getting so much for himself, and Venom just has to take the scraps wherever he can. Sarah's usually really good in this early game, but not against a Richter, especially not a Richter that always seems to have a Penguin behind him, a Shin behind him, or a Bond behind him.
And allows Import to just play with confidence, to walk forward, knowing that the squad is there. The boys are backing at every single point in this game. Many men starting to push on his left-hand side. Gateway has been taken by the solo laners. Epoch, though, out from Shin and a blink to get away. Going to be the black hole engage from the many men. Going to look forward. That's a big Rift Walker's play. Big shield slam. Big wombo combo in the corridor. And the bodies are going to drop as Nightshade EU gets wiped on the left-hand side. Looking for another re-engage. Trying to get this response on towards M. Trying to get anything back. But the many men will back away. 3 for 0. They answer back.
Oh, they answer back. Septic though on this left-hand side. Can't catch this wave. I don't expect him to want to, with Bond and Neft still being full HP, able to take this tier 1 for themselves at the very least. But that will leave them in a bit of a bad position. The rest of the Venymans are already back.
Oh, Bondrud. What? No, he's going to get caught out again. But really keep his life though. Ven jumps forward, gets the kill, gets the take. Fangtooth, thank you very much on the cards once again. And just like that, the Venymans look to flip the script again.
But this might be a bit awkward. They're going to be trapped in the pit again. Can they escape before the rest of the squad comes? Yes, of course they can. With the porter out of Mayor. Going to be able to make it out of the pits. That would have been hard with any other mid laner.
It's just always so nice to draft a clown car, draft an Uber to get you from one side of the jungle to the other. Hong Kong, for sure. I mean, I've not really been hearing any clown music though from this game. It's just been very much back and forward here. Both teams showing what they have got here in the winners round 4 matchup. Another tab screen shows a 3.5k gold lead in favor of the Nightshade squad, but the momentum is with the Venymans for now.
Yeah, actually, make it 5k, I think, the gold difference between them. Even though with this Fangtooth secured, this Venymans roster still very much in the game. But don't forget, this early game has been stellar by Nightshade. They have been finding those invades. They've been finding the advantages. They've been getting those platings when it countered. Venymans, they have punched back though. Deficit closing. Still there though. Big Prime spawned. 20 minutes in, the map has transformed beforehand, as we were mentioning. Now it's going to be about the staggering of those big objectives. Next Fangtooth is going to be big. The next Shaper is going to be there as well. And M wants to get away.
M cannot afford to lose his life. He will duck and weave, avoids that Riplash. Secret though, for the rotation, M gets hit by the Tethers, the dive, the Colosseum, and the Shield Slam, combining on towards Import, who will stand his ground, not taking too much damage. The Black Hole coming in from Mayor, throw everything, and throw the kitchen sink. It might not be enough, but Import eventually falls as the rest of the Nightshade EU squad are on the way. Eyes on Shin, the fly trap, and catch so many members if he's able to find the play, jumping over the top of the wall, then running to the hills. But Neft has got this pick on the Skylar, a double kill for him, 2 for 1. So much for Import. It costs 2 members of the Venymans.
Yeah, just so awkward. They overextend so much for this Richter together with the Quang, but those are exactly the 2 targets that you don't really want to engage with your dive comp, with this Crunch, together with the Ceres, together with the Steel as well, with that Rift Walkers that you are mentioning in that play-by-play. Shaper, next target.
Replay here, that's another Rift Walker's, a big setup, but the damage isn't there to capitalize on it just yet. Secret though will still fall. Penguin, the support for Nightshade EU coming up huge, enables the Shaper to be taken, and once more 3 ceilings make their way on the map.
I feel like Septic might have had an opportunity to walk in a bit more behind the Steel, but Penguin just too good with the Rifties, honestly. Like, we've seen him so many times. Like, that is actually how he made his entrance into the scene. I can remember it like it was yesterday. Thinking back to something like the Nations League, where he won the entire thing with England. And like this insane Rifties play, getting 4 of them in with his Decker, sort of cementing him as one of the long-time greats in Predecessor history. And now with this Nightshade team, 9-6, kill lead in the hands, gold lead there as well. They've picked up most of the objectives. Fangtooth, one that is not taken yet.
It's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a banger, absolutely. Penguin has had those moments with the Rift Walkers, able to just change the game from the supporting role, much like Secrets can do as well. Another player that has made those plays, especially here recently. PCC, but Penguin, of course, showing why he cannot be discounted at all from the conversation as one of the top supports in the game, paired with Neft. what a duo lane. We've seen it time and time again. And it has been an absolute pleasure, and I hope we get to see a lot more of it. Much like I hope to see a little bit more of this game, because it still feels a little bit close. Neither team finding a convincing team fight win for now, but Nightshade EU be looking a little bit more likely here.
This next Fangtooth is gonna be the big point, right? We're gonna have all objectives up on the map, apart from the Shaper, of course, but that one can always be claimed after the fact. We see wards being littered everywhere by Nightshade EU, while the map is pretty much completely dark for Venyman's Manymans. They have some wards in their own side of the jungle, but honestly, they don't have any vision around this Fangtooth. Secret is gonna change that, but that is gonna mean that this Prime Pit is still unwarded for themselves. Nightshade just perfect vision everywhere, pretty much. And usually what we see them do in situations like this, TJ, is they find the Fnatic Death Rush and they just wait for the victims.
They play around that lack of vision, making sure someone walks forward when they have to be the ward, have to be the one to walk into the fog of war, see if you can spot out some members. Normally 5 of them in a Fnatic Death Rush here. But they got the wards down. They all reset as one. They all move out as one. Blood into the blue side of the jungle. Invade, seeing for opportunities, because they know, and everyone on this server knows how important this Primal Fangtooth is going to be. And for the many men on free Fangtooth Monty point as well, they need to take this.
It's gonna be a big must-have. Mid lane, Septic. He must escape this hook. He does. Should be able to keep his life. I'm also looking on this right side. Both mid laners were holding those waves in the 1v1. Gideon on the reset. Maya would actually have a really easy time all-inning the Fae if he's sure that nobody's close by. Can always pop his own ultimate to negate that fly trap with his True Silver already being completed. But this entire jungle is just so hard to walk into. Import is right here.
The Bull Rush and the Evade will make sure that the top side of the Many Men squad are able to keep themselves alive. But damn, that was nearly walking into a jump scare, a skewer. Could have spelt instant death for the 2 frontline members. A lot of posturing, a lot of moving around. It's now the Many Men's grouping in towards the red side jungle or Prime on the board. Fangtooth is there. And also a Shaper spawning very, very soon. So all 3 of the late game objectives will be here. 25 minutes. Game 3 once again. We're still in the upper brackets, but man, this one has been an instant classic. Can't wait to find out how this ends.
Instant classic. Talking about that, what did he call it? The triple ripple is what we are waiting for.
The triple ripple.
Oh, double trouble, triple ripple. Let's go. But so far, though, has not happened yet. Both teams sort of like putting on their dancing shoes, running in a circle, contesting vision, but importantly, nobody has been found off guard by any of these people looking for picks. I see Import just run around by his lonesome, try to go for a hook, but honestly, like, he needs to connect with Penguin. They need to sort of layer their CC, make it easy for Import to get anybody that is just in his vision line out of position.
I mean, I'm all for aura farming right now, on the Richter right now, but it needs to be hook maxing. Those hooks need to connect onto a priority target. And Import's just not found them recently. He's been having more success with the skewer and just not finding an isolated member. I think that's for the Many Men's. They've kept together as a group the discipline over here. But the 1v1 on the left-hand side, M versus Bondred at 27 minutes in, as the Nightshade squad all back towards the All Prime. A moment of reprieve between these 2 solo laners as well.
Ooh, Salvation procced. It's gonna be a good thing for Bond, but M is gonna first move as this fight might start to commence.
Secret having to blink though. Import gonna find Ven on the stairs. He's able to go down, not gonna find Riplash, and also the Stasis Bomb going wide. Import still dropping down. Nightshade EU squad just make themselves home on the staircase here. The top ropes up down towards the mid lane, seeing the health bars on the left hand side. Looks like M's not having a fun time. Then pushing forward. Nightshade are now split up, but they still have the mobility to get away. And now M is the one caught outside. Impulse connects the hook into Impale, and M finally falls.
Look at this. Instance going for Prime on the side of Veny's Manyman's and Import. He has that speed augment on his E. He's just zooming over towards that right-hand side. Bond buying time. Actually, Penguin buying time on this right-hand side together with Shin on that Fae. I'm gonna dissuade them from actually starting it up. And meanwhile, Import just taking the Shaper for free.
Yeah, it's like buying time. I think just the two-man unit of Shin and Penguin just force off the many men from taking your Prime. Essentially looking to trade out the Shaper. Not going to happen. Dealing, spawning in favor of Nightshade, and they're going to start at the Primal Fangtooth. The many men are caught hesitating at the worst possible time.
Maybe they can turn onto Penguin and Bond, but they just have no vision anywhere. They don't know that Bond and Penguin, they're just ego checking them right now in this red side. They have nobody behind them. They could have been easy targets for this Veny's roster, but that is the strength of controlling the vision line everywhere. Means that Veny's, they can't pull the trigger. They don't know if Import is right behind Penguin. That's been one of the strengths out of Penguin as well since he made his entrance into the competitive scene. Knows his limits so well and also knows how to bait the enemies into thinking that he has more members behind him than he does.
I love the mind games. It's like Penguin's basically thinking, as long as I position and posture like this, act like I've got my team behind me. Just act, be convincing. The man plays his part so well, and the reward for Nightshade EU, Seedlings, Primordial Blaze, or Prime as well. Ven just hasn't even left the red side jungle as your Prime gets taken. Tang, you know what this is, I know what it is. Triple Ripple in favor of Nightshade EU, and the many men's are stunned by this.
Yeah, with this one, they're looking to rip open the heart of Veny's Manyman's as they start their siege. Mid lane is going to be first. Those tier 2s were not lasting much longer as this mid lane inhibitor could be the next target. It's not the easiest sort of siege for them. They need to find their pick first. They have perfect setup. Decker stun into a Whiplash.
And they find it though. Many men know about this combo. Need to show it respect. Inhibitor is going to drop. Now they're going to move over towards the left-hand side. Andrew's been warming that one up and should be able to complete it there. Once again, just permanently less than 50% though. Probably taking the crunch debuff there as a skewer does come out to get away. Many men's able to get back towards the fountain. The Nightshade EU squad move from mid to left, potentially to right, potentially to the core.
One pick is all it takes. Imports, we're looking for you, connecting on a stun. M needs to find the backline as well.
Also going to score a field goal with that Whiplash straight in between the uprights. They spun, finding the Sun's secret, goes in with a shield slam. Epoch out from Shin. M drops down as well. Core taking damage. Maya throws down the black hole onto the backline. Is able to take Bondrud low. Import on frontline. Penguin looking for stuns. The many men can constantly heal off the fountain. Venno does not have that luxury. He will fall. But the Nightshade squad are still so low. Minions pouring into the base. ETFO channel does barely anything as the core now the target once again, and the many men have to get them off. M fresh out of the fountain, forward crunches, pushes Bondrud back, takes so much back from Nep. Import next to the Whiplash. Septic able to avoid it, but might not be able to avoid his instant demise, and another impale off of cooldown, and there go the rest of the pins. There goes the core, and that is how Nightshade EU secure a spot in the winners finals.
Oh, that was demonic. That late game siege, Shin keeping everybody topped up, or at least keeping them from death's door, I should say. Making sure that everybody has at least enough to make the entrance into this core to end the game. 2-1. Veny's, they drop down to the losers bracket, but against a dominating team like Nightshade EU, that is not a shame.
I don't think there's any hot no shade throwing that. You know, if you fall down to this studded roster playing so well in game 1 and also stepping up in game 3 to remind us all of what they can do. They're saying game 2 was only a blip. Dominated performance from them. And the many men's again put on a fantastic show. Nearly had us in the first half with that game 1 performance, but game 2, moments here in game 3, it looked pretty good. But that's Tang, that was sending a message.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, whoever they're going to face in the winners bracket finals, it's going to be a banger of a match for sure. Nightshade EU, they've shown that they're not only good players individually, but also as a team, they gel well. And I think that is the big takeaway from this set. The way they rotate together, the way they contest vision together has just been sort of the deal breaker for Veny into making it further. Nightshade EU, strong fundamentals, strong players. And I can't wait to see what else they bring.
I mean, that day one performance is banished. Probably some demons as well. Was this team going to gel? Was there going to be that cohesion and team play? Yes. Absolutely, yes, there was. Nightshade looking really good. That's going to be it from me and Tang. The TNT cast signing off now. For the final time, this broadcast is back to the desk for the post-series breakdown.
Thank you very much for the fantastic cast, boys. Fantastic work from Nightshade as they bring this one in a game 3. We close the book, at least on winner's bracket number 4, because there is conclusions to this tournament later on. Big stuff to talk about, though. I want to jump into this, Philly. Tang killed it as usual and brings one of the big points that Nightshade came through as a unit. They drafted this team around hard control, and they came through. A lot of our conversation is about individuals. We focus on M in the off lane. We look at the junglers and can Import do it. We look at Neft, the number 1 ADC. And we saw Nightshade come through and win as a team. And I think that really goes to speak about the maturity, or the maturation rather, the act of maturing of the game, the scene, and our current contest.
Yeah, these are professional players, the best to ever do it or be doing it. And so, yes, it does take some time to gel, but these guys have been scrimming it. We have these scrim logs, the trackers, right? They have been at it relentlessly to get ready for this PCC. But to get those micro timings where as soon as the Riplash comes in, I have the Stasis Bomb on top, or the Rifties into the Ion Strike, that takes so much repetition, so much coordination, and they were able to put on the clinic here in this game number 3 and round it out in typical EU fashion. Just that ending core fight where how patient Import was on the sliver of how both Spooky and I were like, this guy needs to leave. What is he doing? He repositioned, got a hook out to bait the shield from Septic, and then I knew he was free shooting the barrels. Just like, all right, jump on him. He's eliminated. All the damage is gone. Let's go for the core. So just that courage and that discipline from this squad really shown through in this series today. Both well done.
Yeah, I think maybe some of the wrong questions were asked during the first draft, and I'll take credit on that. Can Import perform on this Richter? Is that what they need? It's not about, is this what Import needs to succeed? It's about, is this what the team needed in order to succeed? And we saw the whole game, but I think that end call kind of encapsulates everything, because I thought you hit the nail on the head. It wasn't one person moving forward and saying, I got this guy, let's go ahead and just end the game. It was that constant baiting. Those health bars got real low across multiple members of Nightshade.
Got spooky,
but
got scary.
They kept finding stuff. They kept finding success, and they came together at the end, made the play, committed to the play, which is most important, and blew it out of the water.
Exactly what they needed to do. Fantastic performance. It was fun to watch as well, seeing the Richter show up. You know, we get some cool kind of where'd this pick come from. Love to see it. And also on the other side, you know, watching M lose that first matchup in game number 1 was exciting, because sometimes it doesn't work like that. I'm always down. I want to watch Bondrewd versus M every single time, but for now, this is the last time we'll see it. Until the next time, because this series is over. This is the European side of things. We do have the North American side of PCC showing up tomorrow, 8 a.m. EDT. That's New York time, people. I almost swore there. Getting too comfortable on the PCC desk, but it's hard not to be comfortable in this place with how wonderful all the people, the games, and the players are. But that does it for us. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Be there or be the worst. You heard it here. We'll catch you tomorrow, friends. Peace and much love to you.